Futures giving back some of the strong gains we saw over the past couple of sessions here this morning as we pull back slightly with interest rates and yields back on the rise after a significant pullback for both the 10-year and the 2-year over the prior two sessions. The U.S. dollar also on a bounce this morning, moving back to the upside. The ADP employment report out at 8:15 coming in higher than expected, showing 208,000 jobs added in the U.S. last week versus 200,000 that was expected, pointing to still strong demand in the employment front. We'll have a look at a few individual names moving around here in the pre-market. Once again, Tesla and Twitter shares back on watch, of course, after what happened yesterday. Tesla downside at this point, more selling coming from analysts apparently needed for Elon to fund this deal. Again, if you missed it yesterday, Elon saying he will go ahead with the $44 billion acquisition of Twitter. So we'll have a look at both of those coming up here this morning. Oil on watch, back in positive territory. The OPEC Plus meeting in Vienna underway currently. We're supposedly going to get as much as a 2 million barrel per day cut to production. So that could lift prices once again significantly. Going to be an exciting day. It's Wednesday, October 5th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. International trade balance data just out in line with expectations, 67.4 billion versus about 67.7 billion. The other significant piece of data coming up at 10 a.m. this morning, we'll get ISM index reading. That could be a market mover. That's the way things are shaping up right now. About a full percent right across the board there. The S&P, the Dow, and the NASDAQ down 1, coming off again a huge couple of days to the upside for the market, so a bit of a pullback needed. Possibly, there's crude back red once again. It's been kind of flip-flopping here. We'll keep our eyes on this meeting again underway, the OPEC Plus meeting in Vienna underway currently. Again, if we do get as much as what is being reported, a 2 million barrel per day cut to production, that will be a significant market mover. We'll keep an eye on that as we head into Wednesday. Good morning, guys. First segment of the show brought to you by True Trading Group. As always, shout out to them. Check them out, QR code on screen. So much to get to here this morning. Again, a lot of analysts quick to point out the fact that maybe Elon still has more selling to do here, as much as $3 billion being thrown out there by Wedbush this morning. So Tesla on watch here, downside already.
For sure. And on watch, that's a 2 count. In the chat when I sat down, I was like, we need a counter on how many times we will say Elon, Twitter, and Tesla today. It's going to be, it's going to happen. What are you going to do? It's going to happen a lot here today. Tesla, look, V has to sell another $3 billion. We understand it's already putting pressure on the stock. Some of the banks that are financing this are going to be taking a little bit of a hit too as well, because clearly debt has gone, rates have gone up. I mean, since the deal was first announced. So that's going to be a big mover. We're going to have to watch it. Twitter seems to have a stable range, the same Wednesday afternoon. But that jobs number, good news, bad news, right? Like it's good news, but a strong labor market makes it harder for some components of inflation to come down, which makes it easier for the Fed to put the gas pedal on. So maybe that's why you had that initial slight reaction to the downside. But there's a heck of a lot to watch today, and it's not just going to be about Tesla. Some good names out there, like Airbnb gets an upgrade. It looks relatively strong here today. Some good levels. Looking at Rivian, Meta, Roblox should be in play once again. And then do not sleep on those cruise lines, man. RCL and CCL both logging impressive days yesterday. Although I'm kind of hoping for a bit of a pullback because I like the way they're setting up if they can't take out the high. So a lot to watch here today. And I'm still waiting to figure out when we get to go to this playoff game on Friday. It's a matter of what time. Yeah. They're not going to give the Canadian team prime time. That's the problem.
No, which is fine. I have a wedding to go to on Saturday, but we'll be going. I think it's gonna be 4. I mean, I think that's pretty obvious time to do it. Seattle then can watch their team lose at 1 p.m. On the West Coast. But I know it should be a great time. Yeah, look, I would take the over as well. And welcome. Good morning to Bears versus Bulls as well in the chat. Hope you're having a great day and a great morning so far. All right, so yeah, I would take the over on the Tesla Twitter talk here today because I know I'm going to be trading it. I think I made about 40 or so fills yesterday on Tesla, and could do more today. I'll probably Twitter doesn't excite me too much. This 240 though bottom does excite me a little bit here for Tesla. We've come down, we got hit that one day obviously on that big move to the downside there when they missed deliveries off Monday's trade. That happened over the weekend, and then you bounced off that 241. So I want to look at that 241, but I don't want to go long there. I'd rather wait to see if there's going to be a trade on a 250, just like that 250 hit that happened there on Monday. You know, market came in, bad news for Tesla. For some reason, started to go upside there. I know why, because the market was up 3%. I don't know if it was up 3% at that point, but then all of a sudden the market opened up and everybody sold Tesla on news, right? And so now today, look what happened yesterday in the middle of the day, boom to the downside on that Twitter news again. And then you stopped though at 242, almost flat to the penny. So whether or not Elon has to raise more capital, and if he would do that, would he do it through selling of Tesla shares? Possible. I just want to see what happens at that 240. So I'm going to be sitting around there. Oh yeah, there's that. Got to get there. Got to move it over so you get away from the QR code there. But there it is right there. I like this 240, 241. I don't want to go long in front of it. I'd rather wait to hit the short. So I'm going to try to do that if it does come through. But that's my trade idea for Tesla. And or I also wrote down if we can get somehow to this like 252 area, back where yesterday's sort of high was there when we rallied back was about 250. So we'll just jack it up a little bit up here, up to 253, 252 to see if we can get a short into there if we do rally. So I'll be in a couple Tesla trades today for sure. It's just a matter of what level. Where does the market want to go, Brendan? Do we want to go up with Tesla first, or do we want to just keep on fading it? Right now it's down like that. This is why I'm more excited. It's down 1.7%. while the market's only down 1%. So definitely Tesla has, some more, shaky hands in it than the market.
Yeah, it could be a Tesla story more than a market story this morning. Tesla potentially set to lead things downside here, as we saw there. A lot of talk yesterday, guys, on yields, Treasury yields, both the 10-year, over the past couple of days, I guess, both the 10-year and the 2-year back to the upside in a big way here. This is a daily chart of both right now. So 10-year on the left over here, you can see we recovered big wick to the downside yesterday. We recovered nicely to close green on the day. We're higher once again. Same story for the 2-year here, back to the upside. Lending a little bit of pressure to equities once again after a nice pullback for both. This is the US dollar, as I mentioned. Nice bounce here as well. And after, a bit of a flush out yesterday from 112 down to 110 for the DXY. We're back to 111. So ISM coming up at 10 a.m. Could be a bit of a market mover as well. Mark that down. Will affect, definitely, both of these.
So you look at where the dollar got to. If it bounces, I think that's where you're going to get the continuation to the downside. I mean, I've been watching volatility, UVXY. I think one of the reasons why it wasn't too crazy to the down, I don't want to say it wasn't crazy reaction yesterday, but I thought it could go a little bit more, and maybe we're going to get a bit of a retracement here. Is we gapped down, broke support on UVXY, right? So that coming down is going to be bullish for stocks. We had that big run. But really, we sort of ended things in the middle, and we're going to be gapping up. So holding above here is going to be another indication to me that we could be falling off here. Presses into $12. That's what I'm looking for. I might delete my 12.6 line. That's an old one that might not matter on this name. So look, whether you're looking at USD, whether you're looking at volatility as an indicator, certainly those are going to be important. Of course, we're always going to be watching the futures out there. Even when you're trading individual names, you do care about what's going on in the overall market, and nothing was more. I think the best way to look at that was, I'm still on that chart, I think the best way to look at it in yesterday's trade was as we were getting on the ES to that 3,800 number, you were just bouncing off of it, and the slightest bounces off of that level to the downside is resistance. If you had a good short, you were getting paid on any good shorts that you had. Whereas if you're in longs, they just couldn't go. Apple was kind of teetering, trying to break, couldn't go. Google just couldn't go. But if you had some good shorts on, you were just scalping money. Well, the market was doing absolutely nothing for the greater part of the day, trying to reject that 3,800. So when you get to these key levels where there's a decision point, you want to be in something that's moving, and then having the opportunity to work off of either direction of the trade. Now it looks like we're rejecting some of those highs and pulling back, but those things can change. I got UVXY up. We break back up toward that 12. I don't want to be fighting longs if we approach that level.
Yeah, so I've been, no, 100%. I mean, that's part of the story is the dollar, and then the 10-year obviously coming off as well. I mean, some of these, reasons why the market's been rallying, and we had free money for a very long time, and then all of a sudden we know the interest rate story. But what about this story, UUP? I talked about this a lot over the last little while. I even switched over my oil chart for a while, but now we're going to watch oil now. I have an Oxy trade coming through hopefully soon. But yeah, this UUP is the dollar index basically, and you're going to see what's been happening over the last. This is a 20-minute chart here. It's been straight to the downside. So as this market, I also did call last week that we get a 5% move in the market. The last 2 days, add them up, it's 5%. But look what's happened right here with the dollar, right? $31 down to 29 there, almost in a straight line. So, that's definitely helping it up. You're getting a little bit of a bump today, as Brendan was mentioning there. So we'll see what happens. It's only 33,000 shares, so I don't want to hold the pre-market as being the truth. But that's definitely helping for a little bit of tailwind here for the equities, especially those stocks that have to repatriate money back in. It's always nice to get a lower US dollar. So I think that that's helping things out right now, plus interest rates, like I just mentioned. The 10-year, Brendan had that up as well, Neil talked about it. But all these inflationary prints, they keep on, becoming in the favor, I feel like, of either limited raises or possibly finished. I wonder if December is going to be the last raise. So I feel like we're maybe getting to that point. We obviously need to see some more CPI. To me, it's not about the dollar anymore. It's not about interest rates. It's not about anything. It's going to be about earnings, because right now we don't have too many guide downs for earnings or revised earnings. I don't think anybody's going to be revising anything to the upside. I think it's all going to be downside. So you're going to have to watch out for that. That's why I feel like buying the best companies out there is where it's safe. But whether or not we've hit the bottom or not, I don't think you can even make really an educated guess right now until we see what the earnings situation is, because, hey man, part of the price to earnings is earnings. So we're going to wait to see what price happens, but it has to be based on something. And if these PEs continue to be a worry for the market, then there is some shaving to be done. We talked about where Apple was, still 25. There's a lot of names that are high up there. The S&P, I think, is at 17 or so on the PE, when there's a lot of people talking about 15 to 16 is sort of where we need to be at to get a correction. So we're going to wait to see if that 3,600 is tested again on the S&P coming through earnings season, or if maybe that bottom has been put in, but only time will tell.
Now we'll get a better look, obviously, with more earnings to come at the end of next week. We'll get a better look on inflation as well next week with the latest CPI coming up on the 13th. Mark that one down. That'll be a fun day. The 13th, we'll get the CPI, the last CPI print before the November Fed meeting as well. Let's take a bit of a different spin here to this Twitter Elon saga, as this kind of caught my eye this morning. Some of the banks under pressure here that are financing some of this deal. MS pointed out, BAC pointed out, Barclays trades over in London also on this list as well. But the Twitter debt package comprised of $6.5 billion in leveraged loans, $3 billion in secured bonds, and another $3 billion in unsecured, all coming from, it would appear, some of these anyways, along with a few European banks, guys. So some pressure possibly coming to the banking sector today.
I think they've been under some pressure with their spreads. It's a good news story, because it gives there are going to be some potential losses because the cost of that debt has gone up, and it's going to be hard for them to unload it. It'll get done. That's my take, but there might be some hits taken there. But that's been pressure that I think some of these banks have been facing. I was going to pull up more. You know what? I can pull up Morgan, because it's down 2% here today. I wasn't necessarily sure I saw too much of a trade. I mean, I wish I was taking a look at this yet. There were a lot of things at some highs yesterday that, we sort of dug into and we're trading off the top, so we're pretty good. And I wasn't really paying attention to the banks, and that 85 that Morgan got to looked pretty interesting up there. And I just don't see us seeing a price like that I would be fading. And we say fade, essentially, the stock goes up, you short into the high. So I wouldn't see anything I want to fade into unless we got back up to that 84, 85 area, in particular on Morgan Stanley. But a retest maybe down to that 80 can make some sense here if we do get a decent enough pullback. And keep in mind, like you can have made a temporary bottom and sort of retest the support on it before heading higher here. I mean, I don't think it's the bottom, because in order for it to be the bottom in the markets, you'd actually have to get, without breaking this bottom, get back and make a fresh all-time high in my mind. I think that's probably a real definition of it, but a temp bottom just has to have a significant rally, which I don't even know if we've had that big of one, especially not for the banks, but they could be testing a little bit lower. I'll get this out of the way. If you're anyone asking the question as to why Twitter doesn't just trade at $54, why isn't everyone just piling in and buying it? 3 reasons, all the same ones from before. There's minimal regulatory risk. It's not zero, but there's a little bit there. It is going private, but some people can make a stink about it anyways. And then there's a time value of money. They have to get this debt financing done. That's going to take some time. There's always a small chance that does fall through, because if he doesn't get the financing, then he's not going through with the deal. At least he's trying not to. And he'll have to pay that breakup fee, he being Elon Musk. So those are the reasons you're not going to trade at that 54. I think if it sniffs anywhere close to like 53.5, that's probably a short for a day trader, at least in the next couple of days anyways. And there's been some buyers at 51.50. That's what I observed in the afternoon yesterday. That'll be what I'm working off of to do some scalp trades there. But if you're thinking you can just get it and, oh my goodness, it's going to go to 54 today, tomorrow, or this week, not really the type of trade you're looking for in terms of a quick return. Now, certainly you could buy it and hold for the close of the deal whenever that does in fact happen. And yes, you would get that $2.70 in profit. Not bad, but I actually don't know when it's going to close. I mean, does it close at the end of the year? Could it possibly close in the beginning of next year? Until you know that with more certainty, it's kind of hard to figure out exactly what your return would be. But it is, the percent return. It's just a matter of how long it takes to get it.
It's actually not even a done deal, because there are things that Elon was trying to get them to agree to before he actually signed it over, and that was dropping the litigation and a bunch of other stuff. So I feel like there could be a disastrous headline coming today for this deal. So just pay attention for that one. So I don't know that to be a fact. That's what I was reading, and there are other conditions on this. That's why nothing's been announced, like what Neil was saying as far as
there was actually some Twitter
closing dates.
insider whisperers saying that there's some inside of Twitter that are like skeptical as to his motivations for sending the letter. But
he didn't want to be deposed. And that was going to happen today, so that's why. But the court case was set for October 17th. I'm not certain it's not going to happen. We'll see. So anyways, XLF, you talked a little bit about financials. If you don't want to pick a name, you don't have to. You can just go into the ETF. I feel like ETF, and it's just passive investing. So, if you didn't want to pick a name and you just want to grab not the greatest dividend, but you want to grab a dividend here, 2 to 3%. You can grab XLF. And the reason why I look at this is that you're down at $30. You bounced off here a little bit. So if you want to take away the single stock risk of JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, WFC, Citigroup, I don't know. The only U.S. bank that I own is JP Morgan. It's been underperforming. I just kind of have it just because. I think XLF down here is probably the right thing to do. So that would be where I'd be looking on these kind of stories. You're seeing it today. I don't know if that's, I was going to say that can't be right. There it is now. It's down that 1%. So a nice little move, a nice little pullback down in. I think you just be patient if you're picking up ETFs. If you think that this is a negative story, try to start buying some around 31. Maybe it dips back down to 30 here. But again, a lot of this, why not just wait for banks? Banks, I think, are the 14th or so.
13th is JP.
Yeah, something like that. So you're just going to have to wait a week and a bit to get an answer for some of these banks and how they are and how they're dealing with this new rate and what their cost of capital and all that kind of stuff and their net business loans, all that kind of interesting, fun stuff that happens when banks report. For me, I've really never seen a bank report and then kind of rip up. It's been kind of tough sledding. Citigroup had a monster report last time. I think that was up like 10% out of nowhere. So that's what I'm getting at. I'm not sure that was such a surprise for Citigroup because I think JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, a lot of them came out and were actually down. And then all of a sudden, boom, Citigroup exploded to the upside. So I think it's best to wait to see about picking winners after earnings as far as banks. They're not going anywhere, and I don't think you're going to miss a major move in the next couple of days. So for me, I'm waiting for earnings before making a call on this sector.
In fact, we'll get a ton of them. Citigroup, Morgan Stanley, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, all Friday next week in the pre-market for earnings. But that's the point, right? Like we bring up the banks in the sense that there are conditions attached to this Twitter deal, and part of that is the financing aspect. So can he actually close this financing to be able to fund the deal? A couple people mentioning this one right now, KITT. Big move up here, 55% back to $5, recent addition. Nauticus Robotics, a new contract with U.S. Defense Innovations Unit for an amphibious robot announced this morning for KITT. Let's shift gears here quickly. We'll get into some upgrades and downgrades, but I wanted to mention this. A couple of opposing notes in the chip sector today. Wells Fargo cutting AMD's price target on data center worries. On the other hand, Morgan Stanley guys adding TSM to their top picks list.
Okay, we can talk chips in a quick second here, but it has to be acknowledged. You just said an autonomous robotics company with the ticker KIT. Nobody? KIT? Come on, man. Come on.
I'm your Hasselhoff.
That's what I'm talking about. Sean and I, we got that. Look, David Hasselhoff, Knight Rider, that's what I'm talking about. Look, I'll be watching this one for sure. It's got good price action too. Like 540 looks like a pretty interesting, 530 I should say, looks like a pretty interesting level out in KIT, to say the least. Look, TSM, I think it's going to be a pretty solid mover. I think what were they up 5% yesterday, and the one I was looking at. Well, actually, you know what? Forget about scrap Intel. They're all to the downside. Intel and Micron, both of these had super strong breakouts after getting beat down. Now understand that Taiwan, they're making more advanced chips than Intel, so they're a bit of ahead of the curve when it comes to their just better fabrication. So they can be a bit of a mover. But what you have in the setup in almost every single one of these. You got this breakout on the higher time frame. Specifically, I'm looking at MU right now because I feel like it had the best break or the cleanest break of all of them. Made a fresh high, and then it's like slam right back down, setting up to put like a Head and Shoulders and a potential breakdown here. Like it's not a very good looking floor if this 53 were to break on a Micron. And I said Intel because it's a similar look, but I don't think it's quite as clean. When I was looking at Micron, it was a clean break and then a very, very clean Head and Shoulders and a clean level to break down at that 53. The other one that I definitely want to be trading, it looks, again, like a pretty solid setup, is NVIDIA. What I like about NVIDIA is it's broken the bottom channel to the upside, then supported that 128 break at the open. So I know where I like the bid on NVIDIA. That's going to be first at 128. If it can hold there, I think there's runway. If it breaks that, I'm looking 125 for dip buys. And it's pretty obvious if we get through this top, it's still got huge runway on a 132 break. So for like the big Momo, like the longs I like, whether it's break, whether it's dip buy, it's off support, that's where I'm looking to grab longs in NVIDIA. If we get a red day, I'm just staring square at Micron in that 53 level. So I don't know what Rob's doing there. But yeah, gotta pick your poison. I do prefer to sort of divvy up which ones I like long and short individually there, but the chip should be on the move. It was an impressive move yesterday, but we're right on support for a couple of these as we speak. And when support breaks, I like to have at least some short ideas. That's why I'm looking at Micron.
You are right, Playmaker. Let's fire it up right now. We're going to get that going. Okay, I just want to talk about KIT quickly. I feel like it was, I just asked Brennan if it was at one point a SPAC. Oops. If it was at one point a SPAC here, because it was just hovering around this $10 forever and ever and ever right here. So there it is, there it is, there it is. And then all of a sudden, you know, it de-SPAC'd right now. And this is what happens, man. You get that $10. What was that, Brendo? Oh, he's talking with Rob. Okay. You know, you get that $10 right there. A nice little rip up, I guess, to 13, 14 on that. And then since then, it's been what is this? Was Chamath behind this? All the way back down here to $3 again there. So when you're talking about where a stock could go right now, it's obviously a real nice day here for them. You're always looking for, you know, announcements like this, right? So should it keep going? It's 2.6 million shares. It looks like it wants to. It's going to take out 5 right now. The key level, I mean, this 540 goes all the way back to mid-September where we've already been. Then a disastrous couple days to the downside. Obviously not enjoying the NASDAQ bump and what's been happening, but this stock won't do that. And now you have 540. So I think if you're long this name, it's going to hit to 540 right now. There's the 5 break. That could have been something to look at as well. Remember, retail's probably going to pump in at 9 o'clock as well, so watch out for that. But I would say that if you're long right now, you know, and you're debating getting out, first of all, 5 is always a nice spot to do that. We probably have to pay for shorts, I'm going to assume, on this name.
Yeah.
But look at 540 right there. So that would be a level here for KITT. Looks like it wants to rip to the upside right now. Should be a good one. It's, you know, we're just going to wait. It's 540 right there. If you have any high side areas to look at, I would think that you could get out of your position or look to build a short there at 540. But if it gets blown out, watch out, because that next level upside is 620 for KITT. It's a runner this morning, Brendo.
Formerly Clean Tech Acquisition Corporation. So yeah, definitely a SPAC. Here's some analyst moves for you this morning. Interesting names on this list as per usual. Ford topping the list from Morgan Stanley. We talked about a few moves already for Morgan Stanley today, but we'll have a look at Ford. Huge day yesterday, worth mentioning. Charles Schwab, Silicon Motion over here. Goldman Sachs to the downside. Morgan Stanley also to the downside. So some big weakness, as I mentioned. This Sotera Health with a big move so far as well.
Yeah, we sort of already mentioned the banks a little bit. I like a short, some pops in Morgan Stanley specifically is the one I looked at. So if we do get a bit of an up day and we get some bounces in the financials, I'm going to be looking to fade some of those. Ford, I want to be buying a dip today. I just look at that consolidation we held off those highs at $12. I mean, the thing based out at 11, it's really like 11.20 was your support there. Now you got a consolidation 12 in the afternoon yesterday, like a 12 to 12, 12.11 to 12.20. And I like this for a dip buy and for that 12 even. So we come back in on Ford, which it looks like we're already doing as the market's coming back down here. This is what I'm going to like. So, I mean, I'm more and more skeptical as I look at Morgan Stanley. Like, I'm not, you know, it's not getting to where I think there's going to be a short in this one. And I really did want to get it up high at that 85. I think if I'd seen it yesterday, maybe in the afternoon, I would have been trying some shorts as it put in a pretty distinct lower high. The market was on the tops and threatening the highs. This was pulling back and you could short lower highs, which I usually like. But I just doubt we get a chance at that. But the way things are going, might get that Ford bid at the open. That's for sure.
How was it, Hold My Bear? Hold My Bear. That's hilarious. Look what Bears and Bulls just said. We just said to each other, what's up, Bears versus Bulls? So I just saw up here, I was reading the chat here, just watched a year-old Trader TV show. Well, try to watch a 2-year-old one. That might be even more funny. And then I write, how was it? And then a second before,
was it good?
How was it? Like, how was it good? Like Bears versus Bulls. Shout out to you, man. Great minds think alike.
He
so
just
stop
jinxed
thinking,
you, bro.
Yeah, stop thinking like me. But I want to see how that is. Yeah, jinx. Yeah, no jinx. That's what my kids do. They tell me, they get me to say something, and then they say it right away, and they go jinx, and then I'm not allowed to speak until they say my name or something. Like, I don't know.
They get to punch you in the arm.
I don't know how that works. They try to do that. We do the yellow punch buggy, no punch back. So when we see the punch buggies on the road, that's something that's a classic one that we do for that as well. Okay, I know we were just talking about Kit here, and now I push in Ford, and of course I forget to change the extension to New York. But yeah, Ford's been a great little buy. I could send you the email that I sent to my father the other day saying that we should probably be buying some Ford. That's when it was down at about 11.50, right down into here. Nice little upgrade yesterday on I probably got upgraded, but I meant on the delivery number. That's what we just talked about. It's well up there off that bottom, but today, again, still up into a negative market. So I feel like any sort of a pull down for Ford probably needs to get bought. But again, I always wonder, just because you had better deliveries and things like that, does that really mean that, that inventory problem was solved from Ford? And this is what I'm talking about when we really need to see earnings. I'm done with all these upgrades and downgrades and stuff like that. We've seen Bloomberg play a little game on Apple there. So I don't care actually that much about upgrades and downgrades. I think it's interesting for the market and gives us something to look at and provides volatility. But, until I really see the Ford number, I don't know what I want to do. But I do think that 12 right now should be bought, on any kind of a dip. That's where we started yesterday. Again, kind of disappointing, man. The NASDAQ was up huge yesterday, as was the S&P, and Ford really just went from 12 to 12.30. So it's not like it was a monster day for Ford yesterday. I could see this name getting pulled back a little bit. I still like what I was saying about buying it was I kind of like it off these bottoms here. I mean, this 11 goes all the way back to June. So that's where I like it. I don't know if I like it as much up here at 1250. However, you know, it's much more aggressive. And if we're going to play relative strength, I think Ford is definitely a name to look at. Quickly on this, ASZ. Don't know what this is. This looks like a SPAC that might be de-SPACing. I'm not sure because that's at $10 right. Oh no, here you go. Look at the daily chart. Okay, so no, it's not going to be a SPAC. But yeah, weird size on this ASZ. I don't know what it is, so maybe we'll just pass on that. Not too many shares today. Twitter there as a sell side.
It is a SPAC.
Is it a SPAC?
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll find out. Maybe a deal. I don't. We'll find out about ASZ. I don't think. Look, it's not a worry to me. It's only 700,000.
That's the only reason. Okay.
Yeah, it's not moving. And then Twitter's there, and then there are a couple banks that we've already covered as well. And then of course CCL trying to get off that bottom. We'll see. CCL monster days, you know, a little bit here, and now we'll just see like that bottom. I don't want to know about monster days. Whenever you get these monster moves down from $10 to $6, and then you go up $1 more from there. Yeah, maybe it's not. Maybe the pain isn't done here for CCL. Nice rebound yesterday. I'd say we watched at $8, but there's going to be a lot of coverage on these names today.
Let's get a quick check here of how things over in Europe are shaping up so far this morning. Back in the red for North America, back in the red for Europe as well after a huge day. For all of these yesterday, 0.8 right now for England, 1+ for the most part, right across the board outside of Turkey, the only one at the bottom there in positive territory. Here's a look at the social sentiment board to kick things off. Surprisingly green, coming off of the past 2 days, however, makes a little bit of sense. Both the SPY and the Qs I saw earlier on here, there it is, both nicely positive on the day. Yeah, Tesla green even after what happened yesterday, even with the suggestion this morning that Elon could be in there selling more today. PEGY we'll have a look at. That's Polestar. Haven't talked about Polestar for a while. PSNY positive on here. Twitter's here. AMC is here. All the usual suspects, but very, very green across the social sentiment board to kick things off this morning. We'll bring in Arun and get a check of the overall market for you to start off a Wednesday, Arun. After what happened the past couple of days here, maybe, you know, in need of a bit of a pullback. What do we look at today?
In need of a bit of a pullback, 200 points in 2 days, and this market's coming off a little bit. Problem is, it's struggling here at the mid-60s. So it's entirely possible that we just bounce off these lows that we kind of put in intraday. The intraday lows around 61, 62. It's entirely possible that we bounce right back up, right off of that, and right back into the 3800s if we get into that later on. So that's what we're going to watch out for. That's what I'm going to watch out for. I want to see what this market has on a bounce from this point on, from 60 going on down. If we get a bounce into the 70s, into the 80s, how strong is it? If it's a weak bounce, then obviously I'm looking to potentially fade this against the 38, preferably 38.15 or so. I was looking at 10 yesterday, but I think given how close we've gotten to 10, I'm going to move it to 15. 38.15 up top if we get into the 70s and 80s and start to taper off a little bit. If we go right through these 60s, then it's a little bit easier to trade because the downside is wide open. We don't really have, or I don't have any levels here until we get below 36.50. So there's a lot of space to the downside. Given how fast this market came up, this is what happens when the market goes up that fast, right? It kind of creates a vacuum to the downside. So we have a ton of space if this market chooses to go. But the way it's been struggling at these 60s, I think we really got to keep an eye on these 60s. So low 60s, preferably, you know, just underneath 60s allowed to, say 57, 58, and going on now up to 65. So 65 going up to 57, 58. If we kind of struggle through there and bounce, I'm going to keep an eye on how strong that bounce is going to be. If it's a weak bounce, potential short. If it's a strong bounce, going to be looking for some longs there, Brendan.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Quick note on Getty. Little one that can be a runner when it wants to. GETY just popping up on a volume scanner. They've announced a new unlimited subscription offering. So not a lot of volume yet, but heads up on GETY. Let's get into everything else you need to know this morning. If you haven't done so already, join the more than 30,000 getting that every single day delivered right to your inbox. All you need is your email address. Absolutely free from us to you. Before we come on at 8:30 every single morning, you can use a QR code. Top of the list, obviously going to be Tesla and Twitter. Going to get to a point potentially where we have to talk about these together every single day. So Tesla and Twitter, guys, where's the trade today?
Short Tesla? I
That's
mean,
what I'm thinking.
So there's a lot of shorts that are going to set up when you have 5+% move in the market. But Tesla didn't. It did make things difficult, at least in terms of yesterday's trade. Well, sorry, it did make things difficult is what I mean to say in terms of yesterday's trade for the shorts. My trades aren't really showing up here, but you guys probably remember, like, it was all kinds of attempts at this 256 area to go short, right? It was just over and over again. The market was trying to break up. And then ultimately, like, let's be real, like, you're just in position when that happens. So it's like, I say bank error in your favor because that's like a monopoly thing. That's one of the cards in Monopoly, but it dropped down. We're back below that 250. And after the news came out of the done deal, you've essentially held that 250 level, even right up at the close. Ended up trying to press in the aftermarket and rejected that. So I'm really just looking for 250s. Anything below that price, I'm looking for short opportunities. Whether it's pop and fade at the open off the pre-market highs, if it breaks that, then I want to short the 250 level. If we get above 250, then at that point, I'd probably be looking for, okay, you could break out and maybe get back into that long at 56. But beneath that price, I think I just want to be looking for short. So pop and fade, pre-market highs, or simply the 250 area short itself. Sean mentioned those lows that we got the other day. I don't think it's an auto long at 240. I think it's more like a 241 change. I don't think it's an auto long down there. Sometimes you get big size, it's worth going in front of it. But I've found the more you like a breakdown level, the less I'm going to want to do the whole get long and reverse it, because every now and then, you get the long, you stop out and cover, then I don't get into the short because we have to fire two separate orders, one to get flat and one that's coded as a short to get short. I find if you're just not in that long, you pretty much never miss that short. And I'm really only looking for the shorts today in Tesla. You might see me pop in and out of Twitter if it finds some support, but it already broke the 51.50, and I wanted to be shorting at higher prices than this on Twitter. So I might end up staying out of that one, although it never seems to break 52. So maybe it'll be worth it to try that. But Tesla, pre-market highs are 47, or I see 47. There's one wick at 48, but 47.5, and then 250. Those are two levels I'm looking at. Beneath that price, to me, it's just a short.
All right, just real quick here as we go, I want to say a big shout out, much love from Honolulu. Thank you, Space Milk 6 there. So I guess milk is probably better in the space. And salute to you as well from sunny Isle Beach, Miami. What up, Miami? What up, Lucky Bamboo? And then a big shout out to Wall Street Fighter as well. 18 months, let's go right now. Thanks for being with us for that long. 18 months. Thank you, Wall Street Fighter, for that. Lucky Bamboo, and then my friend who we just. Did I say your name? Where are you? Oh, yeah, Space Milk. Yeah, from Honolulu. Wow, Honolulu and Florida coming through. Thanks for that. As it's going to get real cold real fast here. It's supposed to be 22 Celsius, which is like 73 or so Fahrenheit. So we're going to get like 73, then 78 or so the next couple days. And then Friday, it's supposed to go down to, I would say, like 55 or so here. So we're about to hit that fall weather real quick. All right, so I put up here and I pinned it. So if anybody wants to go have a quick look here, I pinned the sticky note. We have Tesla right there. I just say possible downside, as we wonder if more stock is needed to be sold. We had that report come out to fund the Twitter deal, debt, so on and so forth. Let's just wait to see. I think he could fade 252 if we rally, or look to go short on, whenever I write SS, people are saying, does that mean 55? Nah, it's short sell. So right there, if we have any short selling situations here happening and you can go over to Trader TV Sean for that. Looks like Twitter right now is going to try to test that 51. I'm with Neil. I'd much rather be short than long this name. Kind of a no-brainer on that one. But here comes Tesla. I just want to see right now what happens at that bottom. So I dropped this down to a 3-minute to show you guys a little bit better. It's just right here, and we're getting closer to it now. Look at the market trying to crank lower here, and I look to see a 240 break. I mean, I know a lot of traders on our floor hit this 240, 250. Unfortunately, we did have some technical issues that day, but that's fine. I just want to talk about what happened there. It broke 250 and just absolutely collapsed. You could have got out like 247, 248. like if you just wanted to get out really, really quick. But the move did actually extend all the way down and flushed, and we were watching it, man. So you were watching it live with us. That went down to 242 there. So it went almost $8 in a straight line before bouncing around a little bit, like I said, at 47.48. And then I just feel like the same feels here again. Remember, that day that we broke 250, we actually started up here at 258. So there was $8 before we hit that level, and then it broke another $8. So realistically, that top to bottom starting at 921, which is getting close, was $16 top to bottom there. So if we don't think that this 240 is in reach, then that's the wrong thought, in my opinion. And again, yesterday, the only negative name on board for me was Tesla. It's funny that it's not showing all the trades that I had yesterday, but we were really short in Tesla here yesterday before getting blown out a couple times. And then we had a nice short at the close, which we made some back, and then it ripped right into the imbalances. So we'll wait to see here what's going to happen with Tesla, but I just feel like it's the name to watch today. That and Twitter should have some good moves to it. But as this market's getting lower and lower, we have chips coming up soon. Yeah, this is a long time away. But I want to watch out for this 6650, which is another level here for AMD, possibly coming in to break lower here. 6650. We're getting close to it right now. That's 6670. I'm just using 50 as a round number, but you're going to watch out for that. 6650 is roughly where we closed 2 days ago. So you're going to get rid of all of yesterday's excitement, which really sucks for AMD because it's all coming out of it right now. You're going back to 2 days ago's close, which means yesterday is just a mere picture in the rear view mirror.
Like an oil here, guys, for volume anyways, not necessarily price, but big volume spike sent this thing up to 87.75. We're right back down, but initial reports suggesting that OPEC Plus has agreed to a 2 million barrel per day production cut. So that caused this move initially, but not really doing a heck of a lot here. Still positive on the day again. OPEC Plus apparently agreeing to an initial at least 2 million barrel per day production cut. So we'll watch some oil stocks on the move here as well, guys. Conveniently next on the list here.
That worked out really, really well. Wow, Brandon, man, it's like you can see the future. Look, yesterday, looking at Oxy, it's been in a pretty good upward trend. Yesterday was a dip buy idea off the pre-market lows. That's what worked a couple of sessions ago as well. I'll probably go back to that same well. Yeah, that was intentional. Bad pun. But I'll go back to that same well. If you're above that 65 area, yesterday's pre-market bottoms, then I want to be snapping up some longs or snatching up some longs in Occidental. So basically the same game plan as yesterday, just trying to hold on to it a little bit better. And if we see another wick bottom there through that pre-market low, the need to jump back into that trade. You can see that happen from time to time. With the 2 million confirmed, I would have maybe gotten away from this trade if it ended up being something other than that 2 million cut being agreed to. But as long as that's going to be the case, then I'm jumping back into that idea. We do have a defined top because you had a pretty big move into 67 there, so I think that's a pretty good profit-taking area for Oxy if we can get to that level. But above 65, I like that long.
Here, very strong yesterday, obviously, with the entire market back to the upside slightly here. If you missed it yesterday, there was better than expected September numbers coming from Ford. Their EV number specifically was off the charts, triple-digit % gain year over year on the EV sales side. More interestingly, I found this morning they're going to end production of the Ford GT, the $500,000 Ford GT production coming to an end next year with a special edition. Not necessarily going to move the stock at all, but for any car lovers out there, that's a bit of an icon coming to an end.
Yeah, it's an interesting note. I mean, the numbers were pretty impressive for them, but the market was rallying pretty well for a lot of the beat up names, and I think you got to put it into the category. Like, you can count up, I'm not going to try to on the fly count up how many red days you had in a row, but there was pretty much no relief on Ford since it rejected the 200, and it came right back into that July bottom, and then you get a bit of a relief rally. So all I'm looking to see here is that last little consolidation before we made the low, pop over to the 15-minute. I want us to try to hold this top end of that range, which would be about $12. So this is what I'm looking for. If the market, we already broke down here, and if you play the hindsight game and say, yeah, just short a 1250 break if you think it's going down there, there's a lot that sets up to the short side. Tesla, we already talked about Tesla. Google's at 100 right now, looking for a bit of a breakdown. I like Coinbase and Roblox. So that's the only reason why I wouldn't have been trying to fade this off this range. But I'll be defending this one at 12 even, and just because I did mention them. Just an example of the ones that I kind of was looking at this morning. Roblox doesn't do a lot of pre-market volume, but another name that tried to break out off that 38 and a half, gets to 39. I think as long as it's below that previous high, then I want to be looking for shorts there. And then the other one on that in that category, Coinbase is still on the NASDAQ last I checked. I don't know why I was typing New York for that. Another head and shoulders there on Coinbase. Now it's still above. It's 70, 60 was about that support there in the afternoon, or a late morning, early afternoon. And then that 73, like that lower high at 73, I think is fadeable for Coinbase. So there's a lot of setups that look like this where you're driving down, but a few of them that I do want to jump on the bid, and Ford's one at that $12 level. I want to be jumping in front of that bid, seeing if I can catch a little bit of a dip by. But so much else has this like head and shoulder fade in sort of pattern where I want to get my price, or I don't want to be chasing that short too far to the downside.
The only stock that I have for a dip buy would be Amazon right here. It's the only long that, yeah, we can't show it on there. It's the only long that I have anyways on the sticky note today. And that's just, and it's coming in right now. Like, so I don't know if we want the long or not today, to be honest with you. I'm willing to test it here on Amazon, and that's 118. So I put on the sticky note that Amazon's quite frankly, it went way too far, way too fast. And yesterday we absolutely destroyed this name. Like, this was my #1 stock yesterday, and it's too bad because we have all these crazy wicks, but we short, like I actually have the short there, I have the short there, and I have the short there, and I have the short there. Like I had 4 shorts, or 3 or 4 shorts, right at that 123 level, and it was amazing because it went down to 120.50 before barcoding a little bit into the close. I apologize for all these wicks. It's just brutal. But if you go down into here, that's 118. So we didn't even really get a chance to look at 118 the first time. It was 116. We got that gap up on Monday, and then it sort of just opened at 118.50 and kept going up to see that 123 twice before getting faded out yesterday. And now, not totally faded, but still down that $2. And then now today you're down basically another $2 into 119. And you're going to look, Amazon's less than the market is right now. So I feel that if we do get a dip down to 118, and the spread is huge now. So I don't know. I don't know if we're going to get that. I think we're going to get the dip. And that's just what I want to support. If it breaks 118, then we're going to get the hell out of there. I mean, this top is really 118.57. So, like, you're almost breaking that right now. I'll just bring it down a little bit and just say, hey, what are we going to do at 118 even for Amazon? So this is the one long that I'm waiting for. I'm already bidding. I'm bidding 118.20 something. And then if it comes back in and it breaks 118, then we're gone. This is not a level that I want to support or anything, because I could see 116. I could see 114 even today for Amazon. And then I'm getting ready to get in right now to an AMD short as well, breaking through that 66.50 area, which is right into here. And then we'll see what happens at 66. Otherwise, we wait for shorts. And I know we're going to talk about chips next, so maybe we'll stay on that. Ford, definitely a buy. I think it has lower to go, but that $12 mark, I heard Neil mention it, so there's really nothing else to talk about. I think that $12 mark is something that you want to wait for, see if it comes down. We did bounce off 12 before. The bottom really is like 1180 or so. So, I mean, if you take the 12, figure out how many shares you have if you want to hold it down to that 1180 or not. But I feel like that's a big move for Ford. Like, you know, Ford's going to have to turn red and then go down a couple percentage points before we see some of these levels down here mid-11. So I like Ford. I just, you know, for today, that would be a good dip buy. I think it has a little more work. I feel like Amazon could come in a lot quicker there than Ford. So I'm going to be looking on the bid for Amazon, but I do like both of those. And then, of course, the other long that I have on, which is not waiting for a dip, it's actually going to try to blast it a little higher here. And remember when oil was at 77? You know, now you're at 87 for oil, so that was great pickups. That's what I've been buying on dips. We talked about that as well. 67 right here. Yesterday's high for Oxy is a punch level. I've already got the order set, so the minute we take 67, we're punching long on Oxy.
Opposing opinions in the chip sector today. This one to the upside, although it's given most of it back already. TSM going on to Morgan Stanley's top picks list as of today, but as I said, we're back to basically flat. The rest of them downside. Wells Fargo with price target cut on AMD today.
Yeah, and it wasn't really ducking TSM. It's just, I actually can't remember the last time I traded Taiwan Semiconductor. It's just a volume thing. You sort of stick to what you know. Like I usually have one of NVIDIA, it's NVIDIA, and then one of Intel or Micron that I'm looking for in the other direction. I usually would be Intel. Today, it's going to be Micron just because it had a bit of a bigger breakout in the afternoon. So I feel like if it doesn't, sometimes you overextend there, you trap some longs. When you get a break like this, the better it is and the stronger it is. I feel like you have more longs that are in that name from yesterday that if we break down from here, have to get out. So that's the sentiment behind why I think you could flush back into this 51.5, 51.60 area. So I'm just simply looking for the pop and fade. You have 53.65 to 70 or so is this high. There's one dark pool wick, but the real high is around that 65, 70. So when you pop into that range, I want to be short Micron. Into that, it could also break 53 even. But with the spread sitting here, like that's going to be on the bid. And I find that getting in on a break in Micron, it's not quite that kind of name where I want that momentum breakdown at the open. That can be a bit of a trap. So I'll try shorting the pop there in Micron. I do like some levels in NVIDIA for a dip. That 128 is going to be pretty key to be able to be held. You can see that was just resistance for the last couple of weeks. So if it turns into support, it was yesterday on the dips. Let's see if it can't be again. I doubt if it bounces off that 128, I just doubt that we have as strong of a push back to the upside as we get yesterday. That 132 does stand out a little bit there for resistance, but we're not there, so I'm really not. I'm thinking Micron short would come in well before I'd even have to consider NVIDIA 132. That's why I led with Micron. But a 128 dip right at the open, that's what we'll be looking for any kind of a bounce, or if 10 o'clock, 10:30, lunchtime. Those are the types of levels that I'm looking for on NVIDIA for a long. Not really looking for longs in Micron, though.
All right, I'm trying to talk about co-hosts and stuff like that. Okay, AMD, I just looking at right now, it's the same stuff, man. I mean, I'm honestly, AMD's been one of the top names for me for a very, very long time. We're just going to stick with it. But if you want it, we've already talked about my levels there, so I'm not going to do it again. Taiwan Semi, though, I like that 72 break down to the downside. I mean, I saw that it was on the sticky note, or sorry, on the watch list there, but I didn't actually even read that it was downgraded there. So yeah, trading higher after Morgan Stanley added the stock. So there you go. So that's as much as I know about it. It's being added, so it's like an upgrade there for Taiwan semis. And then they cut, they cut AMD. It was the upgrade for Taiwan. So yeah, like Brennan said, they're going in opposite ways. That's up today a little bit for me. I'm still looking at the same levels though. I'm still looking at a short of 72 yesterday. 72.30 was held there in the afternoon. I think you could take that down for sure coming through, and then you just want to look at some key levels. There's 72 held right there, and then it just a breakdown to that downside. Like I said, upgrades, downgrades be damned. I don't really care about that right now. It's going to follow the market. This market's been super aggressive, although obviously the upgrade's helping this name. It's up today when you get the other guys, AMD, NVIDIA, Micron, all that, to the downside, right? So, Taiwan seems like it wants to be the name that's going to lead that chip group today, but this has already done 600,000 shares. Taiwan Semi's only done 100,000. I'm going to stick with AMD. I really like the levels, and I feel like I get a good read on that. So if you want to see my levels, head to the sticky note, and they're all there. So AMD definitely on watch here today.
All right, big spike down there in Twitter shares on this note, it would appear. So Elon and Twitter's legal team still not yet to reach an agreement to end the litigation. Remember, one of the conditions announced yesterday was they have to agree to disagree, I guess, and then end this court case, as we said, coming up later in the month, or set to come up later in the month. So no deal yet. Remember, the judge in the case said yesterday afternoon, both sides need to go away, come up with an agreement, and then come back. It was actually later yesterday, but I guess that never happened either. So that just out, guys, on Twitter on a bit of a move down there.
Yeah, I still kind of feel like they shouldn't have opened the stock yesterday, but it doesn't matter. So I alluded to there were some insiders, reports of insiders at Twitter questioning Musk's motivations, because if you do this, in theory, you could also postpone. You could actually end up getting postponed that date and yada, yada, yada. But I wanted to quickly jump to Airbnb because I don't know if we're going to get to that one. They got the upgrade. By the way, that kit is still running. I think I saw it break that 540.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, I kind of missed that break. I didn't put the stop order. I paid for locates and then didn't really look for the break, and it was a good break, by the way. But Airbnb, it's coming down with the rest of the market here. When I sat down, I was looking like, oh my goodness, this could be a fantastic breakout for Airbnb at this 112.50 area. Now we're falling into more like dip buy territory, sort of supporting the afternoon dip at 108.50. That's what I'm going to do at the open. It's still setting up pretty nicely for like what I meant about this break is it's in a nice churn, higher lows, really wanted to test that 50 period. I think the better break would come if we get a continued rally. Like if this ends up being a solid temp bottom and we get a real test, at least, a couple of weeks worth of a rally, then this is a great one through the 50 period. It's got so much room to run. First things first, it actually has to get through that 112.50 to get to 115. That break is probably out the window for the open. We're not likely running $2.50 in the next 5 minutes. So the dip buy on Airbnb, I'm looking for in front of 108.5. It'll still be there. Like if it's tomorrow, if it's next week, if we hold this consolidation, I will be looking for that breakout on Airbnb.
Yeah, we're not in any positions surf a hod right now. Nope. We will be in them very, very shortly, though, as the market's going to be open in just a matter of 5 minutes. There was just nothing. Like, I'm still waiting for that Amazon bid. I'm waiting for AMD to crack lower. I've got trades ready to rock and roll, boys and girls. So get ready for them to come through. There's that kit. It did break 540. It ripped all the way to 6, but then it's just fallen right back into that level again. So we did a little bit of work on this for you guys earlier, and we just talked about that 540 and that being a key little level break there. And when it did break, yeah, man, it ripped right to 6, which again was a level right there that we've talked about heading into that 620 area. So that doesn't surprise me that you fade out from there. So watch KITT here today into that $6. If you did pay for shorts, I think you could probably get away with it, man. Like shorting into $6, giving yourself 20, 30 cents of room to the upside could pay off dividends back to the downside. I feel like if it fails at 6, then you probably retest maybe this bottom of 440. So right there, just alone on the risk to reward is like 5-1 on that. So watch out for KIT coming through. The NASDAQ imbalances are just hit. So let's see if there's anything else on there. I said earlier, like when Twitter was at 51.50, like Neil mentioned, and I said, get ready for some headlines to come out. They still have to close this deal. And then Brendan comes with exactly what I said. It's not what I said. This is just what's been reported, that they have to break that litigation. And, until that happens, well, that might not be the case. So I don't really see anything on here that's super exciting to me. We did talk about CCL. We've kind of left. I see Palantir down there. I mean, that's just a big runner off the last couple of days, as well as some of these higher growth names. Had really nice run-ups, man. And unfortunately, I think the run is over for a lot of those names. Oh, I saw Uber, which was another name that I like upside as well. Again, only 100,000 shares. Not really the right name to trade Uber until there's volume behind it. But look at the move there for Uber the last couple of days. 26 to 29.50 on a nice little run-up for that. All right, let's check out the stocks that we're going to get into real fast. So Amazon on the list here for the long back down to 18. Looks like that'll hit real fast, and then we'll probably be winding up getting out real fast if that doesn't hold 18. So that's going to come into play here again. And then we have our AMD looking at this level. We'll see about a 66.50 break. That's going to be a small amount of shares because it's an early break. So that's going to be small. If it just absolutely tanks, we'll try to hold on to it, but it's not going to be a big trade on that one. And then we're going to be looking at Tesla. And then if oil continues to make a march here, which it looks like it's going to, you can see the oil trade right there. Let's go to Oxy right here quickly. So first of all, AMD just took another leg down there. Here's Oxy trying to break 67. So I'm going to watch out for that as oil's still up that 1%. AMD just did a little dance there. I don't know if you guys saw that on the screen. Thought I was going to get in. AMD right now dancing. It looks like it's going to take 66.50 right now. It just dropped down there about 20 pennies in that one candle. So oops. Oh, shit. I mean, shoot. I'm already long right now Amazon. So that just put me into this position as well. So let's get something out if we're able to here on AMZN as we have a really nice trade happening.
Yeah, very quickly, this PGY, it is on the watch list. Pineapple Energy Inc. You can send the jokes all you want to be sure. But it's got this $2 bid that's been holding pretty well here, up 50%. There is no actual news that we can find, but it's a low floater, 3 million shares. And you can see on the daily chart, this 220 that it's barcoding off of is a monster level, big time support. support previously. It needs to break out there. It's got once to 225. I think this is an obvious breakout candidate when you look at the higher time frame through 225. If 2 can hold, not a bad little place to dip by. Maybe give it to a 180. So it's on the radar to be sure. We got under a minute here to go. Google Alphabet did just break 100 to the downside. Didn't want to have stop breaks at the open, but it did get you down to 99.50, it looks like. This holds beneath 100. That's another level that looks like it's going to set up for a short. And then we didn't talk about Meta either. I'm going to throw away 142, which is what I wanted 142. If it gets to 142, that's an obvious short. But beneath this 138, there is some room to the downside. I think any kind of a pop, and we want to short some of these names on any kind of a pop there. Looking for Oxy dip buys and maybe some Ford, but not a heck of a lot else out there. We're setting up for a lot of shorts here today. Tony is on the bell. I know he'll be excited for the Jays home games. I'm assuming he'll be working them playoffs.
Making some bank.
We'll see you there. Lots of money to be made on those, eh?
That's what I'm
3, 2, and 1. Ring it. Get them tips.
Guys, we are already monsters there on Amazon. We already got out of half of our trade there as it just kept ripping upside here for Amazon. So Amazon, definitely a great trade for us to start the day. We're long at 118.26 right now. And by the way, there goes AMD. I told you, this is why you stick with me, baby. This is that trade that we're looking for. We just took 40 cents, 50 cents on that trade right there as well. And as goes Amazon right into the 80s, man. Holy shnikes. This was a trade that we should have held for sure back on in. But what a great trade for Amazon. 2 times daily goal in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, we go right back up to that 100 level on Alphabet and then put a bit of a reversal. Also watching, look, Meta's already through that 138, but it was Alphabet that I initially saw test right back into 100, put a rejection in. That top is now 110, 10 cents that is. So little pop and fade, going to get that short in there. Tesla is already looking a little bit weak here, guys. I just tested down to 243. I don't know if that's a real print. Did it go to 2? Is that real? Oh, anyways, I'm seeing a lot of dark pool wicks here, but I see it already getting down to that 243. Don't know if it did. Oxy is just screaming, so I'll throw out the dip buy on Oxy. It looks like it's only going to be going to the upside here with that break looming.
I mean, I don't know what else to tell you guys other than this, man. We are now at almost at 3 times daily goal as Amazon is just... Shoot, man, like to have held this, we would be done. That would be the end of that day for us right there. Amazon, just an absolute monster to that upside. Again, like the sticky note just paid your whole month rent right there because we're long at 118.20 right now on this. And it's just too bad that I got out of about 30% initially because I couldn't believe that we had got that fill down to 118 and now you're up to 120 here on Amazon as that keeps going. But you might say, hey, yeah, you know, it's the long is in, right? Well, what about this one as we throw down the money as well, as we're gonna go 2 for 2 real quick on this sticky note today. Look at that AMD short, man. AMD short, 66.50, out 66, out 65.94, man. This is what we're doing. Okay, I mean, we got to get something out again here as this is up to 1. Look at this. Holy, what the hell? Amazon is just on a mission right now. It's embarrassing that I didn't make a lot more than I did, but we are still really happy with this trade. Again, a banger move here for Amazon. Big time shares at that bottom of 118. We talked about not trying to mess around. There it is right there, AMZN, man. This is, you know, trade taken on purpose, sat there, laid it out at 118, and there's just a monster move to the upside. We're taking our $2 right now. That's just crazy, that move on Amazon. I did not expect that.
So there was some news last week. I talked about that PGY. There was some news, some executive changes on that thing. Still got that breakout, but INDO, whenever oil moves, Indo and HUSA are going to move to halted to the upside, indicating a flat open, but it's already up 27%. Monster breakout. Never sleep on these when oil goes. So if you're watching, it's just about the fact that these have small floats. So you get outsized moves in them when oil starts to go. So same thing happening in HUSA. But really, I mean, this one didn't halt, but INDO is still halted to the upside. That's the more volatile one. You are seeing a bit of a bounce in Tesla. Remember, I don't look. It's any risk if the deal doesn't happen is a chance that that 3 whatever billion shares worth of shares doesn't get sold on Tesla. That's why you're seeing it press to the upside. It did try to get to that 247 for the pop fade. I didn't see any prints up there. I saw like dark pool wicks, but I still want to try the pop and fade regardless of that news that we just got before the open on Twitter. If you're watching Twitter, that's actually falling. I'm into Micron to that sell side trade, and as I mentioned, that PGY still setting up enter twice. It's still setting up for that break of the high, but it just got to 223. This is why you like a breakout, because it hasn't broken this top just yet, but it's a big one, and I'm going long if it does break. I think 2 is a decent level for some support on PEGY.
Like, I can't believe, like, now we got it. So we did get into Oxy there, but it failed. So I got out as it went back into the 90s. So we're going to wait to see here if it does continue to go back up through 67. But again, I am taking out some risk on that name. But, what really has held the day here is Amazon. We just got a 120.20 print out there on Amazon. So, again, couldn't be happier with the way that trade worked out for us, man. A big banger there off the open. Did we just get some Oxy out there at 10? No, we did not. So we are waiting at 10 and then again in the teens in case we do continue this blast off for Oxy. But the reason why I got out on that trade, I mean, it's just for me, it's pretty simple. It's like when you take a breakout and it doesn't go, it's the same thing about AMD. It's the same thing. Yes, sir. Thank you. And by the way, I turned that into a bear there today. Thank you there, Randy. Maybe we'll get some Randy talk about Tesla at some point today as Tesla moving around again. There it is. Thanks, Randy, for that. All right, there it is. There we go. Now we got it a little bit there. So we'll jump up a little bit for that trade on Oxy. But again, we did get out of some of it. So we're not, we were way too conservative, basically, with that trade. And there it is. Now we get this, now we get to 17s and starting to rip upside here on Oxy. So let's see if it can carry the day here through 67. We're light on it now. We only have 20% of our position. That kind of sucks. What's up, Brando?
We're showing a little relative strength in the pre-market. All the Chinese names back to the upside. Here we go with Alibaba. First off, 2% straight to the upside so far since the open, guys. Nothing significant I can see on these, but nice move here for Baba so far.
So a couple of things. I did get into Coinbase and put a pop, tried to get to the pre-market highs, and then came right back into that 73, so I went short there. And then PGY, we talked about that breakout. It did make the break through those quarters. It just got up to 239. I didn't get filled till 230 there. I did add a little bit as it looked pretty strong. Now you're trying to test that 250 level. Again, there was news last week of like an executive shakeup or something like that, but no specific news. This looks like it's just one of those low float runners, at least for now. We are still trending to the downside on Tesla. I mean, yeah, whatever. I'm not going to get that 47 now. Now you're just breaking down toward that 240. We see 240. Okay. You got to look for that short at that low. We're just flushing on Tesla. Got to try to get into this party short anything we can get. I got Coin, but I didn't get Roblox. That was the other one that we're looking for on that sort of rollover from yesterday's strength. Oh, goodness. There we go. It just made a bit of a pop. Not quite to 39, but pretty close, right? Like we're right here trying to break the pre-market highs. That'll be another one that I like that pop and fade. So now it's done the pop. Now I'm looking for the fade because that's how it works. Coinbase, similar setup. I am in this one. And now you're seeing it start to fall back in. We're going to bid some in front of 72s here. If we do want to try to test back to the lows, I think we're good. But remember, the market's trying to bounce here. So that's why you get some of these little fades. Brendan?
Oil stuck in a range here so far, guys. More reports now coming through that they're getting closer and closer to a done deal in Vienna, OPEC Plus and the rest of the meeting on a 2 million barrel per day cut to production, guys.
Serenity now. Believe in yourself is part of the game, man. And like, honestly, that Oxy call, and if you guys are on, I mean, I've pinned it to the top here today. Check out what the sticky note is saying today right here. So we've got Amazon 118 long. That's at 120.20 right now. We've got AMD short 66.50. We've already cashed that out. Right now, that's $1 in the money. Oxy long 67s. That's 55 cents now in the money. So we're going to go 3 for 3 on here. The only one left is Tesla. So, I mean, if you guys are, watching anything, sign up for the watch list and make sure you get that sticky note. I don't put in that work for no reason. Let's, just keep supporting it and we're all good. Look at AMD right there, down to 65.50 right now. So again, like I said, we would try to hold this. So we take 50 cents, and now we'll wait to see again what's going to happen right now at this 65. There it is, man. See you later on that one. So bye-bye downside here for AMD as that continues to crack lower. I should have another one of those things there. Let's go Taiwan semis. look at that, man. That's why, again, the watch list, we had this as an upgrade. That's just made a nice little move to the upside right here for that name. But wow, man, what a great day it's been here so far. It's only 8 minutes in, and we are cranking. What's up, Brandon?
A few people circulating a Financial Times article on this one. Sunrun can be a big mover when it wants to. The article suggesting Run and HASI are quote-unquote non-economic BS artists. So big flush there on Sunrun this morning.
Okay, that seems rather intense and rather harsh. Fair enough. I'll slap a fail on, whatever. That's them putting a fail on. We'll put a fail on the move to the upside on Coinbase. We always look for that pop and fade. That's a setup we like. There was a couple of names that had it. Coin just got back into 72s. I got the 3/4, so 72, 72. We'll definitely take half of it out here. Looking for more at that lows. And then $70 is going to stand out as a bit of a target. Your Peggy, I'm just going to call it Peggy from now on. I know it's Pineapple Energy. But Peggy just got to 245. So it's continuing that little breakout that we've seen through the top. I still have a third of the trade on. I'm looking for it to press that 250. It was a big mover, but it's right at the 50 period. It's just so much room above here. If it gets to 250, I think it could really run and test that 3. So I want to have something on board just in case we do get it. Remember that number in Tesla, that 240? Not quite there, 241.40. So we're getting close to that 240 level on Tesla. I have resolved myself to not do the whole long in front of the obvious level and only look for the short. It takes a lot for me not to do that because I see a level like that, and if there's size, I kind of want to be on the long. The dip buy and forward, just not. I was sitting at 12.10, it went to 12.20, and then started running. So unfortunately, just barely missed out on that forward long.
I mean, let's just keep going, man. There it is. I'm just going to sit in this trade, like I said, who knows for how long. AMD now $1 plus in the money. To that downside goes AMD, and it's just cranking lower, lower, lower. Oxy as well. Look at that. Bang again, man. I mean, this is just, let's dap up each other right here. Thanks for checking out the sticky note. Thanks for believing in some of these trades, man. I mean, this is just a nice move here today. One in for Oxy at 67. Unfortunately, when it failed, we got out. Our worst outs are like 66, 85. So we take a couple hits down there initially and then rip it back up to that upside for Oxy. So like I said, try to believe in yourself a little bit more, Sean, and you'll have that. But we did definitely do that with Amazon. Look at some of these outs at 120. Sure, it's pulled back. I have right now 5% left of this position. So Amazon all the way there to up to the upside. We'll see if we can reload it back at 118 again, but that's going to be a good one for us. And then AMD, just again, I'm not really looking for anything else here. I'm just trying to hold on to some of the ones that we've already got because I get carried away looking for too many things. So right down there, 65. Where is that bottom? 64. So right now we're right here, 65.30s. So that's actually, this is looking like a little key level as well. Right here, 65.40, 65.50 coming into play right now for AMD. So maybe this is a bounce spot for us here. You know what? Let's just take a buck. Why don't we just do that? I mean, if this breaks back above 65.50, let's get out. But right now, AMD is starting to crank to the downside. So far, so good, man. I mean, this is what trading's all about. Taking your shots, you know, doing that prep work and then just getting paid off. So it's always nice when it works. Sometimes it doesn't. But today is a good day.
Yeah, today is a good day. Yesterday is a good day. The week has been a good one. I'm looking at this 250 and saying, why not even, I just took another leg out of Peggy, but it's looking like it's a pretty good setup for a break. We're getting a solid consolidation off of this level. I might take a few more shares at that price. And Tesla's getting to the downside. Coinbase just hit that 71 level, so we got another leg out there. It's timber for this. The market's still trying to decide here, but you're getting a pretty sizable move to the downside. Micron's still working off that 53. Meta just took out its low of the day, but it feels like Tesla, and I've ignored Apple. Oh, those wicks. I can't really, damn it. Hard to show you this Apple chart, but Apple holding these lows pretty well. Apple takes out the bottom. We're going to crash through some of these other lows here, so watch out for some Apple shares. I don't know if I can make that. There we go. Make it look a little bit better. Watch out for Apple. It's catching a bit of a bid, but if it retests those lows, hold on to your shorts. Try to add a few. I'm looking Tesla on the break at 240. I want to add to my Micron any chance I get, and still looking for a chance to get into Roblox. I was able to get coin, but that's what happens. If you try to catch that curl, if you allow yourself to get run over, you're going to get the shares, but you might get run over. I wasn't looking to get run over, and now I've missed Roblox. Coin working, but the same setup twice. And CCL, Yeah, it did fall. It was too far, too fast. Not a huge move just yet, but now you're beneath that 750. I was going to be all over it if it got to 8 on the short, but that's not going to happen today.
All right.
Here comes 240.
Just talking with Michael Noss from Trade Ideas. We have some very important stuff happening with that. All right, AMD, we had a break. It broke above 65.50, so we did get out, unfortunately. But here comes Tesla right now, screaming to the downside. Looks like it does want to break that 240. This is that level that we were waiting for. We said earlier when the stock was at like 246, 247 that we did not want the long. But here it is, man, coming right back into that 240 level. Let's see what happens when it cranks lower. Tesla looking to break that out. You're welcome for everything, man. So, thank you so much for the nice talks there about the sticky note and about you guys appreciating that Oxy trade especially. So I know there's a lot of you looking at Oxy, so that's going to be a good one. We're almost out of all of our trades right now are flat. So we have a very, very small piece still of Amazon as that's coming back in right now, but we've already, like I said, destroyed that stock there. And then Oxy right now as well, we're almost out of it. This one's going to be a misstep by me for sure because we did not need to get out of anything. When it broke and then came back down, I was like, maybe we're wrong. We just bought the top because oil, as you can see, not really moving here, right? So with oil not moving, I was a little nervous about that. But we, as I said, sometimes you just got to trust it. Tesla did just bounce off 250, but here it comes again, 240. Yeah, coming right in. Yeah. Same kind of stuff. There it is right now, coming through. I was going to say, how urgent is this Brendan thing? But let's go to Brendan quickly here, as Tesla looks like it may break, Brendo.
Yeah, some of these Chinese names, I showed you Alibaba guys straight higher so far. Some of the Chinese EV names following Tesla downside just had a huge volume alert there on this one as well. XPeng at day lows.
Yeah, it was Baba. I was looking at Baba 85, but obviously we've got other fish to fry.
Yeah,
it's bigger.
Other,
but 240, there's about 100,000, 130,000 shares on the bid here on Tesla. That's going to be one that's worthwhile. That 250 on Peggy, that did reject a second time. So if it does want to consolidate there, I maybe take another leg out in front of it and then consider going into that breakout. But Tesla's at 11s, 240, 11. It looks like it's going to break this. As Lucas said, we didn't come all this way. Not to break this level. So I want to see this break. I want to get that short. Not crossing forever. No market orders here, but crossed aggressively on this 240 impending breakdown on Tesla. There it goes. Yeah. What the hell?
Yeah, I didn't get it. I didn't cross enough, I guess. I did not get that break, so that kind of sucks right now for that. Let's just take it now, 65s. It could break back up to the upside, but we'll just take a little small piece here as we did not get that initial breakdown, but now we are short it into here. So let's see if we can take $1 or $2 on this break. Let's see how far it does want to flush. We are short right here, right now. It may not want to flush at all. So that's the risk here as Tesla. I took a small piece, right? That looked a lot different than that 250 break. So there goes Tesla, now starting to go back up to the upside. I wonder where the pressure points are for some people that are short right now. So let's just, maybe continue to get a little more short. Yesterday we did miss out on Tesla. Yeah. So let's see what happens right now on a reload back up there north of 240.
Yeah, like I saw the same thing. Like it tried to test pressure points. A lot of times that's that 240.50 level. So it did get up there. Ignore some of these wicks up there, but it just got to 240.50, came back in. Remember, you could have a wick bottom and then an absolute jailbreak to the upside. So you got to watch out for that 241 possibly coming in here. Watching Peggy. Peggy just came all the way back to 230s. But it's all about Tesla at this particular point. Meta is still trending to the downside. I was watching some Apple as well. But Tesla, if it holds down here, you could see a huge flush, but you could get trapped. This could be a big trap. And if 241 goes, you got to watch out very carefully. Those wick bottoms can get nasty, and then you could be at 243 in an absolute hurry. There's always other prices to short at. I haven't been tracking Twitter. My guess is on a flush, you're seeing Twitter come back a little.
Yeah, I mean, the whole market's starting to bounce back a little bit right now, which is nice for this Oxy trade as that's really starting to make some money. Now back up to the upside goes for Oxy, so that's going to be a good trade there. Amazon also started to pick up some steam back to the north side off of this Tesla, man. Tesla held. I'm not out yet, but Tesla did hold.
I'm out.
Yeah, okay, so Neil covered it. That's fine. I'm going to cover it too soon. If this goes through to 242 then yeah, that's going to be a cover. We're not going to, like I said, man, we're not going to sit here and give everything back just because we're holding a short on Tesla. But there it is right now. We are short 240.30. We're out of the money $1 on this name. Let's see if it does retest that 240 level right there. So nice little hold there. I feel like you know, I mean, I feel like it's going to go higher now because it held, but you could do a retest. So there's different theories there. Let's see if we do retest Tesla there. It seems like there are buyers rather than sellers. So let's just see. There it goes, taking 240. See, just did not even take 241 there, back on the downside. I'm letting my other positions just ride, man. AMD's all good. Everything else is working. So there we go, back down through 241. Yeah, see, it's holding that level. So hopefully it can crash down a little bit here, and we'll be able to get something out sub 240, but for right now, it's definitely holding these highs off that move. So I feel like it should have just pulled back there. So watch out. This probably does take that 242 now.
Yeah, and just some other names out there that made a bit of a press. Like, this is what happened to Apple. I had to cover Tesla. It's like Apple's breaking out through the high of the day now. You're getting jailbreak mode in Apple, which if it drags Tesla higher, I think I can get short at a better price. We'll see. If we reject these tops, that's another story. Meta looks like it's relatively weak as well, but it's starting to pop here. Everything's getting dragged up by Apple last I could check. So if that fails that high, which it might be doing, there's going to be some fade. So I just saw Apple fail that top. I'm going to see if I can get some more shorts in here. Micron's still beneath 53, so I like that one. Going to try to add to that. And then Meta here beneath that 138 level is going to make some sense. I just feel like we're short till we're not. So I'm going to try and jump on the offer here if I can catch Meta on the way up. Like what I was getting at with Apple is you just got through 145 and you're trying to take out this high. Any weakness in that, and I think you want to jump right back into some of these shorts. So if I can get into Meta, I want to do it. Like I said, I just added to Micron. Coinbase isn't at a price that I'd want to add, and I'm going to try to work back into Tesla. I didn't want it to go when Apple was taking out the highs, but now Apple's rejecting this high.
All right, so good hold so far on Tesla, as now we're in the money on it. So bring it back down, Tesla. Let's see if we can retest that 240 area. We just took a piece out, though, down there for flat at 240.50. So now let's see if it does pull back in even a little bit more now for that trade. I wanted to test that one more time. I'm bidding 240 flat, so if we do get a little bit of a test down in, that would be pretty nice here for Tesla. Come on, one more move down, man. I mean, right now we're in the money. Nice, there it is. Yes, sir. Let's go, man. That's what sometimes you got to have a little bit of faith. Now, these aren't diamond hands. I don't know how low this is going to go, but let's wait to see. There's another out on Amazon right now, so that's going to be one that we really like to that upside again. So we'll take a piece out, and now we'll just watch and see what Tesla wants to do. We just got a 240 fill, man, right there. So let's now wait. We've taken off a lot of this pressure. If it does go up through 242, we all good. We're just going to edit our script order. And was that a call for Brendo?
Yep.
Let's go.
Another one from the relative strength list, I guess, today. Here's Uber, guys. Went red to green and then some. Just taking out that high from yesterday. Another one that had a big day to end yesterday, but now up 0.5% for Uber.
Well, $30 on Uber is okay. It's close. It's close. So Uber getting pretty close to this 30 level. It's got room, man. On the daily, like if it breaks out, I just remember $30 last time I looked at it. So if it breaks through 30, it's got a lot of room. I tend to think resistance matters until it doesn't. So if we get to $30, thank you for that one, Brendan. I'm going to be looking for that for sure. Come on, Meta. I feel like this is what happened to me on Roblox here. Yeah, it doesn't quite want to get up to that 138. You're kind of failing here at VWAP, 137.5 as we're starting to roll back over. Remember like when Apple was turning around there, I just said, okay, look for things that are relatively weak because not necessarily wanting to short Apple itself. I kind of feel Apple's kind of strong, last I checked. So if Apple's taking out the highs, if it rejects the highs, just give me something relatively weak. Meta might have to be underneath that 138, at least for now. So I jumped into this, finally into Meta. It'll be a little bit better, or worse of a price, I should say. A little bit lower of a price than what I would have liked, but it only gives you what it can. If I want 138, doesn't mean the market's going to trade up to 138 so I can short Meta. So I'm into it now. Coinbase, I'm not really seeing an entry point back into it. If it comes back into VWAP, I can consider. Otherwise, I'm just going to have to hang on to that. And then Peggy, whatever is going on at 250, there's not even a lot of size on the offer at 250. It's like 50,000 shares, and it's done 32 million. But it still doesn't want to break it. It's like 3 times it's been trying to break this level. I still have an order to add to this if it does make this break, but I've been waiting pretty patiently for Peggy to get through this price, and it doesn't want to do it.
All right, here we go. Let's go Tesla to that downside now. Hopefully, now that we've broken through 240 again, will it continue? No, it will not. We just had a 239 on the bid, 239.90 or whatever that was on the bid, and we just did tick down. Look, we went as low there as 82, which is $1. I mean, it's still $1 in the money. We could take that, but let's just, I mean, I'm trying to be a little greedy here and see if there is some little bit more of a push down here for Tesla, especially if this market cracks. This is is a name here that today we're trying to seek some revenge from yesterday on this name. But again, you don't need to do that. Like, this is not revenge trading. I really do like that 240 breakdown, but right now it's resisting it. So, you know, I can get off this, no problem. I mean, we could take it out right now, put the money in our pocket, and see where it goes. So maybe that's the best thing. Maybe I don't need to wait for that monster break to the upside there of that, not a monster break, but of that 242. We could get out even earlier if we need to, because there's a 239 break again. So let's see now, does it want to hold this break lower? Okay, 50's coming through, that's good. We're actually at 20 right now on this name. So let's see if it wants to continue to, let's see if it wants to continue to hold that breakdown. There it is. No, so it doesn't want to do that. So you know what? Let's just bid here. You know, in the 60s, take a piece out if we're lucky enough. To get a dip back down in for Tesla on that name. So we're going to wait to see if that does. Oh man, just a missed opportunity there. We could have taken $2 clean and we didn't. So yeah, probably deserve to lose a little bit here on Tesla. Maybe we get it back one more time. But yeah, so far on that name, little bit of trickery right there, as it doesn't want to break below that 239. So watch out for these shorts, guys.
Well, I'm going to bring the register at the low of the day on Meta, because when we start bouncing and going range bound, you know what happens in a range. You need to pay yourself inside of the range. So Meta got to the low. I just got out of some. I'm still in that Micron, but I don't want to ignore Apple and Microsoft, right? So I showed you Apple trying to take out those highs. Load, load, load. There we go. Microsoft did a very similar thing, getting to its pre-market high, now rejecting it and heading back lower. This is another reason why I'm like, okay, if you liked it to the short side, try to hang on to a little bit of it here. And then Apple, which is the other leader, this is now breaking that 145. So I've reloaded a couple of shorts, I added some Micron, jumped back into a piece of Tesla, and then got into that Meta trade. Thankfully got some at the bottom. But look at Apple taking out the top and ready to go green. So crazy action over there in Apple, definitely leading that market to the upside. Peggy finally did break. So I have an average price of like 45 now, because I held on to some of the 30s we had, and I got some at the 50, and now it wants to try to pull back. As long as it holds that breakout price, I'll stick with the long in PGY. We get below that 225, and it's deuces for me, which is like get out, I think, like peace, goodbye. So I'm out of Peggy if it breaks 225.
All right. Amazon all the way back up to the upside. I am looking at that Apple trade as well. That really sucks about on that Tesla trade. I should have just trusted my instinct there and got out a little bit. All right, so we'll see if that's going right now. Apple is taking out that level right here, so I feel like that is going to be a punch long if we do take out that high of 145.40 or so there on Apple. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to punch that long. Our ticket's already huge on Amazon. We've already talked about that. Let's see if Apple goes. That's 145.41 or so. We'll put the stop order in to blast that to that upside. It may be a short though through that. So I don't know. This is going to be one of those levels where if we do take it and it comes right back down, we're going to have to get out of Apple if that is exactly the case there. So watch out, 145.45, 145.40 there for Apple, looking like it wants to take it. Could also be a short, like I was saying, man. That could also be a short right now off that same level. So I don't know. I'm sort of debating what the right form of action here is on that Apple. Looks like the short was right. I'm going to cancel that bid now and then just wait to see what happens here with Apple. That short might have been the right call. What's up, Brendan?
These cruise lines were monsters yesterday, all of them trying to get back to pre-market highs currently. Just saw NCLH on a volume spike there, back to that 13.5 or 13.15 area, still down, but wow, what a move yesterday for all of these.
In that move to test to the lows, I keep forgetting to, because I know the bid will come in if I get it, I keep forgetting to check Ford. Ford is at 12.20, so I'm still looking for that bid at 12 even. I'm still there, but it has yet to break that fresh low. I was just trying to get Meta again after scalping some out there at the low of the day. It did wick up. It tested that 137.25 and then sort of sloughed back down. So I'm going to stick with this. If it breaks out of this range, 137.5, I'll get out of it. Same thing with Micron. I mean, I want to get to this tops before. I know there's other things happening in the market, some of these small cap names. Peggy's the only one that I'm really trading. There is this, if it'll load up here, tops, which halted to the upside, reopened, and then rejected a break of $8. Well, it's holding VWAP pretty nicely, so always a chance it does give you that $8 break. This one ran yesterday, and so basically failed at 760 high. So reclaim of that 8, and you're in rarefied air for tops. Just another one of these small cap movers. Peggy's the one I happen to like today. I mean, they're both looking like they're going to be pretty solid. But Peggy, if Peggy takes out that high again, I think that's when it can finally run. So I did add at that top. I'm going to try and see if I can't get some more back at those 230s, but it feels like that's come and gone, and we're done with that, unfortunately. Coinbase, I'm still looking for any kind of a significant pop to get me some good prices back into the short. It feels like it only wants to give 72s. Might just have to add to this short at that price instead.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I like that. MetaTrader was a great one there to that downside. So watch out for Meta still trying to explode. I mean, look, that name was down, what, 2.5% or something? That was a good one there to look out for. So I did put that Apple trade back in case we do break that 145.40 level. So I do have that in there, and I do want to have a look at that if it does come through one more time. That Amazon's fire. But this one right here, this Tesla trade, oh man, that sucks. That really does suck. We had a great win on this name, and we just spat in the face of Tesla there as it went right down to two. I mean, it wasn't great. It was $2. We had went down to it was about $1.30. It only went down to 239, like 50 or so for us. So it's not like it absolutely was a huge winner. It's just it's really resisted this 239.50 down there, which is like really unfortunate, honestly. I feel like there was a good chance for this name to rock and roll back down to that downside.
It still can, man.
It still can. I don't want to give up on it. So you're right.
I think hold on to this.
I'm holding it. You're short. Are you?
I'm still short.
So we're both short. We do like it. If you can, hit the like button. 1.2K subscribers right now. Over almost 9,000. Thank you so much.
Holla.
Over 9,000 watching right now. Holla at your boy. So we're going to find out some bigger trades for you when we come back from Brendan. Let's go see what Brendo's all about.
Just keep shorting.
Damn you, AMD. You're down to 65 again. What's up, Brendan?
Hey guys, just got ISM Services PMI. Actual comes out 56.7 versus 56 expected. So higher, again, 56.7 versus 56 expected there for ISM Services PMI last month. That's the move on the market currently happening now. Brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and more. Check them out on screen right now, guys. Thanks to Chart Prime. Once again, here's the board to kick off. Pretty busy Wednesday here. Red right across the entire thing. It is the NASDAQ here trying to lead the way once again to the downside. 1.5 for both the composite and the 100. The Russell 2000 notably weak as well. 1.5 versus 1.18 and about 1% there for the Dow and the S&P. A few things we were discussing if you joined us pre-market, including obviously the latest on Twitter. Lawyers and Elon, yet to reach an agreement on litigation. WFC with a price target cut then from 90 or 290 from 130 for AMD. Yeah, we're still watching these headlines on OPEC Plus, set for a possible 2 million barrel per day production cut coming as soon as November. There's Twitter trying to work itself into a range below yesterday's support from late in the day. Oil downside right now, so more possibly coming out, guys, as we speak on this OPEC Plus meeting. But oil now negative on the session. Back to you.
Get down.
Let's go. Let's do this.
So, Meta back to the low of the day. Ring the register on that one. Tesla coming right back in. It wasn't easy getting fills at VWAP, I'll tell you that much. But even same thing on Meta. But Tesla right back to these lows. If it breaks the bottom, I think we got a pretty good price. I'll check back in on that Peggy, because if there's something going up, Peggy is headed to the upside. Like I said, I wanted to add at 230 there. Now I only have the breakout, so all the early longs are gone on Peggy, and we're just racing up to that 275 mark. Still think $3 is definitely going to be an opportunity. But as you said, that reverse that happened in Oxy, that just got me the dip that I've been kind of waiting around for, like this 66 level. So if we get back into 66, I'm going to have much more long in Oxy. That long and Peggy long are kind of what I'm working with, and it's just shorts across the board on some big tech names. I still have the Coinbase short. I was never able to find my way to add more of the Coinbase short while getting Meta and Tesla there. So that might be a bit of a swing and a miss. And the bigger swing and a miss for me is going to be Roblox. I can cancel my offer now. I just never got into it. You wait for it to come up and then get it on the way down. You run the risk of not getting it at all. I say that over and over again, but that's just true. Sometimes when it runs you over, it at least means you get the trade.
All right. We're really excited here for. Okay. Oh, by the way, Apple. What did Apple just do? 144. Okay, yeah, so there it is. I was going to say it should have broke 144.50. We got out. So we just tried it there against VWAP there, Apple. Apple did just absolutely crank down. All good, man. Look at this Tesla trade. We did take, we have shares, right? So we did take a piece out there at 240. I've seen it bounce too many times. But now, yeah, buddy, let's go to that downside one more time here for TSLA and then see where we can go. Whether or not it bounces again off that 238.50, we are now into a spot that got to be happy with this short now for Tesla. There's no point in giving it up, in my opinion, here. We held through it. We almost got stopped out at 242. So right now, it is a downside move here for Tesla. You know, our charts aren't going to show that, show too much to you on that break. But if you're going to look here at a daily chart, you're going to see Tesla now starting to break down. So, you know, there's that 240. There's really nothing in the middle here. I don't know, that's 225, like, I don't know, 235 maybe as a spot, but there goes Tesla just continuing to go down. I don't really have a target area for this, so I mean, maybe 235, that would be real nice if that came through, but yeah, there it goes, man. It's still taking out the lows right now of the day, so really glad that we were able to stick with that one. There goes Tesla, downside move, and it just sucks because that Apple trade, we could have easily been short there. I just believed in Apple a little bit too much there, I guess, and was looking to go long, and we talked about that. All these wicks at the top, if that's not resistance up there, then I don't know what is. So I should have been a little bit more onto that one. So yeah, Apple short did work. The long did not. Let's see if we can pick something up a little bit lower. AMD is really the trade that I should not have gotten out of. We got out at 65.50. It's down to 64.80 right now. Advanced Micro.
You're only now breaking, so the market just crashed lows. You're only now breaking the low on Meta, but while that's happening, this is going to be that 66 on Oxy. I'm long in front of it at the 50 average, so if it breaks that, I don't want to risk more than like 50 cents plus a little bit of slippage on this, so you're going to see me come out of this one pretty quick here as it holds beneath that $66 price range. So, you know, unfortunately, I wanted the dip buy on Oxy. It just came in. It just missed my stop by about 2 cents. That's a distinction without a difference. If it didn't come this way, and I just realized I'm on the wrong chart. It didn't come all this way, I think, to necessarily not test out this level. There we go. We did actually get it out, but only got half out. So I guess the rest of my stop was at this wick at 66, 65.80. The first stop was at 95 when we added there. So Oxy, the dip buy was good yesterday, but this is a much different dip that you're going to get here. We're going to show the winners and the losers for you guys, and this is definitely going to be a loss. Going back over to Peggy did not get to $3. It just rejected pretty heavily at 275. Not that hard to figure out. 225 break, resistance at 250, now resistance at 275. I still think there's a chance that we can see $3 on the stock, but I did take a couple of legs out there when it rejected 75 for obvious psychological reasons. I'm always going to do that, right? Like every quarter, I want to think there's going to be a decision point, and the decision needs to be able to get some profit out. Still on the march to the upside. Going to get my offers out in front of 3. I've paid for shorts. There's a very good chance if we get to $3, I'm shorting this stock up at 3. It's not a guarantee, but a pretty good opportunity that I will. Back over to Tesla. That's kind of cruising down. I'm looking for opportunities to get back in, and then 35 is the obvious level to the downside. Every $5 on Tesla, we tend to like it.
Yeah, we got it. So we got out of half of what we had there at that 238 level. So there it is right there. We just got out of half. So I'm still here. Let's go. Let's go to the downside right now. Pretty hardcore for Tesla. We'll see if that can happen. There was a name that I was just looking at. Oh, it was Oxy. So we got out of Oxy. As you guys see, I don't have that anymore. There's that last out as we broke back down below the 50 period on Oxy. So again, took it early. Got out, some at the top, most down there. Still, look, whatever. It's going to be a good trade for us. But right now, I'm looking to see about those bottom wicks. We're just putting out some bottom wicks there at 66.90. So for me, I think it's worth testing one more time here, the Oxy long. You know, oil is coming back down a little bit, so we'll take it there. We're going to hold this. If it breaks below the 65.79 or so area, then we'll get out. I think this is well worth the hold here. But you can see, and I'm going to go over oil in a second once I get my stop order out. This is what oil's doing right now. It's been in moved down actually off the open for crude. So crude was hovering around 87.50 when we were up here, and now oil dipping down below. Looks like it wants to take down 86 now. So there it is. Like I said, this is only going to be 20 cents. So we will take a hit here on Oxy. We're long at O's right now. Too much lower than this. Like right now, a breakthrough of 80, and we're going to get out. That's the new low of the day. It's making new lows as we go. So, you know, not worth sitting in something. We already have that Tesla short. I don't need to worry about Oxy. So hopefully it'll make, yeah, here it comes. Hopefully it'll make a move back up to the upside. But as oil just hovers around, it looks like it does want to take down that bottom. So looks like it'll be a little bit of a hit here. There it is. So we'll dump it down. Like we said, going a little bearish now on oil as Oxy has turned red for the day. So a mistake there on that last little piece. But, you know, that for me, that 30-cent risk there, or 20 cents, sorry, why did I say 30? 20-cent risk there might have been worth it. Whether or not that's a wick bottom or not, I'm not really going to care about it too much because oil is what it is. Tesla did make a move back up there a little bit.
It bounced.
It bounced. I don't think it went to, that's not right. It didn't go to 240. I wasn't looking at it. But now's the bounce up to 239 for Tesla. My out, 241. That's where the 50 period is.
There might be another opportunity to get some more shorts in that one, but I'm out of Oxy as well. But I have to show you Indo. Look, I took that hit on Oxy going back long. Remember the outsized moves in Indo and Husa? So as they come back in, outsized move back into the downside. But it halted, rejected the break of the halt, and then just absolutely flushed. Meta, for all this market movement to the downside, I don't know. It just doesn't seem to want to break this 136 level. You know, go to the higher time frame, and you can see since you've had the name change, because these charts here are going to reflect that, you've got room. Like it's got a 134 bottom in the last couple of weeks. So this market comes back. I keep thinking, I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, well, why? Meta can get at least a 135. 136 putting up a fight that I'm not really expecting it to with the market coming down the way that it is. I think that battle would be at 35 or back at some of these other lows. So I'm going to hang on to that Meta trade, reload it if I get a chance. And then that PGY, this is the one I'm trading. Still moving to the upside. Sometimes I like to look at that higher time frame to get a better idea. It's just a nice little stair step. If you have twos, great. I've only gone quarters and 50s here. Still think there's a chance. It just pulled back into the 60s, trying to make a run at that 275 once again, but running out of some steam at least. And I know Brennan brought us Uber, and I was sort of saying 30 on, I kind of yelled out like 30 on Uber. It never got to 30, but a bit of a turnaround there at 29.65 or so. So it looks like that rejected pretty heavily and coming back down. And with the rest of the market, if you got good shorts, you want to hold on to them. I'm not really, I don't really have any longs that are sitting around waiting except for, I mean, Ford got pretty close.
Did it?
You know what, I'm going to back, I'm bidding at 12.11. The way the market's coming down, I have a general rule. If you like a dip buy and the market's screaming trending to the downside, then you should get far more picky about the price you get. So why start at 12.11? If it's coming down this much, I can just start at like 12.05 or something and get a way better price if it does test that 12 even. So I'm going to cancel my 11, put an order at said 12.05, and if we continue trending down, that's where I'll start picking up some Ford. But I wanted the dip buy in Ford. You know what? When you like a dip buy, sometimes it's like, why don't you just short it? But I liked a lot of things for pop and fades. I just liked a few of them better. Like I like Coinbase better. I liked Roblox better. I didn't get Roblox, unfortunately. I want to come back to Rivian because we haven't talked some of these yet. We've only been talking Tesla in this space. Load. There we go. Rivian, same setup. Whether you like Tesla or Rivian short, this one just faded through that 36 all the way down to 35 even, which it's incidentally coming back to now. That was afternoon support right at 35.25. This could be a nice little rollover trade here. I paid for the locates on Rivian, so if it rolls over at VWAP, I want to see if I can jump into this short. A little bit late, but if we're trending to the downside, you want to look for entries too.
All right, we'll go new trade alert. We did take the long in Meta there, now 30 cents in the money. But I was sort of doing the opposite there of what Neil was saying, but I do agree with it. I started late on this trade. So what I was trying to do is pick up a little bit here at 40, and then because Meta's been getting cracked so much today, that I did think that we would get another chance near that 136 area. So yeah, that's kind of sucks because we only have a very small position right now, but it should still fall back down. So let's see if Meta does make that move back to the downside now. Just for example, you know, where would the out be right now? I mean, just because we have a small amount of shares, I think we could try to look at this 137-ish, like 137.20, 137. 137, something like that if it does come. But we are waiting for that 136 bottom test again here on Meta. So just whatever, it just went up 40 cents, whatever it did. Let's see if we can get a 137 print, basically. If we can get that, then we'll step out of it. And then, you know, it's a small amount of shares. Maybe it does fall back in for us. Great out on Tesla. Honestly, man, when that went $3 in the money for me, like that was good enough. So we did get out of half of what we had left, remember, on this trade. So it looks like it'll be another positive day for us here on Tesla. We are going to get out if it does break 240, but that's coming back in a little bit. Maybe I'll adjust that to 240.50 there on Tesla. What's up, Brandon?
PG&E popping up here, guys, for the second time in as many weeks, this time on a block trade. Morgan Stanley reportedly offering 35 million shares at $13.80. So very, very high, to say the least, on relative volume so far for PCG. Big move down there from 14.15 to 14 once again.
Yes, and your good luck, Brendo. I can tell you this much. Hopefully you didn't miss the boat on. I should have used this yesterday for CCL. I don't know why I didn't. Those were running. Should have saved it for that. But don't miss the boat. We just got up to 285 on Peggy. So halfway from the 75 break into $3. I got another leg out there as it tested higher. It keeps on having these bigger sells that come in when it makes a fresh pop. All I look for is a big spike to the upside, runs into resistance. Okay, well, it's slowing down on that big move. Try to grab some out there if it pulls back. I'm still holding for the last of it a little bit closer to that $3 range. I'll actually get an offer out because I feel like if it goes to 3, you're going to get a snap back to the downside that could be violent. And I don't want to get sort of caught at the top on a name like this. I want to make sure we get the you-know-what out of Dodge if it makes a reversal at 3. So Peggy continuing to run here. Tesla, there we go. It did just pop up there. I haven't really been able to find any good re-entry points to it, but it's now consolidating again. If we don't break the bottom here, I do think we have an opportunity to maybe get back up to that 240. So it needs to break the lows now. Otherwise, I might have to dodge a jump out of that one. Coinbase, just a refresher. I keep trying to get VWAPs on it. It did test down to 70. I think if we get to 70 again, I'm just going to get on the bid because I can take a 70 break. That's a pretty big obvious level. I threw that one out there, and then when it came down to that price, I ended up canceling because I felt like there was a lot of momentum to it. That was probably a mistake. I'll jump back on that bid. I can get back in on a break of 70 if I still like it.
Let's just get out of let's just get out of Amazon. Okay, here it comes right back up to 9. I was going to say Amazon's kind of resisted this 19 break here a couple times, so I was just put an order at 94 there to see if we can get something out. Just ahead of that one. I mean, why not just? Whatever, man. Like I said, I have like 5% left. It's such a small piece, but still, would like to make the right call for everybody and for myself here. So if it does get into 119 there, I think we'll take a piece out as we are now below all 3 of these metrics here and looking to break lower. So, I mean, we could just take, you know what is that, 118.60? I mean, I don't want to. There goes Tesla back down, so that's going to be a great hold for sure. It looks like that stupid Oxy is back up through 66 now. So if you held that, that was a good one. But here comes Amazon, so I'm just going to get out of that. If it does break below that 60 level, we will execute out a little bit of it, or at least part of what we have left. Looks like it's going to do it right now. So there we go. Let's see if it breaks. I'm going to push enter when it does. I just want to see if it holds. There we go. Darn it. It broke right away as soon as I put that out. So there it is, man. We did get out of that. We're going to wait for a little bit of a lower bid again. We've already respected that 118 level once. So we'll see if that can come in there. But there goes Tesla, man. Great hold on that one. We're still short at 242 on Tesla. So all day today, we've been looking at this Tesla short, right? It broke 240. That was written on the sticky note. And so far today's sticky note, that Amazon long has been huge as well. So was that AMD short. But here's the average in, and then there's the flush back down. So right now, Tesla looking like it wants to go lower, lower, lower. So it's a nice little move. We'll slap a fail on that. It did not hold that 240, and there it goes to the downside. Target like 235. Let's see if we can get that as the market is now down 2%. Lots of things starting to fall down, but we got a banger here with Tesla.
Yeah, great move there on Tesla. You had to be in the part of this trend. I know we'd say Tesla, Elon, not Twitter a lot, but we knew it would happen after the price action we saw yesterday. I am now out of Coinbase, so we went timber. I said I'd get out this time in front of 70s. It just got down to 70.31. I actually think I took the mid-30s there, but I was sitting at 31 before. I canceled it. Now I took 38. So pretty good pop and fade trade. It still has a chance to break 70 even. That can be a possible reentry. I want to see a nice consolidation. Maybe you go sideways for a little bit and then potentially flush down. But I am hanging on to Meta. that finally broke that low at 136. I'm like, okay, well, I think we can see 135 here. So I'm gonna get my bid out in front of that 135. If it slams down there, I want to be able to get that. And then with Tesla, I do like the notion of a trail because it keeps on putting these, like, it just put a break at 238 and did a bit of a wick bottom. So I might put a trail on this at that 238.50. It's at that point that I want to make sure we're locking in profit. If you're tracking Apple, one of the other reasons I think we could maybe find a bit of a bounce here is Apple's at its low of the day on a huge candle. So anytime you see that, you could get a little bit of snapback. And if you get a snapback in Apple off the lows, it could, and this carries into VWAP, you might want to take some profit on shorts, maybe look for some re-entry points as well. That's another reason that it kind of made some sense to get out of Coinbase. But Apple on the bottom, you could see a little bit of a bounce or at least a little bit of a reprieve in this flush that we're seeing in the market. So shorts have been in play all morning long, but we can see these little mini bounces even in a good trend.
Oh, very sneaky, Sean. I don't know what that means, Mike, but yeah, we are being a little sneaky here today for sure. Because, the only thing that so far, it's going to be 4 for 4 on the sticky note, right? But, really holding this AMD would have been the sneaky play there, but we don't. And right now, AMD also at the bottom of 64.80. So there's lots of stuff happening right now. That Meta short is a great one. Oh, we tried. Oh, yeah, we tried Meta long. So right there, it came out. That's it, done there on a 136 break. We literally lost. So we lost 10% of what we're up on Amazon, just to give you guys an idea of some of the shares and what we're trying to do here today. Amazon does come back into this level, so let's just take a small shares here. I do have a lower bid here on Amazon. We still are waiting to see if it does take down that 118 level, but we'll average it back in right now. Basically the same price we had before. I don't know what that fill was. Well, that was 26, right? So we just got a 27. So yeah, same fill. We'll see if Amazon can give us a little bit more love here, a little lower. But right now, we're going to go long on Amazon off some of these bottoms. Let's see if we can keep a bid in the market. I'm not 100% sure. Let's go over to the big desk right now with Brennan and do a little recap.
Hi guys, busy morning. Let's jump into a few small caps that were moving around for us in the pre-market this morning. KITT, an early runner on that DOD contract we were talking about. I tried the short. Here it goes now, finally. I tried the short there versus that early support around 520. Got stopped out of that. I actually took the halt long and then got out on the resumption there, so that worked out okay. But here we go, back to the downside, 525, 520. Was that initial support letting go for KITT. That one halted currently downside as well. AERC, huge mover from yesterday. I was waiting and hoping that we would get a test of this support area from late in the day yesterday. Just didn't happen. Kept grinding to the downside, so didn't touch that one. Same story on this one. I've been sitting here waiting and hoping for this thing to break and fall on its face, but it hasn't yet either. But huge, huge opportunity long for Peggy today, guys. Back over to you.
All right, let's go, man. Sirens alert are all over the place. And shout out to my girl, Britney Spears, man. We did it again and again and again and again. And that reminds me of this one. Now we fixed the volume on this. But there it is again, man. Amazon long at 118.12 right now. As there was that hero long one more time. We did scalp out of a lot. Let's try to hold to see now if Amazon does want to retrace back up to the upside. Next target, like 40s, maybe 50s, something like that. And then we'll just see. We do have our out, right? So our out right now is 12 cents. So if we break, then we can get out of this Amazon trade. Otherwise, let's see if we can't try to hold this one for a little bit of an upside move as Amazon making a hero out of us here today. Could be 0 to 0 though when we break that 118. There we go. Let's go Amazon. See, I can't just sit here and not get out. Bang on that again. I have to spin it one more time. There it is right there. A big trade for me on Amazon. Let's see. Go, 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 man. Into the 40s. This is a good one, man. Yes, sir. This has been a really good day. Amazon again. Sticky Note Nation. Loud and proud. Stand up on the chat there. Hit the number 1 if you checked out the sticky note here today on the chat. Let's go. Are you into something?
Yeah, I'm just sorry. Peggy here. I didn't pay for shorts on Peggy, so I had to very quickly pay for them, get the locates. It just did a wick top at 3. You guys already know, went $2.25 to $3. Big mover, but now it's testing that 3 level. There was no size on the offer there, but it blew through, got to 04s. That's a wick top. You guys know what a wick top looks like by this point. I see a wick top. That's an entry to the short side. I said I would be getting out of this for sure in front of that $3 level and looking for a short opportunity at $3. So I am now into that one. I also did trail out of Tesla. I said I was slapping a trail when Apple got to those lows. Apple was bouncing off the lows, so I did get triggered on this trail. As it wicked up there, I mean, that might have been a bad trail out now that I look at this wick. But either way, I was watching Peggy when it happened. But I got trailed out of Tesla. So that last 241 short out at 238. But now we're into that Peggy. I'm still holding Meta, and I'm still thinking we can see that 135 to the downside. I don't think the shorts are done by any stretch of the imagination. These shorts still look pretty good. And someone was asking about the chips earlier, not to neglect them at all. NVIDIA, not near that 125. It's getting pretty close. I would slap a bid on this at 125 on NVIDIA if it does get down to that price. But Peggy has been the one I've been watching here on small cap land. So now into the short. Good long, but now we're looking for that retracement into VWAP.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, good. I still really like that Meta short there off the top there. That was a good one that you had there. Oh man, yeah. See, it didn't. I was still looking at that, not supporting that 136. That PGY was a good one. Look what's happened there. So we did go long. This is just our last little Oxy trade, long at 66, out at 65.80, and then a rip to the upside. I'm going to do a likes look right now. Again, 1.8K, not bad. 8,100 watching, guys. Like let's go. I also turned this guy into a bear a while ago, as someone mentioned there in the chat. Thank you for that. They're like, why is that still a bull? If we can get to 2.5K likes before the end of the show, that would be amazing. So please, guys, 8,100 watching. This is an absolutely free show where we cover everything. Not only do we cover everything, Brendan comes with the breaking news on some key stories there, right? So I don't know another channel that's going to do that, plus talk about trading, plus throw you to the midday show that's coming up very, very soon. Please hit the like button. That's all that we ask. So let's just continue on looking at more things. Qualcomm apparently at some support right now. So, ooh, this is a New York name? No, a NASDAQ name. There you go, QCOM right now. Coming in, it was Oracle was the name that was an old school one on the New York. All right, so Qualcomm coming through. Let's just check this out here. Down that 1%. Yeah, so Qualcomm only down 1%, NASDAQ down 2%. So that's sort of what indicated it right there. You're trying to break through. The chart kind of looks sloppy. Just trying to break through 121. Nah, that's not as good as I thought. Was hoping that we'd sort of be maybe more near pre-market lows, but yeah, I don't really want to support this right now. I'd rather go over and talk to my friend Apple. I saw that you got out there at 238. Obviously, a great trade there.
It's still there.
It's still there, so that's why I want to sort of relook at this. I've put my offer at 230. I did put it at 240, but look at this, man. The 50 period has now come all the way in. Obviously, I mean, that's what happens, right? As the market comes in, so does the 50. So we're going to watch out for that, man. 39, I mean, that's really at 39.70. By the time I have to make a decision, this will be at 39.50. So I'm going to put my stop at 239.50 for Tesla, okay? So 239.50 is going to be my stop. It'll still be a deuces trade. We'll still make that $2 on the trade. But yeah, deuces means peace. See ya.
Yeah,
but we're still going to make $2 on that no matter what. Right now, it's $4. $4 in the money as we drop it down. Now, see you later, alligator for Tesla right now.
It's not see you later yet on Peggy, but look, this stock has got some buyers, and credit to it, like up at these high prices. You'd think you reject that 3 even. It did make another check up there, so I did add to the position. I never even got everything on it, but now you're starting to come back in. And it's not to say this stock, I'm not slapping the fail on this for the long. It's just you make a wick top at $3 on a small cap. I'm probably going to want to jump into the short. I think it can hold VWAP and go back up from there, but it has to get to VWAP before that happens. Brendo with an oldie, but a goodie.
Yeah, FNGR just popping back up on volume spike here, guys. This thing made a move into the close yesterday with the overall market, but just took out that pre-market high for FNGR.
So you just mentioned Apple there. I don't know if you talked about Apple, but remember I was saying Microsoft was holding and showing some signs of strength. Just to go back over it, Microsoft did in fact take out those lows, and yet another reason why I'm gonna. These wicks. But another reason why I'm going to like that meta short, if Microsoft breaks this 244, you can kind of see yesterday's bottom. You got a bit of a gap down into this 240. it's going to drag some things with it, obviously, in the overall market. So watch out for that floor. You know how important it was when Apple was trying to break those highs, and when it rejected the high, the acceleration the market got to the downside. Same case when you start breaking some of these lows on your Microsofts, on your Metas, or not Metas, your Microsofts and your Apples. Just to go back over to the travel names, I did like the notion of the short in CCL. Unfortunately, it just never really gave much of an entry. If it fills in most of this gap and sees $7 on the bid, I mean, $7 has been a pretty solid bid on CCL. We'll get down there. I'll probably test it out. If I see some size on that bid, I might jump into that 701, 702 long. But you know how that works. It's like get out if it breaks 7 even. So all I got left is Meta and Peggy to the downside. But Peggy doesn't care what happens in the overall market. Meta obviously does. Hit enter a second time. Gets down to 135. That's that recent low here on the week. I'll be out. I'm not sure we're retesting those wick bottoms that you saw back on the 28th on Meta. I think it's too relatively strong for that. I mean, it's not that strong.
Yeah, no,
I just don't think we're going that far. I don't think we're going that low that we'll see Meta 132. 135 feels like a good out to me. And then I'll be thinking longs at 134.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I should plug in my phone here. I don't want. Actually, it's at 94%.
No, I always forget to charge my phone at night, so I always charge it during the day. It's weird.
Yeah, the thing is, you always forget to charge it. No, actually, my phone's still at 100. So there, I had it unplugged for an hour. It didn't.
Logic
lose.
is charged when you're sleeping.
Oh, yeah, when I wake up, it's right
but
beside me there on the bed. Tesla right now is starting to break down through 237, so see you later on that one. It's now a $5 winner there on Tesla. And again, it's all off the sticky note, guys. I mean, if you don't want to hit the like button, that's cool. I don't know why you wouldn't. First of all, I need to update that graphic right there. I'm going to ask maybe Fahad or somebody to make a sick graphic. We'll talk about it in our meeting right now. But there it is. Look at this. Look what we had on today. 67 long Oxy. Go look at that. That worked out. Tesla, 240 short. AMD, short sell. Short 66.50 on AMD. We had that trade. So we have it, and we murdered it. The Amazon long down there at 118. So yeah, absolutely 4 for 4 today on the sticky note. So hopefully you guys had that. We could put that once again. I'll just put my handle here in the chat for you guys if you want to do that. And again, they're just trading ideas, right? They're not necessarily something that you want to say, oh my God, this is a definite trade I need to make. It's just levels that I'm looking at. It all started with preparation. I came in anyways and started writing down on sticky notes, and then I was showing them on the show, and everyone's like, hey man, share the goods there. So we did that. So make sure that you definitely check that out on that. And I always get tons of notifications. So thank you again for all the love there for sure back in. So yeah, man, so far so good here. I did want to talk about Apple quickly. That 143 level there. I don't want to get in too early again. We got in a little bit early the first time on it, and then it broke, and all good. We made money on it, but it did break. We did not make money on that first Apple break. But right here, 143 is right down here. So that's something like a level that would make more sense to me right now of buying that dip. So we'll see if Apple can come in a little bit more. And we'll try to resist buying it right now because I am close to hitting the buy button. But let's see if we can resist it a little bit here on Apple. We got in too early on Meta and Apple. See, there's Apple right there. Like I said, that should have been the short, and then we'd really be cruising today. But that would be something to look at right there for Apple. And by the way, man, Amazon is right here again. It just touched off at 118. I may try it again, but man, 3 times the charm. We're out of the majority of this trade as it did bounce back up into the 50s. So we'll test it again, but we're out if it breaks.
Yeah, that's the key thing. And I'm thinking of getting a higher bid now out on this Peggy. I took one leg out in front of 270, but there's some refreshers happening here. So instead of being south of it in the mid-60s, I took another leg out at 71, and now if it pops into VWAP, I'll get all of it. I see people in the chat talking some other small caps. We're not trying to ignore them. I know this phase is making a bit of a move. I shouldn't say a bit of a move when a stock is doing this. I know phase is making a strong move to the upside. It already wicked 7s. And I've sort of missed out on this here, but like multi-day run to the downside, trying to catch a dead cat bounce. It's already breaking out. That wouldn't have been, other than the fact that it's a round number, that wouldn't necessarily be a level that I'd be looking for a turn. I mean, 8's obvious. Down here at 650, usually on a setup. Like I want a price where you've trapped buyers, and this is right in the middle, that $7 level. It's a great level. I haven't even checked to see how expensive locates are. I'll double check just in case this breaks out again and goes to $8 on phase. It could be worth it. It is time for one of our favorites, your crypto update with Brendan. I wonder what Square is doing.
And maybe a sign, guys, to kick things off of a little bit of stability or possibly some confidence, dare I say, coming back into crypto markets. This is a cool looking chart here. This is monthly domain registrations for ENS addresses in crypto markets in September, topping not only the year, but going all the way back through 2021. So 437.4 in the month of September, the highest all year long. So a little bit of a sign possibly that there's some confidence coming back into this market that remains a very, very choppy one. There's Bitcoin today. We talked about 20,000 trying to hold as support yesterday. No longer. We're right back below 19,777 currently for Bitcoin. So back and forth we go around this 20,000 mark. 783 according to Binance, and the big board here downside once again today 1.3, 1.9 there for ETH. 1321 if you go further down the list here. 2.5 for Solana downside, 3.8 for Doge on that after that big move yesterday, if you remember, on the Elon headline. What a crazy rip this thing had late in the day yesterday, up again today. 2.8 for Polkadot as well, back to the downside today. But maybe, guys, a sign of some confidence coming back into the market. Back to you.
All right. Thanks, Brendo. Yeah, I mean, I'd hope that there's some confidence coming back into the crypto market, but today it might get cracked even further if these levels on the NASDAQ can't hold, because right now we're starting to go back down into this downside, and it looks like it could get pretty nasty one more time as you're down 2.25%. Not good here. Look at Tesla, man. We just put out, we put that tweet out of 235 was our area to get out at. It just ticked down to 235.63. No word of a lie, I'm at 235.55. They're trying to respect some of the calls that we made there. Our own calls, right? I mean, not calls of anybody else, just like we couldn't find a level. And that's what you got to do, right? Like search for levels. Make sure that you can trust sometimes your own sort of research. And I didn't have anything for Tesla, was just, that's Apple still, sorry. Didn't really have any levels for Tesla as we went down. So it was just picking 35 as like an even dollar level. But here it comes, man. I don't know. I've just canceled it. This has made really a big move down, man. So I'm going to wait for it.
It's going to see 35.
I feel like it's going to see 35. It's a $6 winner, so absolutely nothing to complain about here. But again, let's see where we go. Yeah, Neil's complaining there. But, I mean, I could complain too. I got out at 238. I got out even here, man, at 240, not trusting that position. So let's hold out hope that we do get a 235 flat print, and that's going to be where I get out. So we're going to put $6 in our pocket. If it continues to crash, it continues to crash. But so far, so good here on Tesla. Let's just respect the level that we gave everybody.
Yeah, I'm gonna respect the 135 on Meta. The other market's coming down pretty heavily, but I do have to, I want to. It's nice to show wins every now and then, but remember I said I was getting out of Coinbase at 70 because you can always take the break at 70. And the problem with breaks is you don't always necessarily get the trade depending on liquidity. Coinbase down here has a 10-cent spread. So when you break a level like that and you already are trading with a 10-cent spread, it means you have to cross a little more aggressively with your limit order. If you use a limit order, market order probably is going to get a fill wherever because that's what it does. But I did miss out on that. So Coinbase is continuing to fall. I had to show you that because if you're wondering, well, hey, you said you were going to get in at 70. I did try to catch that break. I didn't get it. And then I didn't want to get caught back in the wash. So when you're selling those lows, you want to be cautious with it. Meta 135 looks like it wants to come in here. I'm still going to take that trade. I'm almost out of Peggy now. One last push into VWAP. I do believe this can have a second leg in it. And if it makes the consolidation off that 250 level, I think it can go back up. That's why get out of that trade. It's always a VWAP retracement I'm looking for at this time of day. I'm going to slap a trail on Meta. It's close enough to 135 that if it doesn't exactly hit 135, I don't want to give this all the way back into 136. So I'll put a trail. My bid's sitting at 21s because I like 21s for some reason. And when I'm bidding in front of a key level, if it's not 5 or 11, for whatever reason, I like 21.
All right, yeah, 21 Savage. All right, Apple right now, we are taking something out of that as it just went back up into the money there. We do have not an oversized position, but a comfortable position whereby, we can still bank if it does come back into fruition for us. Apple on the long, if and when it does hit. Okay, I see you here, man. Let's just tap out. Let's take 235.70 right now on this name. It looks like, and maybe we're getting out too early here, and maybe this name does continue to flush down for Tesla. But you know what? Enough is enough. We already have the monster long here in Apple. So not monster, but we just actually got another piece out there. I think we just got a 35 there. We got a 33 out on Apple. You know what? Let's cancel that. I'm going to wait for that I'm going back and forth here with this. I don't know. I don't know what to do. If the market rips up here, I have a great trade on Apple, but then I don't want to give up what we also have here in Tesla. So, let's just try to arrange this trade a little bit better for us here. So Apple, a nice little move to the upside. Let's take advantage of that. Get some out. There he goes, 36s, so on and so forth. Out now of Apple. Trying to get this to go back up to the upside. It's an 18-cent winner as we're getting pretty happy with these trades. Man, we missed that Tesla. We got greedy. I was at 235.50. Like we said, we would have gotten that fill, but we didn't take it. So a little bit of a mistake there. Let's see if it comes back into 236, fills us. And then you know what, man? If we give it up, we give it up. We'll put $5 in our pocket and just go on from there. So let's see what Tesla wants to do. I sure hope that wasn't the bottom because I had missed it.
Is Finger FNGR that Brendan just brought to you? Brendan just mentioned this, and it's going into a halt. So halts to the upside on FNGR right in front of $8. So just a bit of a refresher here. If it does open up and challenge the high, this was a huge level. That $9 yesterday, it rejected it. I was short twice on this stock, and yes, you have to have it out. And yes, I did get stopped out only to see it fall to the downside. So it's not a revenge trade, but if it sets up for the exact same flush that it made yesterday, I'm probably going to try and pay for some shorts and go over to that. I did just get trailed out of Meta. I said it got pretty close to, yeah, of course it did. I said 21s because of whatever reason, 21s, and it stalled at 135.25. So it got pretty close, but I slapped a pretty tight trail on it when it got down to that 135 level. So I'm now out of Meta. This was a late entrant. Initially, I was wanted to short it at 142. Of course, it never got there. It broke the low at 138 and then consolidated off the bottom when the market was weak, so jumped into that short, just shorting the pops. That's what you look for. Break of support levels, and then when the range gets put in, if you like the direction and it's relatively weak, and you just short the pops into resistance and then allow it to work for you. So just Peggy for me that we're still in, and of course Finger. I'm going to get some locates on this, provided that they're not entirely expensive. If they are, risk reward has to be there. Like when you pay for a short, it's like the risk of the trade not winning, so whatever, like your risk might be 50 cents, whatever it is, plus what you paid for the locates you have to factor in. Ford does not want to get to 12. My original bid was at 11, so I guess I would never have been filled on this stock just yet, but I'm still waiting on the bid for 12s on Ford.
All right, guys, there it is. We are now out of our Tesla trade, so we'll floss that one off a little bit right there. That Tesla trade, $5.50 there for the win on Tesla. We told you we were bidding 236. There's the out right there at 236.05. Not bad, man. $6 there almost for that Tesla trade. And you want to have something else that's hot fire right now. How about this Apple trade? We just got another offer right there at 44. Let's see if it is off that bottom or not right now for that name. So really happy with the way trading's been today. We're not going to finish the day because there's a lot more day to go.
It's not over.
But we are at the highest spot. Thank you, Mr. Sharif, for that one, throwing us with the chai tea. So there it is right there. Thank you, Mr. Sharif, for that one. Ooh, man, yeah. It's funny because this chai is actually pretty spicy. Like, it's a little spicy. Like, I didn't realize that, but it's a nice tea there. I like that chai. Thank you so much for that, my friend. My hand's still a little bit cold, though, for sure.
It got warmer in here.
It did. But there's that Tesla trade, man. 236. That's a good one for sure. So, all right. Anything you want to say before we go back there?
Still a couple minutes on that reopen of Finger, which will be my next one.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Got to pay for some locates, but we're heading to
Brendo
for
an update. Yep.
Sector Watch. Something.
And back and forth we go on this board as well this morning, guys. Back to the downside, right across the board for the market. So a red board to show you vastly different than what we were looking at yesterday. Only a handful here in positive territory. It was the exact opposite, if you remember back this time yesterday. Still watching some of these energy names, a few in positive territory, even with a very volatile, choppy session for crude oil right now. One in the consumer staples group there in positive territory, but everything else downside today. LUMN Communications group here downside almost 10% on a downgrade today. All of the streaming names led by Paramount downside in a big way as well, 5.5% for Para right now. Dish, Netflix, Meta, all here as well. That's Warner Brothers there as well. 3%. Enphase over here in the semiconductor group leading the way to the downside, 9.5%. So some of the clean energy focused tech stocks or semi names leading as far as decliners are concerned, both AMD and NVIDIA here as well in this group. But the entire tech group, the entire consumer discretionary group, this is the little real estate sector, all downside along with industrials, utilities, and banks today. So yeah, 1.5% right now for the S&P in the red, guys. Back over to you.
Not much green on there, but good to see at least one consumer staple name holding up there. Market heading back toward the upside. I'm gonna have to get out of this, Peggy. If I think there's a chance it goes to a long, then it keeps on consolidating here right at this level. So we've got it long, we got it to the short side. Now I think we're gonna look for that dip buy opportunity on PGY. No longer in any positions as I work over toward Finger, which should be open shortly in the next few seconds here.
All right, there it is right there, man. Another 40-cent win for us here today, as this is what's happening. I don't know, we'll just hit this one because we're smoking right now. We're not smoking any of that stuff. We're smoking the market here one more time today, as we're gonna go 4 for 4 on the sticky note, and then on this Apple retake back to the upside. We'll see, man, if it can go right now. That was a good trade there, down for us at 143.20. We just got some out there at 143.60, so good out right there on that. We'll see if it continues to climb. It did not spike to 140. Let me just double check that. I do not believe it spiked to 140. No, it did not. So we did not get a 144 spike there. I'm now sitting, in case we did get that, I'm now sitting at this 50 period for Apple. But remember, we did the work. Like, this is part of doing work, right? It's like we talk about that. You can go home and sleep and rest. I think that's very important. But you can also come in to have a quick look at, I don't know if it's still leaking or not. I haven't seen it today yet. So I don't.
Is that what we're looking at?
Mike came yesterday, by the way.
No, it's not leaking anymore.
Mike came, by the way, yesterday. So I don't know if he did anything. Oh, he's coming back today. Okay, we did have a leak above here yesterday, so it doesn't hit, but it was landing.
It was like right behind.
Yeah, feet behind. There we go. Never fear. Randy is here. What's up, Randy?
Yeah, it's all good now.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good, baby. It was all a dream. I still do read Word Up magazine. Okay, here we go, guys. Apple. Bang right there for Apple, man. We're in a good mood today, baby, as all of these stocks starting to go for us. Let's take another piece out of Apple right there. A 69er right there out of Apple. If you like that number or not, that's our out right there. It's a 50-cent win, and we still going to hold on for more. Let's go, baby.
I know that kit is moving as well, but it's Finger that I'm watching. Finger open back up. No test of 9. That was the first level I was looking at. But you've got a wick top now at $8. That's a pretty, $8 significant too. 9 would be better. As it tests this 8 a second time, if it fails here, I did pay for the locates. I'll take a shot on this short, but it's at decision time. I know Kit is also moving. Certainly, I can do 2 things at once. It's fine, because I am watching it over on another level too. But Kit is also trying to make a move. This is halted several times here, and that's sort of the problem. I don't love this trade over in Kit because liquidity is not nearly as good, despite that 27 million shares in volume that you're seeing. It's got 1, 2, a couple of halts here. If it tests and breaks out the high, I think it gives it some upside. That lack of liquidity, but FNGR just sets up a little bit better to me. I said I wouldn't get on the bid of Tesla at 235, and then I just keep having to watch it over and over and over again, bouncing off said 235. But I'm going to stay disciplined. I didn't want that long. I'm not going to take it. It's very tempting to do, because this is a time of day where like defending some lows are pretty solid. If I see NVIDIA 125, I like that. I'm going to stay away from that Tesla 235. Now we're back below that $8 level on FNGR, so I'm going to try and get into the short here on this one.
Yeah, okay, so just double checking some of those trades. Yeah, that FNGR, okay, so yeah, good. You're into that short. Let's see how that trades out for Neil. Good trade there on FNGR.
Well, ain't anything yet.
Yeah, we don't know yet. But I like the fact that you're looking at it because, yeah, I've ignored a lot of these small cap names, but for good damn reason right now here again today. Like, we're just... Again, this is going to be, well, it's going to be one of my best day in October, obviously. October just started. But we're going to wait to see here. Well, maybe not, actually, on this Apple trade. Let's see if it can continue to blow up to the upside today. Nothing really too red for us today. Look at this trade on Oxy. I mean, we did dump that. That's starting to go back up to the upside. We'll ignore it. We're not in it. The only trade that really... kind of, I mean, whatever. We're making everything back on Apple. We're going to be green on Apple. It's just this meta trade here that we got in and out of real quick at 136. That bottom of 135 should have done more work on that like we did there for for Apple. Trying to find out, like, look at this level down here, 135.20, 135 flat. So, I mean, we've really resisted that the last couple days. One, we did break it though. We broke it pretty good. It went down to 133. That would be the new 52-week low, I'm assuming anyways for Meta. I'm not assuming, I'm pretty much guarantee that. Down there to 133. So, you know what? This is a good level here, man. Why not try to respect one more time that level of 135? So we'll see about that. Meanwhile, Apple's still a nice little 70-cent win for us from that. Sorry, it's in the money, it's 70 cents from 143. We're long at 143.20, so it's a 50-cent winner. But look what I'm noticing. We're right at the 50 period again. So Bob's your uncle. We put an offer there at 72, runs us over. We get a piece out there. Now we only have left 20%. We did have 25%. Now we have 20% left on this Apple trade. Trying to hold it. Wish we obviously would have held more. That's Apple for you. A nice little runner off that bottom. Neil?
I'm proud of myself.
Me
because
too.
No, because 235 just broke on Tesla, and I didn't take the long in front of it, so it would just.
Yeah, I'm not that proud of that trade.
I would have lost maybe like 25, 30 cents on it. But at the end of the day, it's like, okay, well, you can also just not lose 25 or 30 cents.
Yeah.
So even if it bounces from here, it's much better. I just got some out of fingers, so that's starting to work. But like, just talking about this, if it's going to be a long through here, sometimes it's better that it does a wick bottom. It tests a low, it gets to 234.50, and then if it starts holding this consolidation, you got a wick bottom and a more confident long trade. So not a bad idea to at least be. I'm now monitoring it for that FNGR, as I just said. I got into that. Oops, a little typo there. FNGR, and now of course if I hit enter, I don't know why NM comes up first before, well, it's alphabetical, so I hit enter on NYMEX before NASDAQ comes up. As this starts to slide back into the downside, it tested back up to 8, flushed again. This time I took some out in the consolidation. If it flushes to 50s and then VWAP, I want to get out of this one. If you're still watching Peggy, that was the other one, the small cap that we liked. It's now still holding, not quite VWAP, man. I want these 250s, but the consolidation's off this 260 level. It could have a second salvo. If it holds all throughout lunchtime above 250, I am looking for some more longs, or at least another long over here in Peggy. Meta making another test at this 135. This might be defensible. I like 134 a little bit better. If I don't really see a lot of size on that 135 bid, but that could be worth it. Maybe like it a little bit more than Tesla, but sort of going in front of these bids hasn't really been anything worth doing here in the relatively weak names. A 135 break could be in tap. Tesla now back below that 235. The shorts are winning across the board, whether it's the big caps, whether it's the small caps, finger coming back into VWAP. We'll slap a fail on that one on the $8 break, but now working back in. And let's go to Brendan to see how the US dollar is doing.
Just reading as well, guys, looks like confirmation finally this OPEC Plus meeting will result in a 2 million barrel per day cut. But if you go back to the last meeting, the targets they set for production in August will actually net out to be a 1 million barrel per day cut. So versus what, again, they said in August, and then you apply this new adjustment, it's going to net out a 1 million barrel per day cut. So bit of a pop there in crude as that came across. Here we go. DXY, bit of a pop today to say the least as well. Back to the upside for the dollar in a big way. 1.36 right now in positive territory. I mentioned the washout we saw yesterday down to almost 110 again for the DXY. We're right back up above 111.5, in fact, 1.36 again. So all of these making big moves downside today, including the euro, back to 98.5, firmly below, and for the time being anyways, at least staying below parity. 73.13 for the Canadian dollar, a full percent downside. Same story for the pound, almost 2% downside, 112.5 again as we make a big move lower. Russia, big move lower as well, 3% today. There's Bitcoin now over 2% to the downside, back below 20,000, as I said earlier. Yeah, all eyes on yields once again moving higher. The dollar being dragged along with them, guys.
All eyes on. I heard it like Brennan just said all eyes on yields. In my head, I'm like all eyes on me, and then I hear Sharif. He knows what's up. Sharif knows about that old school hip hop. That's what we love, obviously.
The funny thing is that was one day that was new school hip hop for us at one point.
That is true. That is true.
You
But of course, Prad's like, yo, I know it too. I'm like, not always, Prad. Not always. And sometimes there's joints out there that we'll talk about. He's like, I don't know that. I don't know this. I'm trying not to rag on this guy drinking all that juice every single. There's a lot of sugar in there. Like, drink some more water, bro. That's what it's all about. Get yourself. What's that? Oh, I see.
You good. All right, Tesla down.
box.
Yeah, Tesla down to 234 there. I don't know what does he look like that? I don't know.
Is that?
What is that? What is that character?
I don't know who that is. So you guys tell us who that is.
All right, so here we go, man. Look at Tesla. Absolutely puke city down to the downside. We did cover at 236 and thought we were doing pretty good grabbing that $5. But nah, not good enough, man, as Tesla just continues to march lower, 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 lower. Yeah, watch out below on that one. I did, some talk here, again, about Twitter. I posted this in the morning, and thank you for all the responses, man. 26 responses and 85 likes talking about, is this a trap today? Look what we were down when I tweeted it, right? Only 0.67. You're now down 0.218. Oh, by the way, watch this. Look at this dude fall. Look at this dude fall here, catching that home run. Boom, to the downside. Here he goes again. Watch this. Here's this dude. Boom, to the downside. I think someone did catch the ball. This dude right there catches the ball, 2 million. But this guy trying to get it falls off. I wonder if he's hurt there. But you know what? I kind of like that move.
Oh, he's hurt.
Yeah, but I'll tell you why I like that move. Like, you could fall that 10 feet right there, 12 feet, because that fence looks less. Maybe that's only 10 feet. If you land on your feet and this guy misses the ball,
then you get the ball.
Then you get the ball.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you get the ball there because there's security behind there and everything.
No, look, you could fall and they could take you to the drunk tank or whatever they do. But if they're doing that, the ball's in my hands, yo. The security can try to rescue, but that ball's not coming out of my hands. That's $2 million. You got $2 million in your hands. You got to pry it with from my cold dead hands. That's all I got to say.
And there it is, man. Congratulations to Aaron Judge there.
I'm glad he got it.
So am I.
I'm glad he got it. It would have sucked if he didn't get it.
I mean, it would have been great because you were at the game, but then it's just what happened? So I think there's 3 more Jays games because we got rained out.
No, 2. Just a doubleheader today, right? That's it. I think the Yankees have one.
No, I think we have a doubleheader today, and then we supposed.
Oh, we do? Okay.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense that we play on Thursday. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, we got rained out, so that's what's confusing me a little bit right there. But yeah, shout out to everybody. Thanks for everything today, man. If you haven't yet, let's do it right now, man. Let's hit that like count. We got to get over 2.5. Wow, we are at 2.5 right now. Thank you so much for all of that, guys. Already 2.5K on the likes. That means a lot to us. Thank you for that. Let's keep that good going here into the close. I really like what you're talking about there on that meta long through 135, but it broke. We looked at that level there on the 20-minute. We didn't take it. It's just fast and furious to the downside, but I still think that that's not horrible there. There's no way I want to go long meta when we're down 4% on it, but there could be a point where we do bounce. I don't want to stand in front of this freight trade right now. That is meta. I'm sort of disgusted by Tesla just because, again, we'll go 4 for 4 on the sticky note and really love it. But again, Oxy, we could have made more money on. We gave money back right there on that take, so that kind of sucked. But the 67 break, this is the one that was on the sticky note that's really not super attractive. It just broke, went up to 67.60, which I guess is pretty good. Problem is we got too scared because it broke. Like, look at this. When this moves up 90 cents and then breaks, to me, that was a little bit of a worry. I'd rather it have hovered around and then broke. So we got nervous and unfortunately didn't make as much on that as we probably should have. So there's Oxy right back to 67, maybe another key level. For me, I'm going to wait for lowers on this. Look where oil is, man. Oil back up to $88 right now.
Strong.
Nice move for oil. Strong like bull is oil.
I'm going to hit this one for oil, powering it up there. I'm now out of finger. It made that push down to $7, so that's close enough to VWAP, snap back. I'm out of it. When you take that rollover trade, I tend to put you're going counter trend, right? So I tend to put a target on it, thinking it can still continue that upward trend. Same thing like Peggy, right? So this one continues to go sideways. So that last out at 260 feels like it was a bit of a good one. Shout out to everybody. Thank you guys so much for supporting today. It's going to be in wild. Look, the rest of this session, look, we have so much to go. The market's down 2%, and we're sitting on these lows. You got these big movers. Haven't even talked about a lot of the EV names other than Tesla, but NIO down 6%, getting very close to a $15 level. You can see on the daily chart. That's pretty juicy if we see 15 on the bid for NIO. And Alibaba's another one. Chinese names showed some relative strength, but look at the setup there. This is the setup I had on Coin. I love that. It's one of my favorites. Like, you get a pop, rejection of a breakout, and a lot of times that's the easiest short to come in because it's trapped a bunch of longs through the top. Alibaba, if this gets through yesterday's 83 level, you could be timber down below. But watch out, 15 bucks on NIO. Somehow I have still not gotten, as weak as the market is, I still never got the dip buy on Ford. So it's still above $12. I'll be on that bid probably until it either fills me or I guess I cancel at the end of the day, could come in. Got a couple of minutes here to go. It would be pretty cool if we got to 3,000 on the likes. Thank you guys so much. And yes, we do see Netflix. I don't know if you mentioned Netflix.
No, I was just going to.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I mean, just look how nasty this move is on Netflix, man. We've been looking for the short. We were actually, I think yesterday, again, I don't know if my trades will load up here. Yeah, so we did try the short a couple times on Netflix yesterday. Not more than a couple times, actually. Short there. Like, look at these trades on Netflix. Yesterday was 240 short, out 234, short, 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 out, short, short. So yesterday, Netflix, we were short all day. And then today, honestly, this is on me. Netflix should have been on the sticky note because if we were short it yesterday, coming into today with a down market, definitely on radar. This is by far, for me anyways, the single biggest missed trade of the day here is this Netflix trade because you know what, it's a hindsight, whatever, and I feel like we're other channels when I talk like this, but you know, that 236 right there, that was 236.25. I definitely would have looked at least short at 236, let alone this one. This is the no-brainer short for Netflix for me. You guys know the way I trade. This one would have been a huge short, breaking that 233, but again, not on my radar today, so should have been. We'll try to keep Netflix in mind as we get ready to throw it over to this midday show. I really like Netflix there as that short. You got to play off what you were doing yesterday. All these, not one long here on Netflix yesterday, all shorts, and then I guess we got overfilled and there was a quick long, but downside protection here for Netflix. I don't even know where this name stops. I mean, we could pull this out. If I go to like a 10-minute chart, maybe that'll give us more cover here. Looks like you do have some support down here, 222, 223. So maybe that's where this anarchy stops here on Netflix. But again, it's down 5%. I mean, the moves that it's had the last month and a half have been huge for Netflix. So again, a nice little move back up to the upside with only a few seconds left. What a big show, and I want to thank everybody one more time, man. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah, we definitely like that. Ric Flair. Like Ric Flair for sure. Woo! This is a Ric Flair kind of market, man. Buddy. A lot of woos today, baby.
Oh, a lot of them there. And there's a couple of names to the downside before we go to these. Go to Trader Pratt and Sharif. Don't want to sleep on. Check out Enphase and Plug. The entire group getting absolutely smashed. Most of them like down 10%, but getting pretty close. Plug getting close to a $20 level. That could be juicy if we see that on the bid. But it is well time that would get you guys to the midday boys. We got Sharif and Trader Pratt, and they're gonna kill it. See ya.
All right, let's get it going. You know what time it is. It's your boy Market Movers Midday Mayhem with Trader Pratt and Sharif. We're gonna look at all the opportunities the market presents us with. And we're going to cover them for you and most likely try to trade them also. I have been having an absolute flat day today. I have traded 130 positions and I'm absolutely flat. So I don't know what to say anymore. Today has been very whipsaw-ish for me, but we're going to look for opportunities to maybe make some money here eventually. I'll show you a couple of my trades today. I'm right now long VEV. VEV is a Canadian electric truck company, or at least they have a new electric truck that they were talking about, giving them around 150 miles, I believe. Yeah, 150 miles on one single charge, 241 kilometers for anyone who's wondering how much a mile, how many kilometers it is. So the stock was up 49% in pre-market. Now it's only up 4%. So a big drop in the percentage for the stock ever since the open. But since this position is around $1, I think I can take the long over here. Give it that risk up to $1 to the downside. If the dollar breaks, then I'll just get out for a loss, whatever. But if the dollar doesn't break, I think if this stock is ready to have a pop in it, we're gonna watch it really move to the north side all the way to VWAP, giving me multiple pennies of rewards for a light amount of risk that I have on board. And the other trade I have on board right now is Twitter. If you guys remember yesterday, I was talking a lot about Twitter and how I wanted to trade today. Today, not really working out the way I wanted to. Absolutely flat on the position with 34 trades on this stock alone. So 34 trades on this one, absolutely flat, because first I started trying to go long, I got burnt, then I flipped into shorts. Shorts started paying me, and now I'm just gonna stay short. The whole idea behind trying to stay short on Twitter is because the deal could still kind of fall through if the funding doesn't secure itself somehow. In the morning, Walter Bloomberg on Twitter tweeted something else that said here, let me try to open up that picture for you guys. I just have to scroll for a little bit to find that picture. There we go, bang. And the picture literally says, Elon Musk, Twitter legal team have not yet reached agreement to end litigation. If you guys remember yesterday, Elon said, let's abolish the whole litigation, let's get rid of it, and let's just go with the deal, call it a day, shake hands, because this is going to be the overall platform, the beginner for the X platform that he wants to talk about or he wants to create. Yep. So obviously we're waiting for the deal to go through. If it doesn't, baby, the shorts will be printing again.
Oh, no question about that. And what I actually heard yesterday was an interesting theory, or I want to say thesis or whatever. People were saying, you know, some of Musk's backers may feel differently now than they did in April when the economic situation was vastly different than it is now. Like people like Larry Ellerson, who is backing Musk for, I think, about $2 billion for this deal. Is he still going to feel like he's getting bang for his buck? Especially after Musk basically disparaged Twitter for the better part of 3 or 4 months, talking bad about it, saying the numbers were grossly overstated, there were lots of bots, this and that. So, you know, he's been basically tarnishing this stock for the better part of the summer and early fall. So I don't know. I think some of his financing, I have no proof of this, but this is just theory. Some of his financing may be in question here. So let's see how that deal pans out, or whether he'll have to maneuver to secure new financing, or what the deal is going to be. So I don't know, 54.50. A lot of people seem to feel that that's a bit of an overpriced amount for Twitter at the moment, especially given what's happened in the summer. Guys, okay, let's talk now about the small cappers, because that's what I've been trading all morning. You guys saw Neil trading Peggy. I'm in a long position now, about a couple of pennies out of the money, trying to take this 50-period moving average hold through maybe perhaps high of day. Not a big position for me on Peggy, but I'm going to hold this one maybe into 3. What we are positive on, right when we sat down, we saw Tops was making a move off VWAP. I got long at 70.88. I've scalped about 80% of the position so far, as you can see my exits right here. And then my final out for this one is going to be 8.19. Here we go. We're going to get that print now. We're printing at 8.10, so we're well in the money on this one. Looks like the volume is definitely starting to pick up on this bad boy here. So let's see what Tops gives us. If it gives us a break of 8.19, we'll be out for the final 20% of our position. There's also other things moving, not just Tops and Peggy. FNGR, Finger, making a move as well. Let's bring in the small cap board over here for you guys to follow. Finger making a move, halted to the upside around 1040 or so. You guys remember Finger from yesterday and from the previous few days as well. Looks like we got that nice bounce off that 50-period moving average right at $7. So I like when there's a convergence between the moving averages and the whole dollar. It makes for a better support level. At least that's the way I see it. Also, FaZe made a move now, kind of pulling back below VWAP. This one made an aggressive move right at 930, and it kind of really stair-stepped all the way up from that $5, making a high at $7.02. Now, sadly, pulling back into below VWAP at 586. So this one's got to set up for a new entry. It's not tradable at the moment. INDO also made a move. It's also pulling back. It actually halted to the upside earlier on. But ever since then, it's just been stair-stepping down. Now reclaimed VWAP, but from below VWAP. So this one's going to have to reach that 850, 875 level and stay there for us to be interested. And last but not least, Kit. Kit had a couple of halts to the upside and, not a couple, one halt to the upside and a couple to the downside. So this one's super volatile as well if you guys are keeping your eyes on Kit, Prad.
Yeah, I want to talk about a little bit of a frustration today that I had. So I was in the money deep on both the positions, such as Apple and Microsoft. At one point, I wanted to cover a little bit of my Microsoft trade. And instead of covering my Microsoft trade, apparently I was covering my Apple trade, which I wanted to hold for a bigger move. And that was so annoying. And then I tried to go over to Microsoft to cover my position on Microsoft. And instead of covering one lot, I covered the whole lot. Thankfully, that was the lower day. So it makes me look like an absolute genius with that exit, but still very frustrated of a couple mistakes here and there today. I was so excited and energetic. I mean, I came into work at what, 8:30, 8:40 today? I've never do that. I come in at like 9, 9:10, 9:30, get ready to trade because I wanted to put that damage on Twitter today. But Twitter just not giving me the opportunities that I want to see. I mean, I literally thought Twitter's going to do 100 million shares today, Sharif.
I thought so too,
I thought the
man.
stock was going to do 100 million before 12, and we're only at 30 million. So I'm pretty upset that all my visualization, sitting at home, meditating, planning out my whole trade setup of how I want to trade it,
super early,
and nothing works out. Nothing works out. So I start fumbling around the table over here. I start messing up my Apple trade. I start messing up my Microsoft trade. But thankfully, at the end of the day, these two trades actually helped me turn positive. I also want to show you my Tesla trade. I was short Tesla off the open. Didn't work out. That burnt me. I almost got shut down off that one trade alone, which was stupid. And then later on, I cut my size down. I took the breakout of the next level, which ended up working beautifully. I got $5 per share on that trade, and I turned my Tesla negative into absolutely flat position, which could have gotten very, very sour if I didn't trade it properly. But man, at the end of the day, I could have held my last few shares, but what can you do? You know, sometimes you don't have a plan, you don't have a setup, you just take profits wherever you think is good for the moment. I am also short at the moment AMD. AMD had a nice pop back to VWAP. I was short previously $65 and I got pretty decent scalps with 50 cents off of it. But the last few AMD shares got stopped out that I added on. And now I'm just going to wait till VWAP comes in, which it did. I'm short VWAP, S&P 500 and NASDAQ as your boy. I just got stopped out on that? No, I'm going to get it back in. No way. As your boy Sean mentioned in this tweet in the morning, could be a trap today. You know, 2 days of green coming into the market. Is this a trap move to the upside? People thinking, okay, we're going to go long again. Today's going to be another big monster green day. Instead, the market flipping around to the downside and just not looking that great. I have a actually pretty good statistic that I want to bring up right now. I don't know if you know the statistics, Sharif, but apparently, where is it? What? The 59 minutes ago. No, this is like a pre-market almost. But the idea of in these notes, actually I have it copy pasted somewhere. I'll show you right here. I'm gonna read it out. Apparently, there have been 31 instances since 1953 where the market it goes up 2 days in a row to the green side.
I heard about that.
Yeah. And then there's only one instance since then where it goes 2% both days. And when that happens, you expect the market to go higher,
it was
apparently.
Like 1938 or something like that. Yeah.
It's like really big statistics coming in over there on the market as to how the market should behave. And I was expecting a green day today. I thought, hey, they're going to trap the bears to the downside and rip to the north side. But look, I was wrong. The market is sadly still in the bear territory. We're still struggling over here to actually have a relief rally coming in. So risk management is always suggested.
Yeah, I want to add to the point that you mentioned about Twitter. You came in early, you set up everything for that. But did you know that Carl Icahn has been quietly buying up Twitter shares for the past
500 million, yeah.
$500 million.
Yeah. He made a lot of money off that.
Yeah, man, his like adjusted cost base on that is like 30 something. So he's already up big boy on this trade. Brendan Harn sending a $2 super chat. Thank you for that, my man. He says, can you look at EPAM? That thing is a beast. Okay, let's look at EPAM. Give me 1 sec to pull out the side chart here because I don't want to switch my charts at the moment because I'm in two trades. EPAM. I'm not getting anything on for EPAM. Is that like a thing? EPAM. Oh, there we go. EPAM systems on NYSE. Okay. Any day now. EPAM. Sorry, guys, to keep you waiting like this. Just allow me an opportunity to load this up. There we go. Okay. So in terms of day trading, obviously there's really no volume here, Brendan. I can't see the volume on this one at the moment, but just based on the charts, price action, I can tell you there's little to no volume. Let's have a look at the daily chart on this one. Okay, I don't know too much about it. Let's find out what EPAM does first and foremost. So for everybody out there following what EPAM is a digital transformation service provider which delivers end-to-end value to its customers. The company provides service through software solutions, integrated advisory, business consulting, and design, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so with respect to the actual chart, let's see. It looked like we, like most stocks, we had the high in November 2021. Then when the Fed started talking about raising rates, whoop, you get to the downside movement here. So you have a bit of a double top at that 730 area. Then you have a really aggressive move on some of these days. I'm willing to bet that this move here was probably earnings on February 25th. I'll have to go back and look, February 28th, excuse me. Is that the 28th? Yeah, the February 28th. Probably an earnings move here. Usually these big, huge red candle that covers, wow, that's a 367 and then all the way down to 199 in one day, guys. 367 to 199. That's typically an earnings move right there. Then a period of consolidation basically within a range since then. I don't know too much about the stock, but the technicals look like they're flat at the moment.
Oh no, what did I do?
Yeah, so not much I can glean, to be honest with you, especially not really knowing the history of the chart or much about the industry in which it operates. So I hope that was helpful. I mean, doesn't seem very helpful, but anyway, now flipping back to the stocks at hand here, I averaged down into my tops trade because I only had 20% left after all these outs here. So it made a move back down to VWAP. To me, I like that, so I picked up some at VWAP here. I'm in the money on this one after averaging down. Peggy is kind of acting a little annoying. I got
Every time you say Peggy, bro.
Sorry.
Every time you say Peggy, it reminds me of
Married with Children?
No, video games. Like in video games, it says Peggy rating. It's like rated E, right? Isn't it Peggy?
Rings completely different to me. It reminds me of Al Bundy and Married with Children. That just shows my age. But anyway, Peggy Bundy. Shout out to Peggy Bundy. Kathy Segal, I think, is her real name. Peggy, we're in at 280. It's currently, we're flat 280. I have my out here at 289, Prad. This one is kind of taking its sweet time to get there.
Yeah, I want to quickly come back to Twitter as to why we might see extra selling pressure on it. I mean, you recently talked about, what's his name again? Chris?
Huh?
Was it?
Carl Icahn?
Carl. Thank you,
Icahn,
Carl.
yeah.
So, people like Carl, when they're taking $500 million positions at, let's say, $40, $45, $38, and it jumps up $5 in their favor, they're gonna look to take profits, obviously, right? So the part of the selling pressure is coming from there. There's also been a lot of people, when the news was announced, they waited for Twitter to fall off, and they bought the 32s, the 34s, and the 40s. Yep. Everyone who bought the 32s, 40s, and they saw the news articles coming in and saying, hey, we're not going to buy it anymore, and scare them. And then they're going to be like, all right, we're going to go with the deal. And then they're like, oh, I'm going to jump back in. So all those people going through those emotions and the roller coasters that Elon was creating for them, they're going to probably not want to hold it for the buyout to actually get deleted because it might fail again. It might fall off again. So because of that, you're probably watching a lot of people taking profits on that upswing move that we're watching right now, and Twitter not really having the strength to push itself to 52 because there's a lot of sellers trying to take profits. What about Tesla? Yeah, let's go to Tesla. Tesla, I believe the statistic was that your boy sold 15 million shares, $15 billion worth previously, $15.7 billion worth previously. and now is looking to most likely sell more because he needs to make more profits off of that. Let me quickly scroll up over here. I believe it was in our watch list. Yeah, on the Trader TV watch list right here, Tesla and Twitter. Tesla on the news. Musk has already sold 15.4 billion worth of Tesla, but he might need to sell more, says Wedbush. Might need to sell 3 billion more, and then the funding across the board. I think Sharif had a really good point also. Sharif said, what about the people who are funding the Twitter buyout? Maybe they're underwater now because the market's going to zero almost, right? Maybe they're underwater. Do they even have the funding to help your boy Elon to secure the stock? Because they previously might have $1 billion, now they might have 500 million.
Exactly.
Right? So all these things coming into play, Twitter still looks like a little scary bet.
Yeah, man. Twitter is definitely super interesting. It's been a great week on the market in terms of like a day trading perspective. Lots of moves, lots of like numbers and actions and all these like news items coming out and really making things exciting. This to me is this is why I'm in this. It's like a new game every day. It's never really boring. Like I can count the amount of boring days in this office literally on 1 or 2 hands. So, and I've been here a while, like going over 100 days now. So now let's talk about the trades at hand. Peggy, we're still break even on that guy. We're looking, but what I see on Peggy are higher highs and higher lows. So for me, there's no reason to panic at the moment. No reason to punch out. It's just about exercising patience. The range on this one too is, it's kind of minuscule. I don't want to call it minuscule, but it's not as wide-ranging as some of the other ones, right? So you don't really need to worry too much about a really aggressive move against you. But in terms of an entry and exit plan, like I always have, my exit plan on this one will definitely be the break of 260. So if it creates a new low, breaking this support area right here, I'm definitely out of this guy. So Peggy, my out is going to be 260. My first profit taker, this is not my whole profit taker. My first profit taker, like I mentioned, is at 289. Flipping back, wow, now we're well in the money on tops after taking that dip trade off VWAP. Beautiful. We added to this position. We only had 20% after scalping out everything over here. So adding to this one, it gives me about a little bit less than half my original position. So definitely not sized up fully yet on this guy. And my profit taker on this one is going to be 819. You guys know how I do. I always like it to take 1 penny or so below a major level. James Stan tags me in the chat. He says, why did you put your sell at 289 on Peggy, trying to learn the strategy? No, great question. Let's flip back to Peggy. The reason I put it at 289 because I'm looking at 290 as the area where I want to take it out first because of where I entered, 280. So it's just a mathematical formula for me. It's nothing to do actually with the levels on the screen themselves. So instead of taking it at 290 and maybe finding resistance at 290 and not getting filled, I'll take it at 289. I'll forego that 1 penny in exchange for peace of mind. So that's my whole thinking on that. My second piece will be through the break of 3, so I'll take it at 299 and then I'll let it go for a blue sky setup on Peggy. So that's my idea here. 289, 299, then hold for the blue sky setup. As I say that, Brendan was at the big desk with so shall sentiment. So shall.
Yeah, negative board to show you guys once again this morning. Unfortunately, we're back to the downside for the overall market. Here comes the social sentiment board. It was very green. If you joined us in the pre-market, had a look at this around 9 o'clock this morning. There's barely any red on here, but not the case right now. The SPY, the big story once again today, dragging a lot of these to the downside, including Tesla back to the downside, AMC back to the downside today, although APE's still holding on to positive sentiment on this board so far. There's that KITT up there in the corner, still a very positive mover today. Peggy as well here, also in positive territory. There are a few notable names, including Vaco Ventures I saw this morning doing some volume, but not really making any significant moves. But Twitter, AVCT, the Qs, AMC, and Tesla, as I said, leading the way. Apple here as well on a negative move so far today, being discussed heavily on social media, guys, to the downside.
Social media to the downside. Yeah, what's that? Twitter, Facebook,
yes,
your
sir.
Snapchats and all those. Thank you for the social sentiment. I just want to show, Sharif just said something really funny. He's like, I was showing him the the video of the takeoff that's going to happen, the SpaceX launch. Obviously, I have it running in my second screen just so I could watch it in 40 minutes. And I was like, oh, Florida looks beautiful right now. Sharif goes, Florida's always beautiful. Well, buddy,
My bad.
this happened recently in Florida. Look at my friend's house. This is insane.
That's just ugly, bro.
This is
I'm
insane.
sorry that
I wonder
happened to
how
him,
much he's
man.
going to have to pay to get this fixed. You think the
That's tough.
the insurance fixes that?
I heard some people will have insurance, some people won't. Like it's California.
Yeah.
Like my sister lives in California, and some areas are known to be more earthquake prone than others.
yeah.
And so those areas you can't get earthquake
They don't
insurance.
even sell
They
it.
won't even give it to you, no matter how much you pay. So I'm assuming there may be the equivalent for Florida with hurricanes.
Yeah, fair,
Right, like
fair. I mean, yeah, anything is possible at this moment. Look at AMD, though. AMD is pulling up pretty well with the rest of the market. NASDAQ pulled up a little bit. S&P 500 pulled up. I've just been digging a hole on AMD, so most likely just going to stop fighting over here. Don't want to do what I did with AMD, what I did yesterday with NFLX. So I'm just going to forget this position, move on from it. My worst position on the day is AMD. And Twitter, though, has been monster. Twitter giving me my fills to the north side over here and now pushing back to the south side. Let's see if we can get some fills on that. And VEV also working out. VEV, the stock that I was mentioning earlier, the Canadian, or at least they had a new EV part in their company now, which is taking place for the catalyst over here for VEV. I think the stock name is Vicinity.
I don't even know, man.
I
just
think
saw it
it's
this morning
Vicinity.
for the first time ever.
Yeah, Vicinity Motors Corp. So here's the catalyst. If you are ever wondering about what a catalyst is about a stock, guys, go sign up to our watch list at tradertv.live. That's a website. You can sign up for our watch list. Quick little email, and you have an email fired out to you every single morning. Look at that. I don't really have any other emails here besides the Trader TV watch list emails. Those are the only emails I care about, man. Honestly, Vicinity Motors, though, Canadian-based commercial truck maker, sharply higher after saying it has begun delivering Canada's first Class 3 electric truck named VMC 1200. The VMC 1200 provides 241 kilometers or 150 miles of range on one single charge and can be used applications from delivery vehicles to a dump truck. So, your garbage trucks, it could be your Amazon delivery cars. Amazon already trying to use Rivian as their delivery cars, but, Rivian already, we know they're having battery issues and so on. Maybe UPS could buy some of these cars. Who knows? Maybe Canada Post could buy these cars. Canada Post, baby.
Canada Post. Yeah, anytime we talk about mail cars or post mail cars, just reminds me of the workhorse debacle with the U.S. Postal Service when they were supposed to buy.
That was a beautiful short.
Do you remember that? Wow, that was good times back then. Yeah, all the EVs. I've had to take out so many EVs that are below $1 or not really worth having on my watch list anymore. This EV watch list that I have here was a lot thicker than it is currently. Guys, I just want to report quickly that I got at a Peggy for a loss. So that one, yeah, it's an L, but I'm still positive on the day as a result of tops. Tops keeping me afloat. Peggy, I got in at that 279, 280. I got out on the break of 260, so a 21-cent loss. I got out at 259. I didn't really expect this one to flush down as aggressively. This was my out, and I explained that to you guys earlier. This area here, which is the area of support, if it broke that, I was gonzo, and I stuck to it, and I got out. Now, what I'll be looking to do is get revenge on Peggy, but smart revenge, of course, right? And the smart revenge here looks to me like a possible bounce off VWAP. So I'm looking for that retest of the 250. I'm going to keep a tight stop on this one, and I definitely won't have a full position seeing as I took an initial L on it. So I'm looking to have a dip trade here into that 250 level. In fact, let's put it in now. Half the size. Let's go ahead. And like I always do, I'm going to put it at 251 in case we don't get all the way down to 250. Let's flip back here to tops. Tops making me look like a damn genius today. Jeez. All right, let's take another piece out at tops. We're out of another piece at tops. We have about 25% of my original position. The original position here are all my outs, guys. Entry, out, out. So I'm still waiting for that dream, that $8.19 break, but this one's taking its sweet time. It popped above 8 a couple of times here, but 8 does seem to be a bit of a resistance level. Pops above 8 for a second or two, it'll print at maybe 8.10, 8.12, then poof, right back down to that break of to the break of 8 on the bottom side. But what I do like about this is for the better part of almost 45 minutes now, it's been holding VWAP. There was this area here between 10:30 and 10:45 where it momentarily dipped below VWAP, but look at it, reclaimed it quite quickly, and this is the key. And once it reclaimed it, it bounced off it and back up, and that's what I'm looking for on these guys. I'm not looking for, you know, the fact that it just goes through VWAP and comes back down. No, it's got to show you that, hey, I'm respecting this level. This level is obviously important to this particular stock, and that's what I'm looking for. Otherwise, if it's not respecting these moving averages or VWAP or whatever else, then they're sort of meaningless.
Right on. This is what I was talking about earlier, but instead of PEGY, it's PEGI. This is the system that's rates video games for how age appropriate they are. So if you ever hear an advertisement for a video game, you'll always see it says PEGI 18 or PEGI 17 or whatever.
Yeah.
That's the rating for how old can you be to play those games and so on. But let's bring it back to the stock market over here. The stock market currently having a beautiful recovery back to VWAP. Look at the S&P 500 move up north, and look at the NASDAQ move up north also. Let's see if 11,450, which is not really VWAP, you know, we're quite a bit of a way away from VWAP on the NASDAQ market, but does 11,450 allow it to even move up to the north side like that? And S&P 500, does it have the strength to push up to the VWAP areas, which is around 3670 or so? Previously in pre-market, we were holding up at the 3765 area. So if the market wants to pull up above VWAP, it could easily pull up to 3765, which is also the 100-period EMA. I'm saying this out loud because I want to make sure I'm not holding my AMD trade way past the level. I know I said I'm not gonna get back in AMD. I broke my rule. I got back in. I can't help it sometimes, but look, I'm flat on the day, so I'm going to keep taking shots until I say, okay, I'm not trying to lose any more money than that, I'm going to quit. But right now, I'm flat on the day still. I want to make some money, but I also don't want to be that person who's taking bad trades because of the need to make money.
Give this man this money, man.
Give me my money.
Give this man his money, or as Primetime likes to say, pay the man.
Pay daddy.
All right, let's flip back to
Who's
Peggy
Primetime?
here. Primetime? Deion Sanders, man. Neil, give him a look. Yeah, no. He's actually...
Was it NFL?
Yeah. He was one of the, obviously he was a cowboy, one of the best defensive backs ever to play the game. He could actually play DB, which is the guy that covers the wide receiver.
Okay.
And he played wide receiver too. And he would return punts and kickoffs and stuff. So, yeah, I forgot for the Atlanta Braves. Hell of a player, man. Deion Sanders. Kind of reminds me a bit of Bo Jackson. You don't see too many of those guys anymore, eh? The dual sports guys. They're kind of a thing of the past a little bit. But anyway, Primetime, he's now college football coach. He was on NFL Network for a minute as an analyst and announcer. But Peggy, flirting with VWAP, you know, and here's the thing. Let me have a look on my other chart. Okay, so my VWAP on my other platform and VWAP on P-Pro 8 are jiving at the moment, so there is no difference between them. Because I was going to say, Peggy seems to have kind of bottomed out a little bit here, right above VWAP. I have my order at that 251, but it's kind of, it's kind of dipped a little bit into that 253, I think was the bottom on this red candle, or 254, sorry. And now it's making a little bit of a tiny move back up. The volume is not really there to support the move up. We need volume to go up, guys. You see the volume kicked up here once we had that red candle break through support at 260. There it goes. Peggy now making a move without me. Sucks to be me. But the good part about this is that Tops is still making that move. It's still fighting with 8. I don't see too much size. There we go. Now it breaks through 8. I'm seeing 803 on the ask, but I'm seeing still 7s on the bid. So the bid's got to pop up and stay above 8. Otherwise, I don't really trust this break. We need a decisive move up here. Recall that I've got my profit taker at 819, but good chance because I'm still holding 25% that I'll take another piece out before that 819 comes. I'm thinking maybe that 809, 8010 area. In fact, let's put that in now. So we'll go 809 and we'll take out a piece at 809. Let's see if it gets there. But there is an epic fight here happening between buyers and sellers at that $8 level, and it's been happening pretty much all morning. Like I said, it wicks up, then it wicks down, wicks up, wicks down. $8 level, tough to break on Tops, Brad.
Yeah, I'm just trying to throw out orders over here on Twitter. I got more size on AMD as it popped up above 66, tried to burn the stops, and then the nosedive right under. So I got back right into it, and I have my stop sent out. Now I just sit back, kick my feet up, relax. You know, pull out a Spro, pull out a cigar, and just sit there and just relax. Let the trade work out for me. Yesterday, I broke a lot of my setups and a lot of my rules. I actually, I have like these. I don't know if you see these, Sharif. You're not on the Discord, are you?
No, I'm not. I gotta get on that.
Yeah, I'll send you an invite. But here on there, I actually create journal entries and how I trade and so on. I write out here. I'll just show you a quick little example of what they look like. Hello? Did my journal crash?
That's not.
You better not have crashed, because that's where everything stays in there for me. But yeah, all my journals in there, I put them down. And one thing that I kept repeating in my sentences was, I had a setup and I broke the rule. I had a setup and I broke the rule. So if that was the problem that I had yesterday that made me lose, then I'm not gonna do that again, right? I'm gonna stick to my rules. I have a plan. Make a plan. Follow the plan. Those were the words.
Beautiful, bro.
Yeah, you know what's not beautiful though? Fighting it all the way there. That's
it's
not
annoying,
beautiful.
but that move up looks real good, bro. I'll tell you the truth, yeah.
Fighting it all the way there doesn't look beautiful. But now finally we're in a winner on AMD. 3 cents winner. Let's see if it can pull back. While we're waiting to make some money on this bad boy, let's send it to big screen Brendo.
I like that.
Hey guys, just waiting for the final prints to come in here for what's going to end up being a bit of a negative day for European markets. The latest headline coming across for the FTSE, anyways, the 300 to the downside, 0.93. Again, we're just waiting for the final prints to come across. But that's the way the board looks to wrap things up for the day over in Europe. 0.7 for England, 1+ then for the rest, basically outside of Turkey. Typically does its own thing. Once again today, Germany, France, Italy, Spain, Sweden, Swiss market as well. 1.7, 1.9 there for Italy and Spain, leading the way to the downside. So as we saw yesterday, a bit of a catch up after U.S. markets had a big day up the prior session, but back to the downside with U.S. markets today for Europe, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah.
All right, so currently still waiting for AMD to push down. The S&P 500 and the NASDAQ market look like they did create its move to the south side. The last 5-minute candle closed red. The new 5-minute candle wants to be red. So let's see if we can capitalize on this move. But the question is, how low does this move come into? Do we only go half of this range that we created near the bottoms? Do we go a little bit further than that? We're nowhere close to yesterday's high on the market. Or did we bounce off of yesterday's high? Actually, I think we did. Let me zoom out a bit.
Yesterday's high
no, it's
was
not yesterday's high.
38.09.
Yeah, that's not yesterday's high. So yeah, nowhere close to yesterday's high. Yeah. But we are trying to, go back down here maybe. Let's see if we can capitalize on that move on AMD. Twitter has been monster to the downside. Let's go, Twitter. On the pop up to 51 and above 51, I had orders every 10 cents apart. I got all my fills up to 51.20, and then I got all my fills to the downside too for the exit. So Twitter, just paying your man today. Appreciate it. It was a lot of struggle to begin my day on Twitter. I told you I was flat on the day with 50 trades on that stock, but now with how many trades do I have 40 trades on that stock now, and I'm finally back into the positive state. Thankfully, at least I'm not losing on Twitter, which is something I'm not going to be okay with doing today. If I lose on Twitter with all the visualization and prep that I did going into bed yesterday, I think I would have probably tilted.
I feel you, man. I mean, I know you came in early for that too. You were pumped. Guys, we're flying high here on tops. Look at that. We got top wick. Haha. Ironic on this one. Look at this. We got the 819 out that we wanted there, but that's a partial fill. And that means I've got 7% of my original position left on this bad boy. I'm thinking I'm going to let it ride because, we may get that break above 8 again. The thing is, though, I lack patience. I suck. So, I don't know. I think I might punch out of this one if it breaks through my entry. My entry on the ad was 772. I've added 3 times, guys. So I added at 789. I got the dip at VWAP at 748, and then I added again at 773, and then I scalped all the way up here, as you can see. I'm thinking maybe if this one breaks 773, I may be out of there. That's about 10 pennies from where we're currently at the moment. But what really is getting my goat a little bit more than the fact that I got partially filled on tops is the fact that I didn't get filled on Peggy, despite the fact that I had the right idea. I hate missing trades by like 2 or 3 pennies. It drives me nuts. Look at this. We had the idea to take it off VWAP. It didn't quite make its way down to VWAP. I think here at 254, we had our order at 251, and now it's going without us, pushing into 270. So sucks to be me, to be honest with you, but
Market's
hey,
popping back up.
we can't win them all. Pradley saying the market is moving back up. Yeah, it's actually making a move into VWAP here. Interesting little turn of events, curling off the bottom. Looks like we have a 37.34 low of day. We're currently at 37.54, so a bit of a 20-point move off the low. VWAP currently is at 37.57, so interesting to see whether we're going to actually have a bounce back down off VWAP or whether it will be insignificant as an indicator on the futures today. We'll see with that. Also, I just want to mention quickly here in small cap world that KITT made a bit of a move. It reclaimed VWAP, and that's the important part to me. It didn't just punch up above it and then go back down. No, it reclaimed it and bounced off it. Now it's actually holding the 50-period moving average. So KIT may be back into play here. Currently trading at 574, high of day 638. Is the pre-market high the same? Yeah, so KIT made its high of day after the bell. So 638 is that level we're working with to the upside. Currently, you know, yeah, we're still ways away from that, about 70 pennies or so. So not much to report in terms of taking a trade on KIT. I'm going to have to wait for that one to develop a little bit. There's really not much in the way of you know, a breakout trade that I can take. I'll have to look, maybe a dip trade off VWAP. Klopp says, I missed the trade as well on Peggy. We needed orders. We needed our orders a little higher from the previous breakout level resistance of 230. You're right, dude. I mean, that's exactly what I was just saying here. I found, oh, you're right. Look at this. This pop right here, and that's what I missed. I didn't analyze that properly. We do have at 253 support right here on these two candles, 9:52 and 9:53 a.m. You had a pop and then a move back down and then a break of that level. So that was a clear area of support, and that's exactly where we retraced to. We didn't retrace to VWAP, so this one seems to be respecting the price action a little bit more than it is the indicator. So that one's kind of on me. I missed that. I didn't see that while I was too excited to try to take profits, Prad.
Yeah, AMD well above 66 right now, and I'm just trying to debate what I want to do with this position. Oh, there's some bids coming in on AMD. What is that bid? Okay, at least they smashed that bid out completely. If that bid bounced, then I would have had to jump out of it because that means buyers are coming in. Look at the strong move on the S&P 500 futures to VWAP and above VWAP slightly. NASDAQ still not yet at VWAP, but trying to push its way towards there. AMD could easily push up to 66.50 before actually dying. So be very careful if you're on this trade with me. It's a pretty bad loser right now. It's 28 cents away from me, but I have a little bit of a size on here. So it's obviously, what's that? Palms sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. So that's exactly how I'm feeling right now. Vomit on my sweater, but it's not off of Mom's spaghetti, I'll tell you that. It's not off of...
got the lyrics memorized.
Hey, you know me, bro. I'm out here listening to music all day. What's that?
Oh, you gotta rap.
It doesn't work like that, man. Doesn't work like that. Listen, I can't be taking your thing. I gotta create my own thing. You know, my thing's gonna be making a beat. Your thing's gonna be rapping. Brendo's thing's gonna be having perfect hair every single day. You know, everyone's gotta have their own thing, man. I can't be stealing your stuff like that. But yeah, AMD finally coming back to the south side. Come on, AMD, just die already, please. But the S&P 500 tickled VWAP 3670s. NASDAQ is at 11,450. Now we're waiting for it to go down. Yeah, you know Trader Pratt can drop bars? Okay, dude. Okay, dude.
Guys, CNTQ is one big halt fest. Let's bring down the scanner here so you guys can follow along. I'm not going to trade this one because it's uber scary. Have a look here. I mean, like, we can't even seem to stay open on this bad boy. We had basically no volume and no price action whatsoever right until that 11-12 time period. And then, boom, you have, I guess, this candle only had 4,000 shares of volume. This candle subsequent to that had about 3,700. Then, boom, you halted. And then once we reopened, the reopening candle only had 10,000 shares of volume. And then you had a 10-minute halt. And then look at this. Only 20,000 shares of volume on that candle. So there's like basically no volume to speak of on CNTQ. then the fact that it's moving, it's not really presenting opportunities. This is a gambler's paradise. That's not something that I'm interested in taking. It's impossible. I don't want to say impossible, but very hard to manage risk on a stock like that. If it stays open and starts trending properly, then maybe we'll talk about that. The one below it, though, is a little more interesting, and that stock happens to be SHFS. There's always like these new names every day, guys. There's new names every day. All right, let me just move this out of here. Okay, SHFS making a nice move. It had been basically consolidating all morning, up and down within a tight range, doing little to no volume. Then, boom, right at that 11:30 time slot, you see all the buying coming in. I really haven't checked the catalyst on this one yet. I'm just looking at the price action for now. Currently is halted at that 10:31. I think we're 3 minutes into a possible 5-minute halt. Let's see if this one's going to end up being 5 or 10. But SHFS and CNTQ both halted at the moment, both showing up on my scanner. So for those interested in the small cap crappers, those ones are definitely on watch. Now, Tops making me look like a damn genius. I'm getting out of this one. And I'm out of Tops. Beautiful trade on Tops. Very happy with this one. This one, kind of really, I channeled my inner patient person. What kind of a person is patient? Like channeling my inner, you know what I mean? I don't know. Yeah, okay. I just didn't want to offend anybody, but
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying.
Anyway, patient, man. Nobody's patient these days. TikTok ruins everyone's patience.
TikTok is so addictive. Guys, I just want to mention one thing really quickly. I'm a bit scatterbrained today, but Prad has the live stream of, what's it called? SpaceX's shuttle launch today, going to the ISS. And that got me thinking, actually, before we came on the show.
But you know what's launching? It's not the rocket, it's AMD taking all my money with the shorts. AMD's launching. What are you doing, AMD?
Oh,
Stop
God.
launching. Let the rocket, SpaceX rocket launch. How about you take off your booster jets and then just die? Obviously, I'm not in the trade at the moment. I've been losing on it. I'm going to be hands off.
That's all good. Better days ahead. Tops continuing to make that move, guys, but I just want to tell you a quick story. I got an email from Virgin Atlantic, and you guys know that's obviously run by Richard Branson, and they're like, hey, yeah, you know, we're ready to go to space. We want to see if you're interested. Here's what, click here to kind of set yourself up and sign up for the trip to space. So I'm thinking, I'm like, look, man, if this is like a reasonable amount of money, and we'll keep what reasonable is personal to ourselves because that's just the way we're going to do it. I'm like, okay, if this is a reasonable amount of money, I will take the hit. I will do what I need to do to get to space. I'm a super space crazed maniac. So then I click it, I sign up. They don't give you the details beforehand, by the way. You got to click, sign up, give your information for them to give you the prices. So here it is, $10,000 on your credit card as a down payment right now. No questions asked. Then 90 days before the flight, they want $100K. All right, right?
Yeah, right.
Wire transferred or certified check or bank draft or whatever. And then the total payable sum for like a 20-minute, half an hour flight to space is $450,000 US dollars. I don't even know what that is in Canadian dollars, but it's over 600,000. I'm assuming about 650,000 or so. So that's an insane amount of money, right? Obviously, I can't afford that, but you know, if I did, I'd probably take out that money, Brad, and I'd go into it.
Yeah, you know what he's doing with your money, right?
Richard Branson?
Yeah.
What's he doing?
Oh, that's not the one. Where's the video where he like jumps off of a plane or something? I was gonna say that's what he's doing. He's skydiving with your money.
Oh
If you book the seat on that plane, he's skydiving with your money. That's what Sorry, let me get her. Sir Richard Branson. He's knighted, right? Sir Richard Branson. True. Give that man his credit in that terminology sense at least.
Make the prices a little bit less expensive.
Yeah, but then he can't skydive 10 times a day if you're not paying 10 grand and if you're not paying 25 grand just to be in the clouds. You know, you can do that with a 1K plane ticket, but you know. The man needs to do his skydiving, bro. Come on, are you gonna help him or not?
Oh my God.
But no, at the end of the day, it's Sir Richard Branson, man. He's done a lot of crazy stuff in terms of, you know, I think it's Vodafone, right? That's his company.
Virgin.
Sorry, Virgin, not Vodafone. Yeah,
he's
Virgin,
got the airlines. He's got like the media companies, like the radios. He's got everything, man. Yeah.
Is he a billionaire?
Oh, Richard
Yeah.
Branson? Yeah. He's a billionaire.
So, you know, just another billionaire just competing with other billionaires as to, oh, look, I have a bigger rocket than you do. That's all they're doing. These guys are just trying to fight as to who's got more manpower, who's got more money. Did you hear about this, though? Jeff Bezos got knocked off by an Indian billionaire.
Yeah, that guy's
Indian
in everything,
billionaire,
apparently.
Gautam Adnani, bro.
Yeah,
This guy is killing it.
He's got his
Finally,
hand in everything.
India in the top 10, baby. We're out here. Let's go. Top 10 India. We out here. We're making names. We're making moves.
All right. Yeah, no, definitely shout out to that dude. I'm not really sure of his name, but I saw that whole story on him. I know he's got his hand in in a lot of industries. He does almost everything from what I'm hearing. Hell of a guy. And apparently he's a university dropout.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he ended up making that money because of his hustle.
Yeah.
Right? Obviously some natural brains there, no question about that. Tops breaking through 9. Top wicking at 920, making us look silly after we felt good about ourselves on this trade. Now we're feeling silly for leaving a whole dollar on the table because we got out. I think top wick here that I got was 920, 827, excuse me. Now it just top wicked at 920. This one is interesting because, you know, we've been talking a lot about this, Brad. We've been talking about the fact that once we make high of day, we break high of day on these small cappers, they seem to retrace immediately back down. Top's kind of breaking that a little bit and continuing to make higher highs. So good on Tops, up 65% on the day. Keep your eye on this one. It's not done.
David Howe's asking, can you please look at XPeng? Do we think I should accept all the loss on XPeng? I'm not a financial advisor, David Howe. I'm sorry, I cannot tell you how to trade your portfolio. All I can tell you is manage your risk, my friend. If you can handle the loss, if it goes even further to the downside, then you know, hold on to it if you can handle it. But if you cannot handle the loss that the stock is giving you if you can't handle if you can't handle the loss that the stock is giving you, then the obvious answer is, get out of it. Why would you even hold on to something that's absolutely crushing to the downside and not helping you out? Once again, like I said, though, we are not financial advisors. I can't tell you how to trade your portfolio. What I can do is maybe give you a technical analysis real quick on the 1 year chart over here. Sorry, on the daily chart is what I'm trying to say. XPEV, here we go. XPEV, XPEV heading to an all-time low.
Look at that chart, Brad. How, I mean, I don't even know, man. It doesn't look good.
We're at all-time lows on XPEV?
We are, bro. Yes.
How about NIO and Li Auto? Okay, NIO and Li Auto are actually doing way better than XPEV.
Yeah,
XPEV just getting smacked. This is nasty. Yeah, man, look, I don't know where the bottom's going to be. The bottom could be at $2. The bottom could be at $1. The bottom could be here. I don't know the future, and I'm not a financial advisor. So risk management is something that I always urge to my viewers over here, or our viewers, not my viewers. If the stock broke the IPO range low, I think I would have jumped out then. But then if the stock broke the previous all-time low, I would have jumped out then. So there was multiple spots over here where I would have booked the loss and jumped out. That's just how I trade. That's how I would be trading on my day trading account. On my long-term account, if it's a long-term account, I'm just buying more and buying more. So hopefully that helps you out on that side. AMD, after the 50th and the 100th attempt, finally trying to go to the downside over here. Only 6 pennies in the money, though. Market's coming back to the south side. Let's see if AMD can I turn the stock around completely 360 and go flat on this position. That's the story of the day for me. Every stock that I've been absolutely getting beat up on, somehow I managed to turn it around. So let's see if we can do this on this one too. I also want to go back to Apple. Oh no, I missed out. I missed out on Apple because I was too busy fighting AMD. Apple near the 100 period EMA would have been the short that I wanted, and now it's breaking 144 to the downside with the market moving south.
Guys, SHFS opened for all of 1 second and then halted again. That's why these trades are so dangerous. Number one, I don't want to say there's no liquidity on this. There is liquidity, but it's just open for very little. You can't even really punch in. You don't even know when to punch in here or whether you're doing the right thing. The stock hasn't given you enough time to kind of digest it and analyze it. We'll talk about SHFS and the move that Tops is making to the north side once we get back from Brendo, who's at the big desk with Sector Watch.
Hey guys, still a red day. Unfortunately, downside we go for both the S&P and the NASDAQ. Here's a look at the NASDAQ currently leading us to the downside. There are a few things, handful anyways, of positive names here. We mentioned right out of the gate this morning some positivity in Chinese stocks. JD.com still in positive territory. PDD right beside it, though, not so much. Still 1% to the upside for Pinduoduo. That's DLTR. Tough to see down there, but also positive on the day. There's ILMN upside this morning on an upgrade in the healthcare group. PCAR as well, back higher. But everything else you can see very much in negative territory. Tesla leading 6% downside right now. Lucid being dragged down with it, 4.8% for Lucid in negative territory. Amazon, 1.8%. Booking.com, some of the travel names. Airbnb had it on the watch list this morning on an upgrade, but there it is, 2% lower for Airbnb despite an upgrade today. Netflix, Meta, Match, Comcast, all of the streaming names downside as well, including Goog and Google here as well in the communication services group, 2+%. All about these names though. Software leading right now as far as negativity is concerned. DocuSign after that Kathy Wood note yesterday. If you missed it, yeah, she's out of DocuSign. That came across about this time yesterday. Datadog, 4.5%. OKTA, Splunk here, Zoom as well. 2.5% for Zoom. There's crowdsource 2% as well. The semiconductors did bounce a little bit, 2.5% still for both NVIDIA and AMD. Red kind of day, guys. Back over to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, I'm kind of shocked a little bit that Kathy Wood is completely out of DocuSign, given the amount of time she went on TV.
What do you mean, bro? She's going to jump out of everything eventually. She's going to have no money left.
I don't know. I got nothing to say about that. But Aunt Kathy was a rock star 2020, 2021. Now everybody's questioning her
There's going to be stories written about her eventually. I know about it. I just don't know if the story is going to be a good one or a bad one.
That's the thing.
Time will tell.
You got it right on the nose there, Bradley. Guys, I'm looking at Peggy here. I'm seeing a bit of a flat top starting to develop at that 270 level. I'm thinking maybe I'll put in a long order at that 271. Maybe we'll ride it back up to the second resistance area here at that 287, 285 level. We'll scalp a little bit out. You recall we missed the dip here on VWAP because it did stop at that 253, which was the key area of support that I wasn't able to glean because I was fixated on VWAP rather than looking at the price action. So 271, I'm looking to get long on Peggy, but the volume's got to cooperate too, and the volume really isn't there to support a move up, despite the fact that it is stair-stepping up ever so slowly. That's one for their tops. Now, tops flirting with that 9 level, kind of same way that it did with that 8 level, pops up above, pops below. There's a fight between buyers and sellers at that $9 level. Let's see what ends up happening. I've made my move on this one. I don't really want to get back any profits, so I'm going to stay out of this one unless it really sets itself up nicely, to be honest. But SHFS still halted. I think the last halt we had was a 10-minute halt. Let me, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, that's a 10-minute halt. So let's see if we actually get a 5-minute halt this time. Looks like if we are going to get a 5-minute halt, it should open within the next 60 seconds. Otherwise, we're looking probably at another 10-minute halt, Brad.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at what our watch list had to say about the chip stocks today, and wanted to go see why AMD is doing what AMD is doing. You know, it keeps on stopping me out. I think I'm gonna actually give up on this trade at this point because I can't get it right. I simply can't get it right. Why bother? Keep on taking the damage on it. But the overall catalyst was showing early relative weakness after holding Tuesday's gap up, and AMD's price target got cut from 90 to from $130 to $90, but pretty strong move to the north side on AMD right here, moving all the way back to 6650s. I can't listen to myself sometimes, so we're gonna get back in over here, and we're gonna give it up to 6650. Come on, AMD, don't do this to me, man. At least you're going up on the long-term account at the moment from the low of day today, but on my day trading account is what I need to put the damage on. So come on, put yourself to the downside, break yourself, and push.
Break yourself, fool.
A couple other positions that are popping up on the scanners over here. We got tops, which is your boys looking at it. Yeah,
it's flying, guys. Look at this. Now top wicket 980 on tops, making me look like, you know, it's like a noob. Sorry,
Why
Brad.
can't you hold 10 shares?
Because I'm an idiot.
Just hold 10 shares.
I don't know.
Like, get rid of your 75% and then hold 10. And then eventually that 10 becomes 100, the 100 becomes 1,000, the 1,000
like
becomes
the
10,000.
shares that I'm holding are itching me or something. I gotta get out of it.
Just hold some,
For some
bro.
reason, I
okay,
didn't.
maybe
but
not
look
10,
at the
hold
move.
5.
Look at the move,
Whatever
bro.
it is, like hold the smallest amount of shares you can and see what if you can make a big deal out of it. Because you're already taking a pretty big profit.
Right?
Let's go to his chart over here. Because you're already taking a pretty decent sized profits on it. I think by holding some, you're not really giving anything back, right?
No,
hey,
I'm
look
not,
at you got the circle
Yeah,
going.
I did it. You told
All
me
right,
how to do
all
it
right,
yesterday.
all
I got
right.
it done.
Let's go. But yeah, man, I think I had the same issue when I first started, and then eventually with the help of my peers and my friends like Ian, Sean, Neil, even Greg. Greg always just hold 10.
Yeah,
just hold
yeah,
10.
yeah.
If you got in 100, just hold 10. If you
Branko
got in,
says the same thing. Hold a piece for the dream.
just hold a piece. Nothing
yeah.
wrong with that. Well, how much are you gonna give back by holding
Not
it?
much,
Nothing,
man.
right?
I had like.
But look how much more you could have gotten out of it
and
by
it
holding
looks
it.
so good. Anyway, all good. Go ahead.
I want to look at FaZe, baby. FaZe Clan up 10% for some reason today. Not sure what the catalyst is for this guy, but a pretty clean move all the way up to $7 for FaZe from $4.80 off the pre-market lows. Clean move up 10% on the day. Actually, it says SSR day 2, which might not be true and might be true also. I have to check on that. Actually, no, it is true. Yesterday, we dropped from... Oh yeah, it's true. So it was SSR yesterday. So this is SSR day 2. For anyone wondering what SSR is, it's when a stock, let me see if I can find a stock down 10% or more today, or at least this stock is down 8%. So this stock might go into SSR mode. SEDG, what even is SEDG?
Sedge. Oh, it's some. I think it's what's it called? Solar. Pretty sure.
Oh, okay, yeah. Solar
It is
Edge
solar,
Technology,
yeah.
Israeli stock, 1.62 relative volume today, down 8.15%. SSR triggers anytime a stock goes down 10% on the day, and that lasts all the way up till the next business day also, unless the next business day it drops another 10%, then it re-triggers that system and lasts another business day and so on. According to the SSR rule, you will not be able to short the bids. You have to sit on the ask for the stock to go higher and get picked up as people are covering or people are going long in order to get your short fills to the downside. Real quick before we throw it back to your boy Sharif, in 3 minutes, this rocket's about to launch.
Hey, yes, man. Dude, to be honest with you, that never gets old for me. No matter how many times I see them, I'm always impressed by that kind of stuff. Space is such a big hobby for me. I love it. Guys, the market.
I wanted to be a fighter jet pilot.
So did I.
And my mom said, no, you're too stupid. So that dream died really quick.
You know why that dream died? Because Canada only has 70.
This was back in India.
No, I wanted to be a fighter. I was born. I wasn't born here, but I was like raised here. I came here when I was 4, and I wanted to be a fighter pilot since I was around 12 or 13 years old. But Canada only has like 70 functional FA-18s. And so if you want to be a fighter pilot, you had to be the cream of the cream.
Yeah.
And so there was a good chance that I wasn't going to make it, obviously. So I had to find an alternative.
Real quick before you go to whatever you're going, Beyond Meats is popping up with the big volume candle. Brendan in our work chat just mentioned it. Beyond has takeover chatter. Listen, how many times have we seen these rumors come out with Beyond Meats? Be very careful. But yesterday, Mr. Beast, you know who Mr. Beast is?
No.
Sean knows who Mr. Beast is. Mr. Beast yesterday apparently made the biggest plant burger in the world, and he wanted people to come help him eat that. So I wanted to see if he used any Beyond burgers in there or anything. And I think Beyond will catch some traction off of that video. Here today, the stock comes up right on time. Beyond with the big volume candle with the takeover rumor. I wonder who's going to buy them out, though. Who do you think has the potential to buy out Beyond?
I don't know, man. I'm thinking maybe one of these bigger fast food chains, like McDonald's.
No. It's got to be like a food processing company, like Yum Brands or something.
I got no idea.
No, same. I can't wrap my head around it.
Bears versus Bulls, shout out. Bears versus Bulls saying his pops was in the Air Force as well, and he wanted to follow through with that. Yeah, definitely, to be honest with you. It was always a dream of mine, never panned out. Sucks for me. Zach Cotton saying, check out David Butler's YouTube channel. How far away is it? Okay, I'm assuming it has something to do with that, with the Air Force. So I'll definitely check that out. Let me screenshot that so that I don't forget. Control-Shift-S. Oh, Window-Shift-S. I'm learning. There we go. I know, look at me,
You're teaching these guys
I know,
new
the
things.
old man's learning. Okay, guys, I want to mention this market. here quickly when we came back from Prad. Earlier I said watch out for the move back on the ES into VWAP, and then watch how it acts in and around that area. It looks like we rejected off it. We're lower than VWAP at the moment, but it looks like we're trying to make a move through it. So let's see how we act around this point. Are we going to break through it decisively and move back up, or are we going to bounce off it and then continue to make new lows on the day, or bounce back near low of day? So interesting to keep your eye on the ES here. Obviously, it's catalyzed by the big tech. Peggy, I got long on Peggy, as you recall. I want to take this flat top breakout. It's not going my way. Thankfully, I have half share size at the moment. I got long 273. It's currently trading at 261, so I'm about 10 or 12 pennies out of the money on this one. My out will be the break of VWAP. So if it breaks below that level of 251, I will be out of Peggy, but I'm going to give this one a little bit of patience. Sadly, the large volume candles here that we need to pop this one up is going red. Let's go to Pratt's screen for a sec if you can, Fahad, because we are going to the north side.
Am I allowed to show this? Do we get copyright strike to show this?
Man.
No, okay.
It's on YouTube.
I don't want to get copyright strike for this. But look at that rocket fly, baby. I love space stuff, man. This is so beautiful. It's gonna stage separate in 32 seconds.
Miko, main engine cut off.
Yeah, Miko, main engine cut off. Okay, you're teaching me new things. While we're watching this, let's send it to Brendo for happening now.
Hi guys, as we head into the lunch hour, still a red board, unfortunately, to show you this is how things are shaping up. About lunchtime here on the East Coast anyways. 1.35% there for the S&P, 1.07 for the Dow. Russell 2000 notably weak, 1.8%, almost 1.8% for the NASDAQ Composite, 1.76. Or 6.8, I should say, for the 100. Few things of note. We continue to watch Twitter, obviously. Comes out early on this morning. Elon and Twitter lawyers, they're yet to reach an agreement on the continuation of this litigation and court case. Remember, that was one of the conditions that he put out there to get this deal done, along with securing financing. AMD downside along with most of the chips, let's be honest. WFC with the price target cut this morning. Yeah, we're still watching oil. OPEC does announce a 2 million barrel per day production cut, but when netted out versus what they came up with in August, it's actually a 1 million barrel per day production cut. But still, some of these oil stocks with big moves. Here's XOM up 3.5%. Oil just topped out at day highs above 1.6%, but big moves for some of the oil producers today, guys.
Guys, Tops is making a move. Look at this. Now breaking through 10. It looks like we top wicked here on Tops. Can I just get the actual, 10.14, high of day now. It's fighting again, 10.999, 10.99. There's going to be that fight at the holder level that we've seen at 8 and again at 9. We're seeing it again at 10. But Tops is up 85% on the day. It seems to have all the legs in the world. This one does not want to stop, Prad.
Yeah, I just got out some off NVIDIA. I punched into an NVIDIA short near 12900 period EMA, pretty much close to the 129 area. That way my risk was about, 20 pennies above my stop or above my entry. I think actually 40 pennies above my entry, which I'm okay with on NVIDIA. We're 40 cents in the money at the moment. I took my first profit lot. AMD finally working for me after struggling for 10 straight tries on that one. So hopefully this keeps on going to the downside even more. That way I can make more profits on this and then cut back my losses that I incurred on AMD today. Hopefully go back to being flat on the day. I was a little bit red over here because of AMD. You know me. I'll be blatantly honest with you guys. I'll tell you how much money I'm making. I'll tell you how much money I'm losing. I'll tell you if I'm in the green, in the red. I want transparency with the viewers. You know, that's the number one thing that we aim for over here. There's a lot of people out there who just lie about it, right? They lie about how many shares they're taking. They lie about how much money they're making. They lie about even being in the green. That's not Trader TV Live, baby. That's not Trader TV Live. We're over here trying to first educate, second entertain, and third inform people. Those are the three things that we should actually have like a motto here, right? Trader TV Live, educate, inform.
Yeah.
We should have something like that. That would be cool. We never really came up with something. Maybe that's something that I should message the marketing team to come up with. But But yeah, baby, you know the goal. And all of that is for absolutely free. These AMD trades were a little painful. Hopefully, we get to make some profits off of this as the market's pulling back. And Miko did happen. Main engine did cut off. The separation, now booster rockets are trying to go back, and the stage 1 is trying to go by itself.
Guys, Tops is just out of this world, by the way. I just checked to see if this was a short squeeze, but according to FinViz, and you know how these short stats are updated like every 2 weeks, so you may not have the most recent data, but according to FinViz, the short float is less than 1%, 0.85%. For
what?
But on Tops, can you double check it real quick on yours? What do you got?
Yeah, 0.84.
Yeah, so Pratt has the same thing on what's it called?
Trade Ideas.
On Trade Ideas. So I don't know if this is a short squeeze or not, but it definitely looks like it. If it smells like it, looks like it, walks like it, it probably is.
Quacks like a duck.
Right? Tops. Now, look at that. We're about to hit 1150. This is just really parabolic, guys. I want to mention something on this real quick, but seem to have forgotten. Either way, Tops making a move now, up 106% on the day. I don't know where to get into this. If I just get in like that, it's just absolutely gambling. I'm chasing the price action that may or may not come. I don't actually have any solid foundation for getting in the trade other than the fact that it's moving up. What's not moving up, though, is my trade on Peggy. Consolidating sideways after waking up, but I still like the fact that it's creating a bit of a flat top. Sometimes these flat tops, they do get false breakouts, and then it'll actually have the actual breakout after that. So that's what I'm holding on to, but it's not changing my plan on this one. My plan is the breakout VWAP. I'm out on Peggy. So.
I said the whole week of this market is just going to be green, and boy, was I wrong. Look at this Wednesday's move on this market. Pretty yucky, right? But then again, we had 4% this week to start off. We had 2% Monday.
For what?
The move, yeah.
Oh God, it was a big boy move.
I think we had
2 and 2.5.
3. Yeah, 3,
Jeez,
almost 4% Monday, and then we had another 2% yesterday. So overall, total 6% gain for this week. And today we just gave back a little bit of it. We're pulling back to this range consolidation high. I'm actually going to throw that line right there. That happens to be the lower day today, 37, 33 areas.
Market.
Oh, wow, market's going and it's burning me, so I got to jump out my trades.
Okay, so the market now breaking through VWAP, and that's what I was telling you guys here. Careful how this acts around VWAP. If you had shorts, if you're long-minded, this is what you got to keep your eye on now. So now we're breaking through the VWAP decisively with a lot of volume coming in to support that green candle to the high side. VWAP was at that 37.57. Now we're at 37.62. So a good little move there. Nothing too crazy in terms of overall market move, but this may change the direction of the trend, and we may start trending up. So keep your eye on that. Let's see how big tech is doing. Which one of these monsters is responsible for this move, or if all of them are. Let's bring down the big tech chart here, guys. Looks like Meta made a decent move. Also Facebook, they're all making moves. Save and except for Tesla. Tesla, the laggard. We know our boy Elon is probably selling to finance his stuff. Right, Wayne the Brain there earlier told me that he even though he had raised 15 billion from previous sales of the stock, he needed to raise more. And so look at this. All right, I don't know. I don't want to call this program selling, because usually program selling is usually more red candles and fewer green candles. But this was definitely a move, and I'm assuming Mr. Elon had something to do with that in terms of liquidating. But Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Meta, Google, all making aggressive north side moves on that pop in the market. So let's keep our eye on that. Now, what's our Tops trade doing? Nothing. Still continuing to move sideways. Apple's making a move, eh? Peggy continuing to move sideways, but Tops now pulling back after making a high at 11.32. Now we're trading at 10.06, so that's $1.30. Move back down. Let's see if 10 will act as an interesting area of support. It looks like here the price action, we may find a level of support between that 9.90 and 10. Let's see how it acts around there. But you know how I do, especially off big extended moves like this. I switch to the 5-minute chart, and then I zoom in to find out how extended we are off that 7 period. The 7-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. And currently we're trading at 10.09. The 7 period is sitting at 9.31. So we're currently, the way I see it, we're currently extended far too high off the 7 period. We need to retrace back closer to the 7 period. We don't necessarily have to touch it, but it has to be close for me to initiate a new long, for a new long setup to set up, Brad.
I'm just trying to look for a catalyst as to why this market popped randomly. Looking at news sources, don't really see anything, so I'm not going to buy this pop. But the one thing that tells me to buy the pop is that volume candle in the market. S&P 500 with a big volume candle, NASDAQ with a big volume candle to the upside. I jumped out of NVIDIA right after seeing that, but I'm still holding my AMD because AMD cannot manage to get above the 100-period EMA over here. So I'm still trying to finesse my trade a little bit. Not sure why, but the market's variables are changing. Get ready to quit your plan and start making new plans if this continues to the upside. If the market continues to shows you a volume to the upside and buyers coming in out of nowhere, then yeah, be careful, guys. There's no reason to continuously just keep on taking damage on these positions. We could come back to it later on at a different price. Look at Apple at the moment. Apple right back to the previous point where I shorted on the day around 145, 146 areas. Sorry, 145.25 areas. This market can't stop going to the north side. Woo! The volume is actually coming in hard. UVXY still going to the downside. What is going on with the market? Does anyone know what the catalyst is? We're facing deflation with retail warehouses. Okay, you're talking to somebody else over there. But yeah, look at this volume coming in. No real volume candle like that for a while. So market's having a monster boom to the upside. NASDAQ now at 11,500. You would expect NASDAQ to reject 11,500 for the day today. And I also said I expect the market to maybe pull up to 3760 above VWAP. We're now at 3770 on the market.
What a move.
Yeah,
Brad, I just want to ask
go for
a
it.
quick favor. Trade Alliance wants you to look at AMD level 2. Yeah, since you're already in it, that's why I just want to give that one to you if you have time.
We were showing it the whole time, not sure what he wants me to look at. Here's the AMD level 2. I've been trading it the whole time, and it's been up here for the wider part.
Let's see what he said here. I kind of missed the exact what he said. Anyway, I'll get back to that one. Sorry, Trade Alliance, but Peggy here now breaking above that 50 period again, flirting with my entry. So my entry is 273. We're currently trading at 270. So 3 pennies out of the money. That's not the story. The story is this, guys, this move off the market here, breaking through VWAP like nobody's business. Today's high of day, though. Let's see what today's high of day is. I got to zoom out for that one. So let's move to the 5-minute chart. So this is not high of day since open, okay? So I just want to make that very clear. High of day since open is that, I think 377, 377.25, 3777, 377.25. However, the high of day since yesterday, because you guys know that futures close for an hour and then they open back up at 6 o'clock. Here it is. It is 38.03. So we're trading at 37.68. So we're still a ways away from yesterday's open high of day. But in terms of after bell high, after today's bell high, we're talking about that 3,777. We're not too far away from that. We're about 9 points or so from that. So keep that as an interesting and keep that level in the back of your mind because, you know, it may bounce off that level. I'm not saying it will, but you need to be cognizant of that level. Let's see what Tops is doing. Tops now coming back into that support area that we identified. Is it going to hold this area? Is it going to respect it? Or is it going to continue to the downside? So this area here between 980 and 10 we identified as a possible level of support. The second level of support that I would look at here would be that 9. We consolidated for for about 10 minutes or so at that $9 level. And the thing is, with this one, it's so far extended off its moving averages. VWAP here is at $8.06, 200 EMAs at 788. So we're looking for price action levels, not indicator levels. On the 5-minute chart, the 7 EMA on this one is at 940. So also keep that level in the back of your mind as well for Tops. 940 to the downside could also be a possible support level on
Wow,
Tops.
Twitter just popped right to $52.
Really, just like that, eh?
Twitter had a nasty pop into 52. I'm glad I removed all my orders on there. Now look at 52 coming into play. This is going to be your, I expected 51.50 to reject on Twitter, but this is a monster move. I'm still wondering as to why the market turned around like that at VWAP or so, moving up to 11,500 on the NASDAQ market. Tesla having a pretty good pullback on it too. You would expect that if Twitter popped, Tesla is actually going the opposite direction, but not true exactly because Twitter has a big volume candle, man. Look at that volume candle on Twitter. Either a bunch of shorts just got squeezed on that and got pushed to $52, or some actual longs coming in because people know something that we don't. So monster move on Twitter to $52. AMD and NVIDIA still squeezing me. Jumped out of that one. Let's go check out what NVIDIA is doing over here real quick. NVIDIA is near 130 and above the 100-period EMA, so... But we're 40 cents away from 130, though. I think if it were closer to 130, I would like it better that way. Where's Apple at right now? Apple near 145. 145.20 is where we're going to look to be taking some positions on here. So we're going to take Apple short.
Hey, okay. That's a hell of a move there. Let's look at tops. Looks like it based out a little bit at that $10 level, 980. It looks like the bottom wick here was at 975. So, you know, that 980-ish level that we talked about. A couple of green candles to the high side, not enough for me to punch in long here. I need to see a bigger confirmation or at least a consolidation, and then, you know, basing out, show me levels that it's going to break through, show me levels that it's having trouble breaking where buyers and sellers are fighting for me to want to punch into this. But it's so extended that if I punch here, I'm really risking a lot of downside action. And this one, like, look at this. Here's what I want to tell you guys. So, for example, look at this up move here. So we have an up move starting around 1140, right? And then you had these 3 red candles. So this is what we call, you know, a momentary pullback. And a lot of long-minded people would initiate longs off these 3 red candles for the move up. The same thing is true for short-minded people. Now, if you're looking at this as the high at 1132, you're moving down. Then you get a couple of green candles. This is where people would initiate shorts to move back down. So this is why you don't jump in so quickly on the first sight of a green candle or a couple of green candles, because these may be momentary pullbacks for shorts to reinitiate and continue the move down. So let's make sure that this is the level it's gonna stay at this level, that it's respecting these support levels before we make any decisions about going long on this one. Now, I think we're about 4 points off the high on the ES after the bell open. Again, this is not the main high of the day. The main high of the day is that 38.03 level, but that 3,777 is the high since open, so eye out for that. JD says, how many times does that pullback trade work? 3rd, 4th? No. So I would say 1 or 2. You know, I've seen 3 work. I have seldom seen 4 work, but I've definitely seen 1, 2, and 3. 1 and 2 are more likely. 3 is a little bit less likely, JD. You want me to keep going?
No, sorry.
Okay.
I was just talking to Brankles over here. I was wondering what he was screaming earlier at the back over there, and he was basically talking about Twitter breaking up to 52, which we already mentioned. That 51.50 level, which was yesterday's low off the halt move and so on. So after opening up the halt, 51.50 held up for a little bit from where people got good longs off of it. So I expected 51.50 to hold on the way down in pre-market. That didn't hold. So I said, hey, 51.50 should now be a resistance instead, which it was for the most part. 51.50 would not break on Twitter all day until this random move that comes out of nowhere, big volume candle. So I'm expecting for sure stops got blown out. UVXY now at the low a day. Market keeps on launching to the upside. Yeah. Market has no breaks in it at the moment. The same like the rocket ship that Elon Musk just sent. There's no breaks in it, just ripping it to the upside. The question is, do we turn green on the day?
I know. Well, we're not that far. Well, actually, hold on. We're about 27 points off that 38.03. But in terms of after the bell, now look at this, guys. Now we're getting a little bit of a battle at that 3,777 that we talked about here. It hasn't decisively broken through. I'm not saying it won't, but there does seem to be a little bit of a battle between longs and shorts here. So let's see what 377 does. Do we bounce back down, or are we going to make a new high since open? Interesting. Let's check big caps, see what they're up to. Because sometimes you can glean good patterns off these big caps that may indicate to you whether the futures are more long-minded or short-minded. Let's see what Apple's doing here. Apple being the behemoth that it is. Excellent move up for Apple. Flat. Look at this consolidation period here and then a new high. Let's see what we do here at 145.50. Let's go out to the daily chart and see if 145.50 is an important level. Yesterday on Apple, the high on Apple was 146.22. What was the close? The close on Apple yesterday was 146. Okay, so 146 may be an interesting level, which is this level right here. Otherwise, 145.53 is nothing burger, to be honest with you. Look for 146 as a resistance level on Apple. And the reason I mention that, obviously, it is because it's a market catalyst, no question about it. Peggy, annoying me. It's annoying me. I'll tell you the truth. It's not giving me what I want. I want what I want, and I want it now. So now it's continuing to stair step up, higher highs, higher lows. That's good for me. But obviously, being the impatient person that I am, I want it quickly. So let's go ahead because I feel like this one may start breaking out. And if it does, and I'm not looking at it, I want to be a part of it. So let's go ahead and put a piece out here at that 279. I'm going to take a little bit out there. So there we go. Our order there is set. Let me just change this because the yellow doesn't show up very well here. Sell order color, we're going to make red, and then our short color is going to be purple. So that, there we go, apply, okay. Now you can see it a little bit better. So Peggy continuing to make a stair stepping up. Now I'm basically flat on the trade. Tops. Made a move, pulled back. Let's see what this one does. Is this going to consolidate or is this setting up for a flat bottom breakdown? It's holding the 7 period quite nicely and definitely hugging the 20 period. Well off the 50 period on tops, Brad, up 90%.
Yeah, I'm just in a Microsoft short and an Apple short right now. Let's see if the market can pull back. 37.80 seems to be a little bit of a resistance on the market. If you look at the pre-market, the way we traded around 37.80, sorry, did I say 50? 37.80 is what I wanted to say. We got 2 peaks, and then we got a 3rd peak over here off the open, and the 4th peak coming in just now around the same prices. Futures want to pull back. Microsoft short 16 cents in the money. Ooh. Microsoft short 15, 16 cents in the money and trying to push down even lower. Let's see if the market can actually pull back all the way to VWAP. I'm very happy with the market move. I'll be honest. We bounced off of it at a decent levels on the market. It did look scary for a little bit. It looked like the market was going to die completely. And then now we got a pretty good rally on it. Sadly, the rally did hurt me a little bit. You know, I'm red on the day still. It's going to take me a little bit more hard work now to get back to flat because these random whipsaw actions above VWAP came out of nowhere. Not whipsaw actions, but random longs. I don't even think it was news catalyst based because I didn't really find any catalyst that I was looking for that would be able to justify this move that we're watching at the moment on Microsoft. So yeah, look at this monster up move. Now I'm just basically short around pre-market highs, which is 247.50. Apple did pop a little bit higher than the previous high, but I was just waiting and watching the market. If the market took out 37.80, then I was going to jump out of Apple, but market never really took out 37.80, so I added onto my position, and now we're pretty much flat on the Apple trade over here. Let's see what stocks you guys are trading in the chat. Throw up some tickers in there. We will gladly take a look at them and cover those stocks for you, but in the meantime, we're only at 2.8K likes, baby.
Yeah,
we
need
still
to
got
get 200 more
5,000
likes,
people
man.
watching. Hell yeah, brother. We still got 5,000 people watching, so hit that get that 2.8K likes to a much higher number. Hit that subscribe, hit that join, hit that like, and all of those notification bells and so on. That helps us out with the YouTube algorithm. That algorithm sometimes, this is the crazy part, yo.
What?
I'm coming into this like crazy tin hat conversation period where I believe all these algos are in cahoots with each other. Like all of these like Netflix algos, YouTube algos, they're all in cahoots with each other because I watched the Jeffrey Dahmer one on Netflix.
I didn't watch that
And
yet,
instantly, I have all these murder case stuffs on YouTube. How does YouTube know to push that channel to me literally minutes after I finished watching Dahmer?
That's terrifying, man.
Like, these algos are all working in cahoots, man. It's scary.
Let me ask you something. Where were you watching that? On your PC or Apple
PC,
TV or what?
PC.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, that makes it a bit more likely, right? Because then you could have like
they're tracking my browser views, and then they're like, oh, so he just watched Jeffrey Dahmer tape, so we're gonna push some murder cases onto this guy. I was like, what? Like, yo, YouTube, you're scary, bro.
Guys, that market bouncing off that level we talked to you about to the T, 3,777 here, but I don't think we're out of the woods so far in terms of if you're looking short here, because now we could make that move back up. We've seen it before. Look what it did at VWAP. Went to VWAP, rejected, bounced back down, bounced back up, bounced back down, then it broke through it decisively. Same thing could happen for this 3,777. But, you know, it's nice to know these levels, especially if you want to play the range. You can make good money off that, whether you're playing the futures or any of these big caps or anything that's moving relative to the market. Playing the range is profitable for some people, not something that I actually do myself, but yeah, definitely a possibility. Look at what Tops is doing. This is exactly what I meant when I said, watch out for this on Tops. It's going to pull back. Right? You have the aggressive pullback here, 4, 5, maybe even 6 red candles. You have a little bit of a pop back here. That's what we were talking about. And now we're going to initiate a new short. This looks to me like a flat bottom breakdown through that 980, 990 level, possibly back into 960 or even here to 9 or 930. Some nice resistance levels here. Support levels, mind you. So this one looking like a more of a short than a long at the moment on Tops. Careful of that. It is extended 82% up on the day. A lot of people are probably securing shorts on this right now, thinking, you know, this is my time to shine. It's the 12 o'clock hour. Volumes dropping off. All the guys that were going long are going and grabbing a bite. Let me push this stock lower. So keep your eye out for a possible drop here on Tops. It looks like it's setting up, to be honest with you. What's not setting up and what's annoying me, because I only have about 4 minutes before Ian comes on and graces you with his presence, is Peggy. Peggy doing nothing. I'm long 273. It's trading at 272. So I'm basically flat on the trade. It doesn't want to break out. But what I do see here, and what Brad has been talking about, what I've been talking about, is a wedge pattern. A compression pattern. You have a bit of a flat top here at that 274, 273 area-ish, but then you have way higher lows. Look at where we started at, 253. Then we move up to 258, and then we move up to 261, and then we move up to 263. So constantly higher lows with the same flat top. That looks to me like it's going to be a breakout.
Yes, sir. The market actually pulling back as expected. I wish I took a short on the futures side, 37.80, not really pushing too much further than that, but at least we have some profits to take on Microsoft over here, which is 10 cents in the money. Apple only 18 cents in the money, but I want to take some profits on it because we have two lots of ads on this position, so let's take some profits on it just in case it does not work for us. I don't want to watch all of my size go back to flat and then maybe even burn me once again, which is not going to be cool. AMD short, yeah, I'm just done with AMD, honestly. I lost so much money on AMD today, I don't even want to look at it. Let's go to Western Digital. Western Digital popping up on the scanners to the green side, so is Eli Lilly. Look at Western Digital, holy, upgrade or like what's the catalyst over here? Monster move, even though the market's down 1% on either side. WDC up 2.4% on the day. Took out the yesterday's high not too long ago, around 36.45. Consolidated a little bit around 36.80 and then went for another breakout high. Monster move for Western Digital. This is your memory space, so Seagate, WDC, and all those stocks
together.
Yeah,
I was about to say, hard drive central, right? Western Digital?
Yeah. What is Seagate's ticker, do you know?
No, I have no idea. Good question.
Seagate.
Yeah, those bring back memories, man.
STX.
Have you ever put together your own computer?
Yeah, I only make my
once.
PC.
I was like 18 years old, and
I only build my PCs. I don't buy them. Yeah.
Attaboy, man. Good for you. Self-sufficient, to be honest.
I just don't trust the people to make my PCs, man. Like they will use like garbage parts. Like if you're buying from Dell, most of the time you get like a garbage pre-built proprietary motherboard that does not have like half of the expandability capabilities that you're looking for. Yeah. And then if you're buying a PC from like these stupid iBuyPower companies and whatnot, half the time they send it to you, it gets damaged in the shipping process.
Oh, God.
And it's such a hassle to deal with them because half of these companies are in America. Right? So if I want to like buy it from CyberPower or iBuyPower, like the whole return process is painful.
It's no good,
so I'd much rather just buy the parts myself, build them myself. It's cheaper that way too.
All right, guys, I'm going to have to sign off here. Sadly, I can't wait for my long into Peggy to materialize. I got to shut it down. It sucks for me. I'll probably lose about 7 pennies on this one. There we go. I'm flat. Yep. a bit of a loss on Peggy. No big deal. I'll shut down all my other orders. I think I had some other orders. So Control Shift 1 will cancel everything I've got there. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls for always keeping it down in the chat. Guys, keep your eye on 3777 on the futures and keep your eye on this possible breakdown on tops. If you can secure shorts on tops here, this may be really interesting. Peace out. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Have a good one, my friend. Man. We'll see you tomorrow. As always, 11 o'clock. Your boy Sharif will be back. The low float monster himself will be coming in to put some damage and show you how he trades low floats. I personally can't bring myself to trade low floats yet. Maybe one day we'll do it. Pratty, never heard of Amazon? Yeah, that's where I buy my parts from, bro. Obviously, you buy from Amazon, but I don't buy computers from Amazon. They're still the same thing. I would never trust a PC from Amazon. If I would much rather go trust a PC from CyberPower or iBuyPower than trusting it from Amazon. I just won't, simply can't. But man, Apple currently pulling to the south side, 15 cents in the money. Microsoft 11 cents in the money. We were 40 cents in the money on Microsoft, so not looking so good, man. These futures today randomly ripping to the upside, and now I'm afraid the market will turn green. And if it does turn green, though, at least I get to say I called it. I don't believe in this market down move, but I didn't get to capitalize on it because I traded the trend today. The trend was to the downside, and I got spanked a little bit on AMD. But now we're trying to make that money back on other positions. Let's go look at Chewy. Chewy today, I hesitated to push the long on Chewy multiple times, and I shouldn't have, honestly. This stock was on a tear. Look at it, ripped to the upside off the open, and then kind of had this consolidation area over here, and then went for another breakout recently past the high a day of 35.30. Now we're sitting at 35.50. I think the stock could easily go up to 37. Today, if this market if this market keeps on showing us green candles like it is right now, we could easily go up to 37 on Chewy to play with this range high, maybe even 36.50 to play with this range high areas. Already up 7.2% on the day for your Ryan Cohen's previous company. I don't know if he still owns it or not, but Ryan Cohen's company.
What's going on, guys? It's been an exciting day, man. Like Twitter has been obviously crazy. I've been trading that a lot. I tried one bounce on Tesla. That didn't really work. The bounce is kind of dead right now, so I don't think it's that bright of an idea. But I thought maybe it could start going a bit. But yeah, Twitter has been very, very interesting. It just crept up to 52 now, and there was a lot of size at 52. So I'm waiting for that level to come in play for a potential short fade off of that move. What we just traded just now was 150. There was reserve there. And then that bounced. I don't know if you guys recall or if you saw it on the closing show yesterday when Twitter finally opened. It pushed up to 52 and then it reserved 51.50. So you're getting like that mirror action play right here on Twitter again once more. I'm not too sure why there's been a huge volume bump and increase up to 52. I'm not too sure if any sort of news updates have come out with this deal. But man, it's been kind of like been trading a tight range all day between like 51.20. I guess the top end of the range was the 51.50 area down to like 50.60, and it couldn't really break below that. So I kept shorting it below 51 for quick scalps and whatnot. But now it's a lot more interesting up at this 52 level. So watching this one pretty closely. I was also looking at Ford this morning, and I actually vouched not to trade it just because I was looking for like a straight gap fill. If you guys look at the daily, there is a little bit of a gap between like 1240 and 1275, like 30-cent gap, obviously not that much. But if you size accordingly, you could take good advantage of it. It just wasn't really in the books for Ford this morning. It just kind of faded in the pre-market, and that's kind of the action. Like, if it's going to do that, it's probably just going to, continue to fade into open once, the volume starts to pour in. And that's exactly what it did. So I kind of just left it. I wasn't sure what kind of support areas to play off of on Ford. I haven't really traded it too often recently. So I kind of just left that one for now. But obviously, with the catalyst this morning, it was on my watch list. If you guys haven't subscribed already, subscribe to that watch list.
Yeah, I'm currently taking more size on Microsoft as Microsoft did pop, but Apple is still in the money by 20 cents. Apple being the ringleader of the whole tech sector. I think Microsoft over here has to simply follow through to the downside. Market's still pushing to the downside. It did look scary for a little bit. It looked like it wanted to pop, but Apple didn't pop. Market also pushing this outside, and Microsoft's the only one that popped. So trying to take more size over here. Previously was a 40-cent winner. Now let's see if we can turn it into another 40-cent winner with the more size on the trade over here on MSFT. Let's go take a look at other positions in the chat. AERC apparently popping up again. AERC yesterday was a pretty monster trade. Let's go see what it's doing today. Down 21% today. So obviously SSR is triggered on this position. It's going to be harder for you to short the stock unless it's going up like it is now. And you also have to most likely pay for shorts on AERC, which is something I didn't do and nor am I going to do at this time of the day. Just going to leave it alone. Look at that volume spike on AERC compared to the last volume candle and the previous volume candles. Looks like some volume coming in for the stock to push it to the 100-period EMA around $4.07. Apple still 20 cents in the money. Microsoft is getting ready to push itself to the downside so we can take some profits eventually. WDC slowing down. Yeah, I would expect it to slow down. You know, market had a nice little pop-up in it. WDC already up 3% on the day. I don't think WDC has more of a move coming in, but I would like it to be at those. Wait, where'd the range go? Didn't I say 36.50? Where'd that range go? It just disappeared. There was like a range over here. Let me zoom out. No? This is the 1-day chart. This is the 1-minute chart. Was it here somewhere? Huh. I'm missing. Maybe it was a different stock. Anyways, I'm kind of drawing a blank right now.
Guys, I am long Tesla right now. So I was kind of leaning off of this 236 level. So, you know, it kind of made a high here before and then faded off of that move and then made a little bit of a bottom 234. So again, like I wasn't really playing a bounce off of a support level for Tesla. I was kind of waiting for, you know, this 236 to actually show a breakout move and then support. So that's exactly what it's kind of doing now. So I'm going to lean off of that and try to get a bounce play here on Tesla. As this 236, you know, maybe a resistance now holds as a higher low and, you know, resistance turns into support. So that's exactly the play I'm looking at here. I got to give it about like probably like risk down to 235. So, you know, got to size appropriately on this trade. I missed the Twitter short because I was trying to get the YouTube chat up. But it blasted right up to 52, and I heard the boys like kind of make noise in the background, and you know I immediately clicked to Twitter, and that's exactly what it did. So I missed that short. I have the order there right now, but I think it might be a little too late. But what a short, man! Like I think it was like 2,000, 3,000 lots or more at 52, very similar to the size from yesterday. Right, so no wonder that it's, you know, rejecting that size once again. I think if this 5150 breaks, actually, then I think I'm okay. So there we go. I'm gonna punch in short now on Twitter now in front of this 5150. So like I said, guys, that 5150 was reserving before on the bid and then gave a little bit of a bounce, and now it's kind of breaking through. There's less buyers there. So let's see if this move can be sustained to the downside here. And, you know, basically risking off of that 52 above, right? So that 52 has yet to be broken, yet to be like truly tested. There, I haven't seen if there's a reserve there or anything like that. But for now, I'm liking Twitter to the short side, rejecting 52, and hopefully, you know, now that this 5150 reserve has kind of broken, you know, maybe we can push a little bit lower.
Someone in the chat said, how much are you guys earning? And this meme came to my mind right here. If you've not seen this movie, you should see this movie. Do you remember what this movie was called?
Which one?
This one, where this kid goes, you guys are getting paid.
Oh, yeah, we're the Millers. We're the
Millers, yeah.
You guys are getting paid?
Yeah, so the person in the chat, how much are you guys earning this? I'm this guy. You guys are getting paid? Like, what? You guys are actually making money here? You guys are getting paid? No, just a quick little joke over there. Another one coming in from Darwin. Darwin says, Ian, bad news. Saw Costco has a hot dog shortage in the UK.
Oh man, yeah, that is bad news.
I've yet to have the Costco
I'm glad you guys remember that though. That's good. Good on you guys for remembering that. I am a Costco fan. I guess you guys remember my Kirkland shirt that I wore a few times as a joke. But yeah, you've yet to have a hot dog.
I've yet to have a Costco hot dog, bro.
It's like a staple. Everyone.
But you know what though? It's always gonna be $1.50. Said the CEO. He's never gonna change the price.
Forever, right?
Forever. He said, I don't care what inflation is. Forever. Yeah. So he's gonna stick with that call out. Hey, if he changes his call out, you know who we're going after. Maybe they fire him just because he doesn't want to raise the price of hot dogs, and they get a new CEO in there. Who knows, right? These the people who have more power are the shareholders, and the shareholders could easily vote him out if they want to see the hot dog price go to $2. Someone in the chat mentioned a very valid point. All the chip stocks are weak today and actually are down on the day, but then you have Micron absolutely booming to the north side, up 80.82%. Not sure why. I can't even come up with the reasoning as to why Micron's up, but apparently you did, and your answer was the game is rigged. Yeah, the game's always rigged, mate. That's just how it goes. You know, the smart people, the big money people, they know how to rig the game in their odds and into their favor, right? So we gotta be careful always. Another question from the chat, I believe, was if I am losing, who's winning? The market? It could be anybody. It's a zero-sum game, right? So one person is winning, the other person is losing. It could be you're losing to maybe Goldman Sachs algorithms and JP Morgan algorithms. It could be you're losing to me and Ian. It could be that the loss is coming from another trader. So we don't really know who's profiting off of our losses, but there's always somebody on the other side. That's why you want to understand the mental aspect of trading. Every time you get into a trade, you want to be asking yourself, what is my counterpart doing? If I'm going long 54.37, that means someone's going short 54.37. What is their idea? What are they thinking behind it? Where could their stops be? Where could their profits be? Once you consider all these questions while getting into a trade, that's going to just make you a better trader going forward.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm glad you actually brought that up, because this is a conversation that we have a lot on the floor. And like, if it is a zero-sum game, so let's say, you know, one day you make $100 and the next day you lose $100, and you do that repeatedly, right? Obviously you're not losing, you're consistent, like you're consistently profitable trader or whatever, but obviously you're not making money, right? So the way you kind of develop that and develop that profit and, you know, become more consistent is you bring up your C game, right? And this is something that, you know, we talk about a lot, is you bring up your C game. So you essentially make your
what game?
Your C game. Like if it's A, B, C.
Oh, like C, like the
yeah,
the
exactly.
C?
So if you guys and Brankos knows the book. He actually read the book, but he kind of passed along this knowledge. So there's 3 parts to your game, right? So the A game is like your best days, like the days where you're just absolutely crushing and making a lot of money. Your B game is just neutral, you're flat, right? And then your C game is that's when you're losing, and you know, that's when you're not trading as well as you like to be, let's say. So if you bring up that C game and lose less, your A days, your best days, will be more profitable, right? Like you'll be taking away less from those days. So it's all about kind of being better, being a better loser, essentially, because losing is part of it. You're going to lose all the time, right? So you got to accept that and, you know, learn how to lose better, so that when you do make money, you're not taking away from that.
Failure is part of the journey, baby. You got to fail to realize what failure feels like, and then you either decide to quit. Sadly, that's an option, right? Either you quit after failing, or you decide to get back up and learn from your failures and start fighting again, harder, faster, stronger, the Daft Punk Kanye style, baby. Currently, the market still deciding what it wants to do. We're stuck at 3770 on the S&P 500 futures. We're still above 11,500, which is a 100-period EMA on the NASDAQ futures. So still looking good for the upside moves if you're long. Not looking good if you're short like I am. I didn't eat any hot dogs unless it's kosher. Anyways, moving on. In my opinion, it's not a zero-sum game. I'm sorry, but that's the wrong statement. Do you see Amazon hitting 118 today? That sounds like way too far to the north side. Where is Amazon at? Oh, we're at 119. I thought we were at 114 yesterday.
No, yesterday Amazon made a run to like 123. This is what I noticed about Amazon. And I was saying this to one of the other traders on the floor on the ride back home, is that Amazon, it doesn't really respect like 120 or like 130. It will just turn around randomly at 123. It will push all the way up 123 and be like, oh, I'm done here. I'm just going to turn around. And if you see the 123 from yesterday, and I'll bring it up here on my screen so we can take a look at it, that 123 was the exact high from yesterday. And it respected it like, and I'll give me a second while I drag back. And of course, the chart is kind of messed up here. Oh, there you can kind of see it. But yeah, that 123 was tested twice right on the dot, 123. And I remember looking at the high, it was exactly 123 on Amazon. So, you know, obviously had a big move up yesterday and then kind of fading the move with the market today. But in general, I think it's relatively strong still. That is on Amazon. I am short, just an update on some of my positions, guys. So I am short Ford, just off of this essentially like lower high against that 1240. So I mentioned earlier that Ford has this gap that it essentially filled in the pre-market and then faded below. at 1240 to about 1275. So I'm shorting off of that. I'm going to give this about 10 cents of risk. Up to this 1245, 1246 area to give it a little bit of breathing room. It's not really doing much right now, but if this fades back below VWAP, then it's going to turn into a decent winner. My other positions, so Twitter, I talked about that reserve getting broken down. And you'll see this happen a lot of times, like when the volume pours in. So obviously huge volume spike to the upside. 52 gets tested twice here, right? I missed that fill. I talked about that. If it gets back up there, I'll probably hammer the short at that point in front of that 52. Now it's rejected twice, but this kind of happens a lot. So after that big volume spike, and after these reserves get played out and get broken and whatnot, the volume just tends to die down, and that's exactly what happened here on Twitter. And now it's just hovering, right? So I'm just gonna let this position chill for now. Not really doing too much. Tesla. Let's take a look at that position. This position, it did get below 236 and it's tested below there. I almost like this position a little bit more now that it's tested below 236 and it hasn't been able to hold below. Clearly, there's been some buying here on Tesla. Some people want to start buying Tesla and maybe pushing it at the very least back up to VWAP here. So let's see where this one goes. Again, guys, I'm probably risking down to 235 on this one. Gonna have to give it a little bit more risk, but yeah, we'll see on this one on Tesla.
I mean, Elon needs to still, most likely, according to Wedbush, obviously Wedbush is like, an investment firm?
Yeah, like he still needs to sell a lot of his
$3 billion
shares.
worth of it.
Yeah.
So how much would that be? Like, that could probably drop Tesla back to 200.
I mean, potentially, that could have happened yesterday as well. Like,
No, you would have seen a filing come out.
True, that's true. That's
You would
true.
have
So
seen a filing come
likely he has not sold his his shares yet.
Yeah.
So that's to be that's still going to be seen, or in the foreseeable future we'll see. But I think for now, maybe the bottom has been put in here on Tesla. The market has bounced off of 37.50. It looked pretty dire in the morning. And if you remember Arun saying in the morning, and I always watch this segment because he just gives some banger levels on the futures all the time. But he was saying this 37.60 area, watch the bounce off of that. If the bounce doesn't really sustain itself, he didn't really have any downside levels. So, as this market drop was happening, I was like, wow, okay, where are we going to turn around? Where are we going to bounce? Maybe 37.50. I didn't initiate any longs basically this morning. I was just trying to, get a handle on Twitter short. But eventually it bounced off of 37.40, and now look where we are. We're back above that 37.60 level. We kind of claimed that level again, and testing 37.75 to the upside. So we're going to see where this one goes. Maybe the bottom is in, and we can get some of these longs going. The Tesla long is starting to work a bit more now. Let's go.
Market's
okay,
ripping.
yeah. So I just took some out there on Tesla. As it rips up to the 248 area, or 237 area, sorry, my fill was 238 or 237.08. Yeah, so I just quickly saw that pump and I just crossed out to get that piece out there, and we'll see. Maybe I'll be a little bit more passive and try to hold for a bigger move. It keeps going. Let's go Tesla. Let's push up the VWAP and make me some money.
Yeah, I'm watching this 37.80 level from the pre-market. If market rejects that, then we're going to easily go right back to the downside. But with this move that the market's coming, I mean, that volume candles that came out before to allow the stock market to go to the upside like that was pretty insane. I think at 10 o'clock was the last time period that we were waiting for numbers to come out, and that was the ISM numbers?
Yeah, that's correct. And the market my chart just crashed. Yeah, the market made a little bit of a move off that.
Little bit of a move off that, and then out of nowhere we see these buying actions come in. The algos are kicking in, the buyers are coming in and pushing it to the upside. Now the market's only down 0.5% for S&P 500, NASDAQ down 0.8 over here. BTC also apparently breaking to the upside. So let's go take a look at our cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin today back to 20K. I do remember seeing it at 19K at one point today. It looks like it went all the way to the down point of 19.82, and now we're right back above 20,000 on BTC, but still red on the day for all of your cryptocurrencies. Ethereum, Solana, Cardano, Dogecoin, Shiba, all of them still bleeding to the red side. Most of the time, if these are red, that means your stocks such as, wow, Coinbase is back to 71. What? I literally thought there's no shot that Coinbase is going to go above 70 today. And here we are at 71.50. This market just always surprises you. 100 period EMA on Coinbase. The what's it? Bitcoin market recently got up to the high of day also. I think that's a short.
It looks like I'm probably going to lose on this 4 position. I'm giving it one more try.
Market's still going.
Yeah, the market is ripping, so I'm likely going to lose on this 4 position. I'm going to give it, that little bit extra breathing room. I just tried to better my average a bit more there, so my average now is 1237.5-ish. Again, risking up to that, risking about 10 cents, risking up to that 46. We'll see if that gets hit. I'm kind of hedging my positions now because this Tesla trade, now it continues to work for me. I'm sitting at 29. That's likely going to get hit. I'm hoping it's likely going to hit. And we can start taking out more profits. There we are. Come on, come on. I'm right there. It's literally right there. Okay, yeah, there you go. It hits me there. On the offer. So, next stop VWAP, and it looks like it's coming up very, very quickly on Tesla. I'm watching Twitter as well to see if Twitter is making a move off of this bump in volume and to the upside on Tesla. I got to get some more offers on Tesla here a second. Yeah, I'm watching Twitter, and it's not really doing anything. It's still hovering around this 5150 area. It seems like the volume has really started to die off on Twitter. So I'm just going to kind of leave this one alone and let it chill. And let's see if we can make a push back up to 52. This was basically a starter size because I originally wanted it at 52. So, starter size, giving it 50 cents a risk, something I don't normally want to do. But, if it comes back up to 52, I'm going to hammer that short. I'm going to put a lot of size on that one to try and get that reversion back to this 5140 area on Twitter.
Yeah, look at this message.
We're going to go green, bro. This red movie is just covering market loves a rally Monday and Tuesday. I'd be surprised if we stay red. Yeah, to be honest, like...
look at what the timestamp is.
Today, 8:22 a.m. Yeah, so we did give a little bit of a red move, and now we're pushing right back up. But you know what? If you look at the daily on the ES, and I'll just bring up the SPY. I'll bring up the SPY because, Neil and Sean say it all the time. Brendan, they say it all the time. The market likes to do these bear rallies. And these bear rallies can be very, very profitable if you're, obviously more long biased. And I think a lot of people are more long biased. Obviously, people want to see things go up and whatnot. But look at this consolidation below 370. Yesterday was a big bounce to the upside, a lot of buying yesterday and pushed all the way up 390 and, fell back. But now that this level has basically been retested, resistance turns to support, it's pretty basic, right? And now, potentially we can continue this bear rally. What are you thinking, Brad? We rally to maybe like 39.50, 4,000, CPI comes out and we slam back down.
No, I think market goes to 4K, man.
Yeah, that's what I just said. That's what I just said. Yeah, so we rally, bear rally to maybe 4K, 39.50 area. Yeah. And then, CPI comes down, comes out, maybe inflation's hot again, and we flush again.
I think inflation will be in line, honestly. Like everything, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying. Like it's such a question mark over there with this, with the CPI expectations and everything. But I'm not sure if you saw this picture that I drew, Ian, a couple of days ago. I really do think that 4K level is coming into play on the market. And then we're going to bounce off of 4K, go down here to 3,400, then eventually settle around 3,000. That's what I'm thinking. We settle around this 3,000 area, which will be the lows of July 20.
Yeah, exactly. We're definitely, I think we get back to those 2020 areas. Obviously, the last 2 years of market rally was a lot of fugazi. Clearly, since we're kind of headed back to the down direction. But man, this is what it's kind of like in a bear market. But the thing is if you can trade this market and make it out of this market alive, so to speak, I think you can trade any market in the foreseeable future. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, currently Google back above 100, man. Sean's gonna come back and lose his mind that this market just turned around completely. Look at him. He's coming back. He's gonna see how this market just turned around. Big volume candles to the upside. We're now heading towards 37.90 on the futures market. Insanity. Google above 100. AMD back to $67. Even Apple is at what now? AAPL. This is just monster moves on the market here today to the upside. Nvidia is now at $130. Like what? We were at 124 earlier today and now we're back to 130. Absolutely insanity. Trampoline market, I like that. I actually love it. Trampoline market, kangaroo market, trampoline market, the same thing. CPI go down on November. The inflation was still only 3% on October 2021 and had to and had a big hop to 6% on November 2021. Okay, yeah, we'll just have to wait to see. I don't like to predict those numbers because look, there's so much going on in those numbers that there's no point in prediction. Even predicting the market doesn't make any sense. Your job is not to predict the market, it's to trade it and read the variables the market's giving. Your prediction 90% of the time leads to taking an L. But having a theory, which is not really predicting. You have a theory, you have a setup, you have your rules. You trade those rules, you trade that book, you trade that setup. But predictions, all fun and games, you're not going to get paid for it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, obviously have a plan and be prepared for the move, you know, either direction, whatever bias, you can make it up. But don't anticipate the move. You know, if we're, you know, for example, the CPI number, don't position yourself long or short, whatever, thinking that inflation is going to come out some certain direction, and then it comes out the complete opposite direction, and then you get burnt completely, right? So just, you know, prepare. Obviously, be prepared, and that's what we can only do as traders. And you know, we could be as prepared as possible. But then once that move happens, be prepared to take it in either direction. And I said this to Luca, and we got kind of a laugh out of it. But you know, you should expect everything to happen, but at the same time, also expect nothing to happen, and then just kind of be prepared for both ways. A couple people saying Tesla in the chat, going off on Tesla. This is why you put out orders. I had the order at 237.50 to get filled for some profits off of this one. It made that high there, and that's exactly where I put my order, and it filled, right? So, you know, collecting profits on Tesla now off of this 236 bounce, about $1 in the money on that one. Now, here's the thing about my Ford short is that Ford hasn't really done anything here. Hasn't really done anything. It's pushed up to 1240, and it's obviously trying to test this level and test higher. But as the market is given these huge rally moves, the likes of Tesla is given these huge rally moves, Ford hasn't really moved the same sort of direction. So I'm still comfortable with this Ford position. I'm not going to add to it anymore, but I'm risking off of that 46 until obviously that hasn't been properly tested at all. The Twitter trade continues to do nothing for me. Google has reclaimed that $100 level. It wasn't really on my radar, and I remember last week I was milking this $100 level, trying to get a short in front of it. It worked really, really well for about 3 days. And then once that level kind of broke, now the level becomes reused and recycled. So, you know, you have to kind of restructure a trade around it, maybe not take trades like you were taking before, or maybe potentially size down now that this $100 level has become abused a bit. But now that it has been reclaimed today, it held as support. So, you know, is Google going to continue to push up above 100? We will see. I thought I had Twitter on my side screen over here. Let's keep that up there. One comment I wanted to address in the chat here was AMD cup and handle pattern on the 1 minute. So I brought up AMD, and you know, obviously I know a little bit about patterns as well, and you are getting a little bit of a cup and handle pattern. Let me say this, patterns on lower time frames, you got to put less value towards those ones. If you see a big level on a higher time frame, like on a daily or hour time frame or something like that, then you know you can put a little bit more emphasis or more significance to that level. Something on the 1 minute, unless you're scalping out like potentially like we are, like just for a few cents here and there, then you can potentially do that way. But yeah, definitely put more emphasis on patterns or levels that you see on higher time frames like the daily.
Why is this market pulling back, man? What's going on over here? And VEV, yeah, some Michael, what's your name? Michael Day, was it? I think it was Michael Day. Michael Day in the chat was asking me, why did you jump out of your position over there on FI? I did some research since our last chat. I decided to double up my money on XPeng. I bought more. Good luck on your trade, my friend. That's all I can say. In the meantime, while I'm waiting for some of these trades to set up for me, let's send it to your boy Brendo at the big desk.
Hey guys, an update for you on energy markets this afternoon as we head towards 1 o'clock in the Eastern time zone. Oil back towards session highs right now. Here's a look. Up 1.72. We topped out around 88.40. Going back to earlier this morning, 1, 2, 3 days on the daily chart, straight back to the upside. It was all about OPEC this morning. OPEC Plus agreeing to further deep cuts to production starting as soon as November, if you account for what they already had in place going back to August. The 2 million barrel per day cut that was discussed and agreed upon will net out to essentially 1 million barrels per day in cut to production. So the U.S. Obviously not terribly happy with a short-sighted opinion as far as Biden is concerned on this decision from OPEC Plus going forward. Obviously, higher oil means higher prices at the pump to come, guys. Nice day. Back to the upside for the third day in a row for oil.
You looking at the oil market today?
To be honest, every time I've traded oil, it just hasn't worked for me. So I feel like taking breakouts on those names, and I like to take breakouts a lot. It just doesn't really work as well, and you have to give it a little bit more space. And I've taken my fair share on trades on like CVX and Oxy. I found it was working really well when they were making like new highs and whatnot. But since then, I've kind of just left it alone. It's been kind of fading since then. Someone said
I took the Oxy 67 break today,
Okay.
scalped it out up to 67, 70s or so, or here, and then I had my last few shares stop me out, and I just gave up on the trade because then a big down move came in. I guess I could have looked to add over here, but I just wasn't watching Oxy at that moment. The energy sector is on our watch list for anyone who's not subscribed to that watch list. You're making a big mistake, so go check out our Trader TV watch list. Oh, that's not the right website. Sorry. Let me close this one and open the company account. You guys get paid? I still laugh at that clip all the time. But where's oil stock? So here we go. Yeah, as Brando was just mentioning about the barrels that they plan to cut, and prices most likely going back up through the roof over here. Things are not going to look good for oil. Let's go take a look at what crude futures are doing today. CL X22NM still under 100, currently at $88. I don't know why it always says 0% on the crude futures. Does that do that to you too?
I haven't really seen that, but
It always says 0 for me, which is very confusing. But yeah, it's most likely up on the day compared to where yesterday was. Look at that yesterday's move. Look at today's move. We were at 86 yesterday. Today we're at 88, and most likely heading right back to 100.
Someone said Netflix long 228 was money, and I brought up the chart here, and yeah, it was money. But then I was trying to look at a higher time frame and see why 228, and I couldn't really find anything. But if you caught that long, it made sort of like a higher low potential double bottom, I guess, on Netflix. So that was a money long for a little bit of a VWAP mean reversion trade on that one. So congratulations to those of you in the chat who caught that one. Pratt, what about Beyond today? Have you looked at Beyond at all today? Yeah. Okay. So Pratt can touch on that one. Maybe you talked about it a little bit earlier. It was just risk reward in. Okay. Yeah. So that makes sense. Then maybe if you're risking off of that lower high, I guess down to this 227. So let's say you get in at 228, risking about $1, and then look at this upside. Even to this high here, that's already $2 of reward, right? So that's already a 2-to-1 trade. So yeah, good trade on that one. Tesla setting up for a dump. I hope not. I hope not. But this is why you get out those profits when you are in the money, right? If you're in the money, $1, 50 cents, $1, it's like, why are you not covering at that point? If anything, obviously it's relative to your plan and your trade setup and your risk reward, always, right? Always. But if I was expecting this move, so I got to cover into this move. It's like, what were you expecting beyond this? Now, anything that I get beyond this now is just going to be gravy for me. If Tesla pushes up above VWAP, then great. Obviously, I'm still holding a piece. I'm still holding 2/5 of my position in this Tesla long, right, above 236. So if it continues to push, great. If it continues to kind of slide down, I'm probably going to move my stop up now to 235.50. I don't want to lose on this position now. So let me actually just do that. 235, do that. And I'll move my stop up there now, just because I don't want to, let this turn into a loser. It's kind of made that higher low, so to speak, off of this 236, 235.50 area. So I'm going to risk off that now and, hope for this to continue to push up. The market looks like it's trying to continue to push up and test these lows. There was a little bit of a pullback there. So going to basically wait for that 37.85 to be tested again and see the price action around that mark.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so Beyond Me, that was a catalyst for it. That was a rumor that it's getting bought out. And how many times has this stock come out with rumors randomly, right? So I'm not really buying any of these rumors, nor am I buying their products. So we'll just have to wait and see if there's actual validity behind the statements that Beyond came out with. Every time they come out with the rumor, we've known it to be absolutely fake. And I actually believe it's not even Beyond coming up with the rumors. It might just be the company who's invested big time on Beyond. I believe it was I forget what the firm's name was, but the last time the firm's name was actually announced, and I'm 100% sure it's that company who's just trying to pump the crap out of Beyond every single time with random rumors. So I'm just gonna wait for actual valid proof, the 100% fact. I'm not gonna trade Beyond off of rumors because I've seen it happen day in and day out multiple times. Amazing how you can make a couple hundred on a name and then repeat the same trade for another 200 a week later. Yeah, levels work out that way. Levels are those resistances, those support levels always come into play. And sometimes they'll come into play all week. You know, for Ford, that 11 to 12 range at one time was absolute mint. We would be scalping that crap out of that range. Even Activision, man. Activision in this range was a beautiful, where is it? Here's the chart. Pop. So Activision in this range over here, when it was announced, the news was announced that it's getting bought up, was just giving you ample opportunities to go long and short in a $1, $2 ranges. And I'm expecting Twitter to set up something close to that as long as the deal actually goes through. 5150 was supposed to be a support, which ended up being resistance, and now it's turning into a support again. So it looks like 5150 will not break, and now we're gonna hold up in front of it. Look at how 5150 behaves on Twitter.
Come on, Tesla. Tesla's pushing up above that 237.50 area, 237.40 area. Someone said, I need Tesla to go to 240. Okay, there we go. Now we're getting a bump. Okay. I'm just going to cross and get some out there, make sure that we take some of those profits on that bump. Let me bring it up on my main screen. Sorry, guys. I was looking at tops there. But yeah, now, this big pump up here, I didn't have any offers out. I just crossed to get some out there. Tesla continues to work for me on the long side. Ford kind of creeping up as well, so we're going to keep an eye on that one. I want to look at tops, and I know Sharif was trading tops in the morning. Obviously, it's up 81% today. Was he long biased or short biased?
Sorry, which one? Tops? I think he was just scalping longs every breakout.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so kind of taking these breakouts of these consolidation areas. That $8 breakout was really nice. Oh man, Tesla's pushing. Let's go. Okay, I gotta get some out here. I think I'm just gonna cover there. Okay, so that was $2 in the money on that cover. I'm completely out of that one now. That was what a trade on that one. Off of that 236 bounce. That was pretty textbook. The 236 held his resistance here, got kind of pushed above and then held his support, and now it's pushing above VWAP as well. The market looks like it's breaking above 37.85. I might regret not holding a piece of this one, but $2 winner.
3,800 today?
3,800? Yeah, probably. I mean, at this point, it's probably creeping towards there. Expect a little bit of a test at 3,800. It tickled it yesterday like a handful of times and actually broke above it like 38.10 and then eventually flushed a little bit back down. But yeah, it seems like that's imminent now.
Yeah, apparently a couple viewers, or not viewers, a couple people that I've seen are going Twitter $60 calls. Guys, that's not a good trade in my opinion. Twitter's getting bought out for $54.20. For you to be able to sell your $60 calls, it's going to be really hard. It's not even most likely getting sold. Like, who's going to buy a $60 call when they know that it's not going to go past $54.20?
Especially if you've bought it, like, for example, today.
Or yesterday.
Or yesterday,
yeah.
Because now the premium that you paid has already been priced in on the big move. Obviously, Twitter made a move from 42 to where it is now, 51. But if you bought it at any point after it's made that move already, it's probably just gonna fade.
If you can, by any chance, even cut your losses on that trade or even take some profits, I would urge you to try and do that, because that $60 call, the closer you're getting to expiration, the less chance you have to flip that trade. And it's never gonna go to 60 if this deal actually goes through. If the deal falls through, then 100% we're going back to $40. So please be very careful on that trade. I would hate to see anybody get hurt. It doesn't work like that. So I like the idea behind it, but the variables just don't work out that way. So I just want to help you out on that trade. please be very careful. Let's go to the super chats realm for a little bit because I don't think I've addressed any super chats that came in all day today. Pop. Holy, do we have that many? Is that all yesterday? Yeah, those are all yesterday. I was going to say, no way we have that many today. All right, let's start off with where the thumbs ups end. So we got yesterday going into the close, $3 super chat. Looks like some sort of emoji with the thumbs up. Thank you, Dans. We appreciate the $3 super chat. Rum moving. Elon on Russell Brands tomorrow. Oh, so it wasn't, that didn't even happen. That was supposed to happen today. Okay, so Elon will be on the Rumble a show of a Russell Brand's podcast or whatever. So we'll be looking forward to that. Not sure what happened to the 49ers game, though. I don't know who won or who lost. Wasn't that Monday? It says yesterday.
I didn't see.
San Fran won? Yeah. Wednesday super chats coming in. So here we go. We got some super chats from the open. That one's red. That one's red. That one's red. We got this one over here. Ali G. Okay, Ali G. We got €5. Strong buy Best Inc. Best Buy, you mean, or buy Best Inc.? Let me see if there's even a company called Best Buy or Buy Best. I'm guessing that meant Best Buy. So strong on Best Buy. Let's go check out BBBY. No, that's Bed Bath & Beyond. BBY, which is Best Buy. Yeah, look at this. Strong move in Best Buy today. Up almost 1% over here. Up to $68. So you're not wrong about that. Not sure why Best Buy is so strong on a day like today where the market actually started off red and is still red but having a pretty clean move to the north side. So I'm happy for Best Buy, but I'm still bearish about the brick and mortar companies these days, honestly. Kids my age and even younger, they're not going to Best Buy and buying a desktop, right? Most of these kids are just buying from online. They're getting it directly shipped to your house. And I know people in the chat use that argument like, oh, Best Buy will give you price matching and so on. We're lazy, man. I'm lazy. I'm not going to go to Amazon, see something cheaper, then go to Best Buy and be like, hey, Best Buy, price match this for me. Like, if I'm paying the same price either place, why am I working so hard at Best Buy then? I'm just going to go buy from Amazon. So because of these reasons and a lot of other reasons behind it, a couple of times I went to Best Buy, their inventory was like zero. I had to instead go buy my headphones, the headphones I have right here, these Sony headphones. I had to go buy it directly from Amazon or Sony's website instead of Best Buy because their inventory was running low for all of last year. So because of that, I don't believe in the company. I'm sorry. But today, though, monster move to the north side.
It's interesting because, like, I don't know if you remember doing this when you were younger, but lining up outside of Best Buy.
I'm not doing that anymore, man.
Outside of like GameStop or like EV Games here in Canada, like kids these days will never experience or never do something like that.
I used to wake up for what's that thing called? Black Friday, Boxing Day?
Yeah.
Like,
and you go to
5 a.m.
Yeah, you'd go to the store at like 5 a.m. and
just to pick up hard drives.
Yeah. People would be like walking out like right at like 5:05. Like they literally sprint in and get whatever they wanted to get, and then they're sprinting out. Like it's crazy. Like people these days, now you just set a reminder on your phone. Okay.
When's Prime Day?
The drop starts at 11 a.m. or 10 a.m. The drop starts. Set an alarm on your phone to wake up at 9:55 and log in online, right?
Yeah.
And then so you can get the quick access to that. But yeah, what a change of experiences, I guess, that the new generations will never really get to experience. Someone asked about Visa and what we think about Visa. Maybe, potentially a longer term hold. They said looks good up to 200. Visa has been obviously, getting hit with the market. It has come into this, and this is a monthly chart, guys. It has come back into like the COVID 2020 range. Obviously it dipped all the way down to 140. I don't think we get that back down there again. Visa's a company it's likely not going anywhere. So, you could play a little bit of a long swing trade up to this 200 level. It looks like 200 it's one of those levels that's been recycled quite a bit, but it did hold as resistance here and was holding up as support here. So maybe, obviously it's a level of interest, nice round hole number. That $100 level is a huge psychological level as well. So, you could get a bounce up there, but, got to get better R&R. Maybe wait to get closer to these lows because let's say you buy it now, okay, so $13 of upside to 200, but you got to risk down to 174, so that's exactly $13. So 1-to-1, that's not something that's going to be too interesting. Wait for it to get to some support levels before you start thinking about a swing trade. That's my thoughts on Visa there.
You know what VIXY is? VIXY. Is that just the VIX?
VIXY.
Yeah, VIXY on Amex.
Maybe he means UVXY.
Yeah, but there's actually a ticker called VIXI.
Oh,
I just Googled
I don't
it.
know. I don't know.
On Amex.
I don't know.
Brendo, do you know if VIXY is the VIX ETF? VIXY on Amex? Yeah. No? Okay, so let me see what this is. VIXY on Amex Pro. Oh, VIX short-term futures ETF. So this is the inverse one? Not sure what VIXY is, but your super chat over here, Wolf of Broad Street renewing their membership. Thank you for renewing your membership. Welcome back to the green side on the Trader TV Live family member side. But what do you think about VIXY? I'm holding on to the calls. Here's the chart of VIXY. That looked like Best Buy was halted for a second because my tape was all the way to the downside. You saw that, right?
Yeah.
That looks scary. I was like, why is Best Buy halted? But no, here's VIXY. Let's go also take a look at what UVIXY is. UVIXY and VIXY do look a little bit of the same charts. VIX is up. UVIXY is, up 1.08%. And UVIXY is up 1.7%. And the charts are looking exactly the same. They're both taking down the lows. So I think this is the VIX ETF, right?
It must be. And I knew I was going to hate myself on covering Tesla. And this is something we also always say is like, the entry is the hard part. Getting the entry down pat, that's the hard part. The exits, they can come later. Obviously, taking profits in any sort of way is going to be a good positive thing. But this is something that I can definitely start to, try to work on a bit more. Taking profits a little bit better. You see these first 3 exits. Obviously, that was the bulk of my position on Tesla, and I was kind of taking out $1.50 in the money off of there, and it was good exits, right? In case Tesla rejects VWAP like it initially did, and then obviously the push up above VWAP, taking the profits there. And arguably, I probably wish I had more size on this one, but in my hindsight account, I'm a millionaire. But essentially now just gonna wait for 242. I think 242 is super interesting on Tesla. It rejected. I'm actually gonna look up the 1 minute here just to show you guys this 242 level. It was yesterday's low, if you guys recall from yesterday. So that held as resistance as soon as it broke down, right? That 242. It did break down 240, tested back up again, bounced off that 240, and what held that 242 level to the top side, right? So now I think I'm gonna wait for that 242 area. So that's what I'm talking about. I probably should have been holding a piece at least until then, but I just got excited. I was like $2 in the money. Wow, let me take this position. But essentially now waiting for that 242 area to come into play and maybe getting a short off of that. Some people said tops going off. It hasn't tested that high again. I have it up on my I have it up on my side screen now. Maybe this 11 area, if it gets closer to there, gonna take that short and basically risk off of a high day on that one and see if we can get a reversion play back down to the downside on tops.
This market's insane. We're about to actually go green on the day, and I'll be surprised if we do. Actually, I won't be because I called it out at 8:30. Oh. But I just didn't, like you said, in hindsight, I'm a millionaire, and executions make money, and sadly, I have no execution to go long over here and take advantage of this position. Can you help me with this word?
Which one? Yeah, I was looking at that too. I think that's misspelled. I've never seen that word before.
You've never seen that word before? Okay, yeah. But thank you for the $10 super chat. Apparently for the ETH play, which is going to be Ethereum. Ethereum and Bitcoin for the most part did pop up, and it's still on the red side though. Market's launching to the north side, man. We're only set 9 points away from 3,800 over here, and that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for 3,800 to come into play so I could put some shorts on my board over here, but I will not be surprised if this market turns green and stays green, because that proves my idea right, which is the 4K level retest, then reject that 4K, then die off again. And it will also make me happy because I did say 2 days ago or yesterday that I see this whole week being green. So today starting off red kind of negated my statement. So maybe with us turning green, we're back in line with Prastradamus calls, baby. Market green all day, every day for this week.
You guys are going to witness a little bit of a blunder here. So remember, I was literally just talking about trading tops. So I meant to put an offer out at 1090, and I accidentally punched. Oh, I just got stopped out of 4. That's okay. I meant to put an order out, an offer at 1090 on tops, and I accidentally punched long on that one. And then, of course, instantly out of the money. I think it was about like 17 cents. So I had to punch out of that one right away. That's the thing, guys. Like, obviously, we're up at 1090. 1095 now, and right at the area where I want to get short. You could say like, oh, Ian, you should have held the long. You should have held this this fat finger trade, and maybe could have turned into a 15-cent winner as opposed to a 15-cent loser. But here's the thing: like, if you ever fat finger into a trade, more size, maybe the trade you didn't want, the opposite direction, like
You hold
I just
on
did.
to it and you pray.
Yeah, you do not hold on to it and pray. You punch out. Punch out right away, guys. You don't want to ruin your career over a fat finger trade. That would be quite a way to go out.
Hold on to it and pray. Yeah, no, don't do that. Do not do that. The number one rule on the floor is if you wanted 10 shares and you end up with 100 shares, punch out a 90. Go back to the shares that you want to be at. We got another $10 super chat from Pico de Gallo, and he's saying not spelled wrong. It's munificent. Don't be shy. I'm going to have to Google this word now because you're teaching me something new. Munificent. What does that even mean? A gift or sum of money larger or more generous than usual or necessary. You're teaching me new words, baby. Thank you for that. So very generous. So you're saying that was a very generous play on the crypto market today, on the ETH market, was it? Yeah, on ETH. So I'm happy for you that you were able to put some damage on it. Sadly, we don't. Oh, look at that. Still trying to go up. ETH can't stop, won't stop, can't stop, won't stop. Now only down 0.18% on the day instead of being down 1 full percent on the day. Most likely Coinbase ripping with that catalyst. Bitcoin's trying to get back to positive. ETH trying to get back to positive. So clearly very generous moves to the north side. Very munificent moves to the north side on this market, which is now only 3 points away from 3,800.
The market is rallying, and we just talked about that 3,800 test. We're like, yeah, maybe it's coming. And literally just coming right now. We're going to get that 3,800 test very, very shortly. For those of you who say that we don't show losers, here's one right now. This chart's going to look really, really bad. I was, obviously shorting in front of that gap area on forward here. 1240 area, stopped out here. Short, stopped out 10 cents above. This chart looks terrible. There's a loser there. My Tesla trade makes up for well enough more than that. Tops, I'm trying to manage this trade now, and I am bidding in the 70s and in the 60s in case we get a big flush move, a quick flush move to the downside. Make sure we take some profits out. I'm willing to get more short on this name. If 11, so it tested 11 just now. You see there, no size on 11, so can't really structure a trade around that one. But if 11 breaks out and then flushes below, you could use these even dollars, even if there's no size there. I'm not saying necessarily front run it, so you have to size accordingly. But you can structure them, use them as psychological levels. Obviously, this 11 area was the high earlier today, 11.35, 32, whatever was the high earlier. So this is clearly like a resistance zone. So if the 11, flushes back down after, quickly going back up, maybe a liquidity hunt, I'm willing to punch more short. So there you go. 11 is kind of pushing up now. I want to see sellers, though. I want to see sellers really flush it below 11, and then I can, punch in short more so and add to this trade.
Yeah, we got a bunch of super chats over here, so let's cover them. We already looked at the Pico de Gallo one. We got one from Hiren, 100 rupees. Let's go, my brother from India. I expect closing of the Dow around 3,500 and NASDAQ around 11,650, eh? Okay, yeah, we're only like 40 points away from that. Could easily go there. NASDAQ hitting 3,800, sorry, S&P 500 hitting 3,800. Need more upside before we go heavy position short. What's your views? I agree with that 100%, man. I think the market will most likely turn green on the day today, so it'll be pretty insane if it does, and I'll make me happy because I called it out in the morning. Do you like ETF like SPY? Yeah. We trade ETFs all the time, man. SPYs, QQQs, SQQQs, TQQQs. We trade ETFs all the time over here. But recently, I've been branching away from ETFs and trading more futures. Anytime a good trade on the future setup, like for example, right now, MES Z22CM, that 3,800 level is making me itch myself for a trade. I just wanna be in a trade, right? So let's see if I want to be patient. I want to see that 3,800 breaking. For example, yesterday, right here, Ah, come on. Why did I zoom back in? I'm dummy. Okay, come back out. So right here yesterday, I was short 3,800. And then the pop came in where the market pops to 3,803, stops me out. But immediately we dive right back in. So according to me, that was a stop hunt. They hunted the stops and I got stopped out. But I got right back in and I was able to scalp this range. Sadly, I wasn't in it to capitalize on that move in the market later on. But that's the overall idea. 8803, 3803, 3800. If it does come back into play around these levels one more time, yesterday's high of day looks like it was 3808. So the market could really pop up to 3810 if it wants to. It's already had the crazy volume increase after 1 o'clock and around 2. That was at 12 o'clock. Wow. Yeah, that crazy reversal happened at 12 o'clock on the S&P 500 futures and on the overall markets over here. But look at that candle tail of 3,800. That tail looks pretty bad. That's basically indicating that they had a whipsaw action up to 3,800, and then it's pretty much that same tail over here that you're watching. Now we're expecting it to die off, most likely go back to 3780 and create a base around 3880 or 3790 over here, and then try to go to 3810. But I'd like to see the market go green. I'd like to see it.
Guys, so I took the L on tops. That was a quick L as I was talking about that. But I punched back in short. It quickly made a new high. And then, some sellers kind of piled up and pushed it back down. So I'm giving it one more attempt here. Basically going to risk up to the 70s now on tops. Some sellers stepping up in this area. So maybe I had to, it was one of those cases where you want to put your orders where your stop is as opposed to kind of getting in a little bit early. The market did test 3,800, and I want to bring up Tesla to see where that got to. It got to 240. So remember I talked about that 242 area. It didn't quite get there, so maybe 240 was a level, pushed back. Clearly it was a level because now a lot of sellers coming in and pushing this one down below that 240, testing back down to 239. The market, you see this wick right here. I'll zoom in here. This is a 5-minute chart on the ES. It wicked above 3,800. It looks like it gave a little bit of a fake out, breakout there, and now pushing below and about 10 handles lower now on the ES. So clearly this 3,800 is a level. Are we going to continue to test it? Probably we'll test it once more. I could see that definitely happening, and then we're going to decide where it wants to go, if we're going to pull back for sure from here, maybe like a little bit of a double top action off of this 3,800, or is it going to continue to break out and maybe we would turn green on the day, who knows. But Tesla pulling back quite a bit here. Let me look at Apple. I haven't looked at Apple at all today, but one thing that I like to look at, as a barometer, just kind of matching up with the rest of the market and whatnot. It looks like it's making a new high now. Don't pay attention to those dark pools. Turning around this 146 level, I don't think that's really a significant level. So, but regardless, it is turning around with the 3,800 test.
DC Douglas with the $10 super chat. Is XLE the safe way to surf the chops these days? Seems like a safe ETF. You guys rock, by the way. I think, I wouldn't say that, man. XLE is your energy sector, right? So energy sector will be your oxys, your petroleum stocks, and your oil stocks, and so on. Those could move around in a catalyst really quick. Maybe tomorrow OPEC comes out and says, hey, we're not going to cancel everything. We're actually going to keep on increasing the production. And Russia might say something close to that. We just never know. So these catalysts that could come out at any moment. XLE moves drastically every week at Wednesday, 10:30, right? That's when the oil numbers drop. Yeah. So you want to make sure that you're watching those numbers coming out. So there is no such thing as a safe sector or a safe stock, honestly. It comes up to your risk management and your setup and your playbook. If you're able to define how much you're losing on a trade even before you enter it, that's going to help you a lot in the future, right? Knowing exactly what you're going to make, knowing exactly what you're going to lose on a certain setup or on a stock will help you create a setup for yourself, a playbook for yourself, and then obviously the exits are up to you wherever you feel like exiting, whatever tools you use to exit. Maybe you like using Fibonacci retracement points. Maybe you like using Ichimoku clouds or whatever it is to use to take profits. That's up to you. But the main thing that people need to do while getting into any trade is to define your risk, define how much you're willing to lose, and size accordingly to that. Size accordingly to how much you're going to lose or willing to lose on that trade. I don't think there's any sector or stock that's in the realm of being safe. if there is one, I'd pick Apple. I'd always pick Apple over any stock or any ETF because Apple is never going to fail.
Yeah, we've mentioned that multiple times. How why not pick the stock that's been hurt the least this year, and that is definitely Apple. I'm getting impatient with this Twitter trade. It's not really pushing back up to that 52 area like I'd want it to. So I'm going to start slowly building a better position, a better short in front of essentially 5170, 5180 area. Risking off of that. It's been really struggling to get above that. So maybe this continues to just kind of fade the rest of the day. So building a better position, gonna better my average and put a little bit more size in this trade. Essentially risking still up to that 52 area on Twitter. I'm now the tops short is starting to really work for me. So I'm about 35, 40 cents in the money on that one. Was waiting patiently to get this flush move. I actually added to it. I was a little slow on the add on that one. On the flush, but it is what it is, and I started getting some out here on the flush below 11. So that trade continues to work for me now. I wish I would have just waited a little bit more patiently to see the sellers actually step up instead of anticipating that trade in front of 11. And that's exactly what we talked about earlier. So we still make mistakes, and you got to learn from them. But if you take a loss and the trade thesis hasn't necessarily gone wrong, then what better thing to just punch back in, right? Punch back in, reassess, and maybe adjust your risk a little bit better, and that's exactly what I did on tops.
I love to see that, man. Yeah, people usually give up on a trade the first time they try it and it fails, but always got to stick around and watch it. That was my problem with Shopify yesterday. I had a pretty good winner off the $30 level to the north side, and then I got stopped out on the last few shares off the $30 area, so I just gave up on it. Guess where the stock goes to at the end of the day? To 31.70. So that sucked to be even writing down the notes on those stocks. When you're down on a day, having to go jot down notes and write down why you're losing is so painful, so painful. But it's something that you have to do. I actually stopped doing that for a good time in the middle because I got too confident, I got too cocky, I got too comfortable. And now it's time to stop being comfortable, man. What's that motto from Yes Theory? Seek discomfort. So that's what we're going to try and do moving forward. Microsoft right now, 30 cents in the money. So let's take some exit on that position. Apple and Google only 10 cents in the money. So neither of them are moving down. But the MES or the ES futures are indeed pushing to the downside from the 3,800 area. Look at that nasty rejection tail candle at 38.01. And now, can I zoom in? Hello? There we go. And now the last three candles are in the red, and each candle is 5 minutes. So we're most likely dropping down to 37.77. We'll see how the stock behaves or the futures behave over here. Then maybe even pull back to the 100 period EMA, which is near 37.66. We'll see if buyers come in at either of these locations. If they do, then this market's 100% turning green. If buyers don't come in at these locations and we go back under VWAP, then kangaroo market really in effect.
Yeah, exactly. Look for these levels to hold the support now. But be careful, though. Be careful because playing the bounce the past, I want to say, month.
Isn't that on the suicide list?
Bounce plays are on the suicide list back there.
You should tell people what that means.
But
you should tell people.
Okay, so yeah, basically we made this list, and I don't know. I don't even know how to say it.
There's a list where if you're struggling or whatever, we just threw a list out there for a joke. We have a little board over there. My name's actually on that list.
No, your name got erased.
They got erased.
Yeah. You've been smiling a little bit more.
We're dunking right now.
Basically, if anyone takes a loss or whatever and takes a little bit too hard and maybe comes in next day a little bit mopey and whatnot,
yeah,
they get put on the watch
suicide
list, right?
watch
on the
list.
suicide watch list. And right now on there is bounce plays. So
yeah.
Bounce plays they haven't really been working.
Like Tesla 250.
Yeah, exactly.
Apple
There was
145.
No bounce there. There was no bounce
you would have got smacked on that bounce.
Yeah, exactly. Someone I saw in the chat here, I missed coin by 5 cents, and I'm not sure what you're referring to. Maybe
the short fill to the downside.
A short fill to the downside.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So maybe if it gets to your level, it's not a bad thing to cross. You guys saw me cross a handful of times just there on Tesla. It got up, just cross and get out. You're obviously gonna pay the spread, and the spread here is 8 cents, right? So you might have to adjust your risks in that sense. But when you're looking at these zones, like if you're, let's say, maybe I can structure the same trade you were talking about here, but maybe you were looking short off of the 73 area, right? The 73 area on coin from the open, that was tested and it held, and it held its resistance here, right? So maybe you're looking short off of there. If it doesn't quite get to your offer, maybe just cross and get in. These are essentially zones anyways, right? It's not like a straight line. 73 is the end all be all resistance level, right? Maybe just cross and, you know, maybe size down or whatever. Have a plan to add more to the trade essentially, but nothing wrong with crossing, guys. So, you know, you'd rather get into the trade than miss it. And now you're thinking, oh, I missed the trade and now it's $1 in the money, have FOMO, maybe punch into a bad trade and whatnot. And then it kind of spirals downwards from there.
Yeah, look at this, baby. We got a viewer buying some merchandise from South Carolina, the best show. I listen to you guys every day, all day. Trader TV Neil, Trader TV Brando, Trader TV Sean, Trader TV Pratt, all of us. Yeah, you're thanking all of us. You got the hoodie going. You got the nice white hoodie. This is a beautiful house. This is a beautiful house.
That looks like a country club, man.
That's a country club? Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Where did you get that from?
Twitter.
Oh, she tweeted it out?
Yeah, she tweeted it.
I think she
Bro,
tagged you.
come on,
She tagged
man.
you.
No, because she sent it to me. I just didn't know if she...
Oh yeah, it's on Twitter. It's on Twitter. Yeah. It's on Twitter. So I'm loving it, Kim. I'm loving it. I'm happy that your merch is here, and I hope you enjoy it. Thank you for supporting us with the merchandise. For anyone wondering how you can secure your own merch, you can head over to right here. Hey, first hit that like button. We're already at 3K likes. Let's go, baby. 3K likes. Hit that subscribe button. We recently, yesterday, hit 350K subscribers, and I gave away an Xbox Game Pass to Young Polsky. If you're still in the chat, thank you for reaching out to me on Instagram, Young Polsky. You did get your code, and if you by any chance lose the code, contact me again. I'll have that code ready for you. Surprise, surprise, actually. Oh, wait, let me go right here. So this is where you can buy, I have ADD, this is where you buy the merch from. So you go to the homepage of the store, homepage of YouTube, click on store, and you can buy the merchandise. This is the hoodie that you saw Kim recently purchase and have a picture of. But coming back to that giveaway, the last person who won a giveaway is who?
Was it me?
Yeah.
It was me, really.
Yeah, the last
Really?
person who won a giveaway on this floor was also an Xbox Game Pass, not on the floor, on the show. Was also an Xbox Game Pass. I believe it was a 3-month Xbox Game Pass.
Yeah, it was,
And it was this guy. He was a viewer. He won it, and now he's a trader on the floor. And
I
now
remember,
he's
man.
a host on the show.
It's a crazy story because I remember messaging Prad like 2 weeks, literally 2 weeks later, and
Yeah,
I
I'm
messaged
joining.
him, and I was like, "Hey, man, like, I'm joining the floor, like, you know, I'm coming to the trading floor."
Yeah.
And then I was like, it was so weird. It was such a coincidence. And
No,
like,
no, Bears versus Bull thinks you won the position. No, he
No,
won.
no,
He was
no.
a chatter. He was a chatter. He was
No, I
a
was
viewer.
yeah, I used to watch the show just like you guys, right? And then you know, one day Prad just did a random poll, and then I ended up winning, a random giveaway, and I ended up winning the giveaway. And then a few weeks later, I just applied randomly because I saw Greg on the show, and you know, asked for applicants to kind of apply and potentially
So
be
what are the
traders,
chances
and
now
that's what
that
happened.
young Polsky from Philadelphia will somehow end up over here with us again? If that
I mean,
happens,
it's 1 for 1 right
I'm gonna
now.
lose my mind if that happens.
It's 1 for 1 right now.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I don't know.
2 for 2? No, it's
for
probably
2? I
gonna be
don't know.
1 for 2 right now.
Probably.
1 for 2. It's probably gonna be 1 for 100 eventually. Let's be real with that.
That being said, though, a lot of the new hires are people that
They're
have been
golden.
doing the
They're
show,
golden.
and yeah, they're great. They're great. The trainee classes are really great.
Google currently 26 cents in the money as the market still pulls back. So let's take some profits on Google. Let's also take some profits on Apple, which is 30 cents in the money. We got stopped out over here on that short. We're still down on the day, guys. We're not up on the day. We're struggling here, trust me. Even though we're in the money 50 cents on Microsoft, my day got pretty hurt today. But let's see if we can minimize those losses a little bit by being patient, by taking over the trades over here at the right levels. I was a little impatient for the shorts, but finally I said I'm going to stop trying. I'm going to wait for 3,800 to come into play, and that's where the right area was.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you just have to be patient, and this is a note that I actually made to myself, is to be super patient and wait for levels to come in. You know, you could do all the prep and charting all you want, But if you don't wait for those levels to come in, and then you're kind of, hopping into trades, FOMO, letting your emotions take over, then you're doing yourself no justice, and you just wasted all the time. So if you were waiting for that 3,800 to short, wait for that level. Wait for that level. Don't try to be shorting 37.85, 37.90. Wait for the 3,800 level to come into play. Watch the price action then, and then react to the price action and hop into the short then if the sellers were actually stepping up there. So that's very key. You got to be patient. I'm watching Twitter now push up above 70, and I'm watching the tape to see if there's actually buying up here. So when it made this push up to 52 last time, when it got back down, okay, so there is selling there. When it got back down to the 70s area, there's a decent amount of selling there. When it got back down to the 70s area, the buying kind of just stopped. There wasn't much momentum. Now there is a lot of selling here. So I think I'm gonna try to add to this in front of that 70. If it pops back up again, let me place an offer there to try and get more short. My average now is 58, just because of this breakdown short that I had. That was a very bad fill. 51, 44, you got to live with those sometimes. But now I'm going to try and add to the position and build a bigger position now to better my average on Twitter as, it looks to, reject us and push to the downside.
Yo, do you know what Rick Ross's store is called? Like the chicken store?
Wingstop?
Is it Wingstop?
I don't know.
I think it's Wingstop, right?
I didn't even know he had a chicken store.
Is it Thai Stop, Wingstop? I don't even know. I know he has like a big franchise. What do you mean, bro? You know that song with 21 Savage where he goes, I be with my, like Rose be with those lemon pepper, with the Drake song?
Oh, that's about his store?
That's about his stores. He's selling chickens and lemon peppers, chickens and so on, wings. I be with my, like Rose be with lemon pepper.
Okay, so people in the chat are saying it's called Wingstop.
It is. Okay, so
Maybach chicken, that's a good one.
Wingstop, actually, Brenda called out in our chat, has a big pop in it. So yeah, look at that big volume candle on Wingstop.
Wait, it's traded publicly?
Yeah. That's why I was trying to Google if it's his company or not. So yeah, it's his company, Wingstop. Or maybe not his company, but he's probably a majority shareholder or something. Or probably an ambassador, who knows, right? But Wingstop over here, 5% up on the day. Big volume candle coming in. A pop allowed it to go from 133 to 136. So I would love to see what the reason is for Wingstop.
He owns like 30 Wingstops, so maybe he just owns a bunch of them.
Yo,
and they're
look
like
at this.
franchise.
Wingstop is fire. Parmesan garlic plus lemon pepper. This is where the lyrics are coming from.
Okay.
This is where the
are those
lyrics
flavors actually good? We'd love to try.
Parmesan garlic's good, bro.
Obviously, we don't have Wingstop here, but
we have All Stars. All Stars wings pretty good.
I have a long history with All Stars. My girlfriend used to work there.
Your girlfriend works everywhere.
Yeah, she used to work at a lot of places. But yeah, All Stars is not bad. I had that way too many times in university.
Fair.
So I'm kind of over. I'm looking for a new wing spot.
I'm gonna look if there's a wing spot.
In Toronto here. So if anyone is from Toronto and the viewers knows a good wing spot, I know Duff's is really good. I've heard Neil mention that a couple. Duff's is really good.
Bro, there's a Wingstop in Toronto, bro.
There's a Wingstop here? Okay, so maybe we gotta check it out.
Yo, we're going.
Is that actually
opens November 1st.
Okay, so there you go.
Yo, we're going.
Maybe
Opens November 1st.
Yeah, we should hit that up.
Ricky Rose opening up on 432 Church Street. Open November 1st. Hey, Rose, you're welcome for that shout out, man. You owe me a pound of wings.
There you go. So now we got something to do in November when that store opens up, and we can check out Wingstop. We'll check out that Parmesan garlic and lemon pepper that you keep talking about.
Yeah, lemon pepper, baby. Let's go. Wingstop, I can't wait to see where this one's going to go today. This stock has been just recently took out that range high. I was wondering why 133 had that little consolidation. You can see that this range right here that I'm circling, that's a 133 high. So 133 high breaking. We're now at 136, 134 areas. I think we can see the stock go to 140, 150 over the span of the next few days. So let's just prepare for it, baby. And November 1st, they're opening another location in Toronto right next to us. So, Super Chicken is now banned. We're going to go to Wingstop every day.
Why is Super Chicken banned?
Oh, that's because they banned our accounts.
Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely going to check out that. I was mentioning Duff's earlier. Duff's is really good. They have that challenge for the hot wings. You could, I can't remember, but it's like the hottest flavor, and you have to consume like a certain amount of them, and then you get your name put up on the board. That's kind of interesting. I always love when restaurants kind of do that. I did get triggered more into Twitter here. So this is what I was talking about, waiting patiently. If I would have chased that down move and got a bad fill at the low 60s or in the 50s or whatnot, that wouldn't really have helped my average, and that's exactly what I told you guys what I was trying to do on Twitter here. So I waited patiently for that fill at 68, got that. So now I'm adding some position, getting more short. I'm at Twitter.
That scared the crap out of me.
51.60.
I was like, what?
Let's send it to Money Talks before I get yelled at.
Hey guys, yeah, quick check on currencies as we head into the mid of the afternoon here. Still big, strong day for the US dollar. Back to the upside, more than a full percent, 1.10 in fact, to 111.20 right now after the big flush out we saw yesterday. So that in line with both the 10-year and the 2-year back to the upside. Not helping stocks at all. You can see not helping the rest of the currencies on this board as well. The euro, big move down once again today, back to 98.7. Not even close to parity anymore for the euro. 73.3. Meanwhile, for our Canadian dollar, back to the downside again, almost a full percent today. British pound under pressure as well, 1.5%. It was almost 2 at one point today. 113.09 right now for the pound. Everything else, same story, top to bottom here, except for it's a Ripple kind of a day. 3% higher. Bitcoin and Ethereum still in the red, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Brendo. We got a super chat here. I'm not sure what currency that is, but
Rupees, 400
okay.
rupees.
I really love your show, and I hope you guys keep going forever. Thank you. Can you please share your thoughts on the MJ company called Planet 13? I think it has a good future, and this stock is worth owning. I'm trying to bring it up here. Is that
PLT? No, that's not the ticker. Planet 13. We need the ticker for it. I can't really find the ticker.
If you can, yeah, toss in the ticker.
Oh, PLTH on the NEO Exchange, CSE, Canadian Stock Exchange.
Okay, so let me bring that up here. PLTH. Okay, there we go.
Is it on TO? Nope. BN? Nope. NEO? Nope.
Okay, well, we'll have to look at it. We'll look at it on
do
here. So just looking at the daily here.
Oh, it's on PLTH.cn.
.cn. Okay, yeah. So let's look it up here. Then PLTH.cn. I might not have. Okay, there we go. So yeah, let's look at the daily. Let's zoom out quite a bit as it loads. Okay. Oh, this is the monthly chart. Okay, so yeah, this is even better now. So let's zoom out here. It looks like it's testing these lows. So, it rallied all the way up to 9, and then it just faded. That was part of that 2021, 2022, or 2021 bull market, so to speak. And then now it's right back at these lows. So I guess in terms of R&R, yeah, it has potential to be something, right? But I'm not too sure what this company has going on. Obviously, the marijuana industry now is super saturated. Like there's so many companies now, and we thought it was going to be a huge thing back when they were, trying to push this to be legalized. And then after it got legalized, it was like basically like a sell the news event. So the companies haven't really pushed forward as a lot of people, a lot of investors have expected before. So it is obviously testing lows, good R&R, sure, but I don't know what this company has, what the potential is for this push back up to 9. Back to those levels again. So just kind of be careful with that one. Manage your risk accordingly. You could risk off of this one level, I guess. If it breaks down below 1, we've seen plenty of stocks break below 1 and just never come back, right? So, kind of keep that in mind.
Yeah, I think for a stock like Planet 13, what you could do is look at the market cap for Planet 13, and where is it? Can we how do we even look at the market cap? Maybe Finviz. PLTH, was that the ticker? What's the ticker again? Go back to
PLTHCN.
PLTH, yeah, so that was the ticker. It doesn't even show up on Finviz. So look at the market cap for this and then go look at the market cap for Tilray or CGC or something, and then you'll get the overall idea, man. There was a joke that Sean made a while back ago about Tilray and CGC. The shares of these stocks are only worth the paper to roll up and smoke the product in. and besides that, there's no, I've only seen one good trade on Tilray. And this was the day that it went to $400, right? Tilray, I don't know if you remember watching it, but this day right here was the only good trade that I ever saw on Tilray. After that, I just never saw a good trade ever again. I tuned off on the marijuana sector overall because I know how cheap they're dropping. The prices of weed in Canada just keep on dropping lower, lower, lower to the point where you can buy like a premium quality product for less than $10 a gram. It's like $7, $4 a gram, and it's actually insane. So I can't see marijuana sector doing good things ever, honestly, and if it does, I'll eat my words. I will be very, very confused and astounded. Obviously, this could very easily happen because USA is the biggest market in the world. If USA finally decides to actually legal weed completely across the board, then the sales might come in and it might go up higher. But until that really happens, I'm just gonna stay away from these stocks.
I just saw some decent size on Twitter. There was over 1,000 lots on 75, I believe it was, and that got hit and taken out. That's not that money. You could do the math there for the notional value on that one. It pushed up to 80 and couldn't really get above, but now I'm watching this a lot closer now because I am kind of loaded into the short now, and I don't want to get run over. I still have this order to punch in a lot more size in front of that 52 in case it gives one of these action moves where it wicks up there really quickly and then wicks back down. This is a 3-minute chart. Let me show you the 1-minute chart to show you that wick there. So within literally 2 minutes, it wicked all the way up to 52 and then back down 40 cents in 2 minutes. So that's obviously a huge trade if you caught that one. So that's what I'm kind of playing off of here. If it gets back up there, of course, I'm thinking if the 52 actually does break out, there was like 4,000, almost 4,000 lots there last time it got up there when I saw. So if it breaks out, definitely going to want to look to punch long on that one in case it continues to run up. But now that size got taken. Maybe Twitter just needed a little bit of liquidity to keep pushing down to the downside, or maybe I'm just talking myself in the trade. Who knows? I'm still in that tops short. That hasn't done anything for the past since I've taken out those profits on it. Hasn't really done anything. I am still bidding. I still got a good portion of my position left on this one in case it continues to. I was expecting more of a flush move down off of this 11, but now it's just not really doing much. The volume is really, really tapered off on this one. So maybe I got to get more out if it goes down to the 80s. So I'm going to bid more out on this one. In case it does flush down to the 80s, just to get more out and have less exposure to this name, because obviously, we saw this one run up and have a lot of volume and push and make a new high, right? So I don't want to get run over again on this one. I already took the L on it. Now I'm in a winner. I want to make sure it stays that way.
Yes, sir. No, I just got back. Oh, okay, cool. We're talking to Luca over here. This market's still stuck around 3,800, but the NASDAQ market did make a new high day, baby. We're still launching. NASDAQ only 0.29% down on the day. Let's see if we can. Oh, is that a? No, we did not take out the high day. On that chart, it looked like we did take out the high day. That's weird. That's pretty weird. But yeah, we didn't take out the high day. The high day is 11,620. We're still under that. But on my second chart, for some reason, it looked like we did. S&P 500 still not able to go back to 3,800, 3,795, putting in some barriers for these futures. So we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens. UVXY at low a day near $11.48, and apparently VIXY and UVIXY are the exact same thing. One's just less traded. VIXY has a total of I believe it has. Let me quickly pull it up over here. Last time I saw it was 7 mil to 25 mil. That's 25 mil on UVXY, and VIXY is at 6 mil, 7 mil. Yeah, so VIXY and UVIXY, the exact same movements and the exact same stock, but one of them is way less traded than the other. I think UVXY is the one that people go to. Let's go see what the VIX even is at today. VIX. The VIX is under 30. Okay, we're back under 30. We're at 29s right now. Let's see if we pull back a little bit more, meaning volatility is going down. That's not something we want to see as a day trader, as a scalper. More volatility, more fun for us.
Yeah, arguably it's a little bit harder as well, but it looked like that 30 rejected.
Let's take size.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Just get better, man.
Just get better, bro. Just make more money.
Someone said here, so lucid. Not really sure what you meant here. I quickly brought it up. It's doing 6 mil volume. Lucid is quickly turning into one of those stocks that you can only trade if it has a catalyst or some news comes out with it. Maybe earnings potentially. We'll see come October, the later half of October here when earnings do come out. Yeah, we haven't really traded lucid that much. It's bouncing off of this 14 area. Just looking at the daily, looks like those are the 52-week lows, kind of ranging down at these lows again, potentially breakout 1550. But again, if there's no real catalyst, I don't really see a reason to be trading this one, doing so very, very light on volume now.
Yeah, look at this comment from Inner Peace. I grew 6 plants in my backyard in my county in California, and there's so much product that the person can't even use it. That's the nature of pot stocks, man. You can just grow weed in your backyards. I think in Canada we're legal, what, 1 plant for every legal age person in your house, and the height is allowed to be 1 meter or something. You can live off of that. You don't really need to go to stores, and that's also part of the reason why I don't really. It's hard for me to find the belief in pot stocks just yet.
Yeah, exactly. The market's so saturated. It's just so saturated. We talked enough about the wheat stocks here. I'm thinking about this tops position. It's coming back up to my price. I am out of the money about 10 cents now on it. It's not really testing this 1160, so I'm thinking, like, do I add to this in front of this 1160? There wasn't that much of a volume increase on this bump. There was a little bit of a volume increase. I'm thinking on waiting if, you know, any sort of size pops up. The tape is so thin on this. Like, there's 25 lots that just got run over, 27 lots. Like, who cares, right? It's not a lot of size. I want to see, like, actual size pop up, and then I'm gonna, you know, look to make a decision on this trade whether I want to either cover it or add to this one in front of these highs at 1160. For now, I'm just gonna leave it alone, kind of let it do its thing. I have about, someone said I should say percentages of my position instead of, so we don't have to do math. I have about 33% of that position left on tops here. So, you know, just going to chill with that one for now. Twitter isn't doing anything now. Like, it has these moments where, you know,
I'm very
random
sad
size,
with Twitter today, man.
Yeah, man. Like, I thought it was going to be pushing like 100 mil volume. And
By
it
11 o'clock.
It hasn't done, I don't know about 11, but it hasn't done that.
I literally dreamt it.
Hasn't done that at all. Like 34 mil. This is obviously, you know, I think it's like 10, maybe like, it's a lot higher on the RVol scale, but in terms of, you know, what we expected out of this name, and maybe it's because the deal is still up in the air, right? Like, there's no, people are kind of, you know, staying away from it maybe. That has that potential to have that news come out and then all of a sudden we're halted, right? All of a sudden we're halted. I was trying to hold a piece for Twitter in case, you know, maybe the deal flops or something like that, or Elon backs back out or something crazy happens, right? And then it gives a really big flush move. If you think about it like this, and I was talking about this with Luca, like if you get short, let's say at 52, and it halts, and let's say the deal is going through at 52 or 54.20, you're losing $2 a share, right? But if you get short at 52 and then the deal flops, where do you think Twitter is going back? It's going back to 42. It's going back to 40, right? So
30.
That's yeah, probably worse actually. It's probably going way lower than that. So you know, the R&R is there on that sort of trade. So I've been looking short on Twitter all day.
Yeah, Microsoft and Apple pulling back. I'm taking more profits. Both of them are 40 cents in the money right now to the downside as the market is rejecting that 3,800 and 11,600 areas for both of them. I was hoping the market turns green today, but the day's not over yet. It could still turn green later on. What do you think, Sean? We turn green today? No? Damn, Sean said we're not turning green. Last time I said 0% chance Apple actually hit that, so I'm going to go with Sean's idea today. I'm going to understand. Oh, he hit the bear. Okay, he's riding the bear. That's the Putin bear, too. He's riding the Putin bear right now. Enjoying the short side. I'm pretty sure you got some shorts going on over there, too, such as Apple, Microsoft, and Google. I obviously got bent over on AMD today, so I'm not trying to... Your short Meta right here, says Sean right now. Sorry? This price, okay, say less. I'm gonna punch in with you over here. Punch in on the Meta platforms, sure. We're already in the money 40 on Microsoft and Apple, so I do think Meta will pull back over here too. 138.23 is my fill.
Yeah, you just got to kind of look at things that are hitting potential resistance areas. Meta obviously had all this action at pre-market and then fell off as soon as market opened, right? So essentially just risking off of that area, some sellers stepping up now. I was watching Tesla as well. I was thinking if Tesla pushes back up to this 240 area, then maybe I can get back into the short. It almost got there. I wasn't really paying too much
15
attention
cents
to it.
already.
But yeah, there you go. The Meta short is working now. But it got up to 239.50 area and then never really got above that. So, you know, arguably lower high made here on Tesla. That would have been a good short entry for this further move down as the market rejected 3,800. I did get some out on tops. So I was talking about this one, and I didn't add to the position just because I didn't see any reason to. Like, there wasn't any size there or anything like that. So I didn't add to the position, but I got some out at 81s there. So that was a good, continue to make some money back on this one on tops. I'm bidding now at 61. I'm waiting for a bigger flush move back to VWAP on this one. I don't know if it gets to 9, but we'll see on this one. I think I can probably hold this the rest of the day.
I'm just.
Meta short.
Yo, Meta, as soon as you punched in 35 cents, more money than Google is giving me, which I've been in all day. So let's go. Say less, he says, exactly. We're taking profits now on Microsoft, on Meta, on Google. Markets pulling back, money pouring into our accounts. Let's go, baby. Take some profits on all of these bad boys. Let's actually go cover some Meta here, which is now 40 cents in the money. We're rolling in the profits. Thank you, Sean, for the Meta trade. And now we get to just wait and see. Kick back. Where's my cigar? Where's my Spro? We just kick back and wait and relax and watch what happens. Microsoft, 80 cents in the money, baby. Let's go. Nice little pullback on the market. I wanted the market to go green today, but nope, the bears are still in power. The 2-day rally that the market had of overall, 6%, 4% Monday, 2% yesterday. The 6% move that the market have is getting ready to destroy itself here.
Well, we haven't given back the entire move.
You're right.
We're basically giving back a little bit from yesterday.
What do you think we bounce off of, 37.80?
Yeah, I'm thinking 37.60 area. That was
VWAP? Okay.
Yeah, but I think probably the 37.25, 37.30 area. That's probably where it's going to bounce. If you just look at that, if you look at this, I'll bring it up here on the spot, and I'll consolidate this a little bit more. Let's look at the 30-minute. Let's zoom out a bit more on this one, and we did bounce off of 37.35 here. I want to go back and see where this. Yeah, okay, this is exactly. I'm trying to find it here. I think I was looking at this. Yeah, so this is exactly what was resistance earlier last week. And then that obviously held and we pushed that back lower. We made that new low. We broke down the June low and then we bounced from there, right? We bounced off the 3,600 and now look at where we are again. I'll draw a simple line here just so we can see. You want to bring it back to you?
No, wrap it up.
Oh, yeah. Well, I drew the line poorly. But anyways, we're bouncing off that same area. I think we're bouncing from here, and maybe a little bit more bear rally continues.
Yeah, guys, we have to head out over here. It's 1 o'clock.
I didn't even really notice.
No, you're good.
Sorry.
It's not 1 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
We have to head out. Apple, Microsoft, $1 in the money. Meta, 50 cents in the money. Google, 38 cents in the money. Apple, 58 cents in the money. Hope you guys have a great time on the closing show because you're going to get Brendan, Neil, Sean back. Ian's back Friday.
Yeah.
So, guys, we got to go. Tomorrow, 11 o'clock.
See you guys.
Adios.
It is 2 o'clock already, guys. Good to have you back. Welcome into the final couple hours here as we head towards the end of the day. But it is shaping up to be another red day. Unfortunately, not a big day to the downside, but we are still in negative territory. It is still the NASDAQ here leading us downside. 0.66 currently, about 0.5% for the S&P. The Dow got to 0.01, I saw, in negative territory. It was very, very close to trying to go positive there, but no such luck. 0.5% for Brazil, 1.3 right now for crude oil. What a day it's been for oil. Basically back towards day highs after this OPEC Plus meeting resulted in the 2 million barrel per day cut that we were expecting. But again, if you net it out with what happened back in August, it ends up being about a 1 million barrel per day cut. Regardless, we are, as I said, back to session highs or thereabouts on crude oil. Both Bitcoin and Ethereum then back in negative territory. That is a look at the NASDAQ currently. Still a very mixed board. As we saw, though, it remains in charge as far as declines are concerned. I'll highlight Tesla here for you because that's the big one once again this afternoon. Another 4% to the downside for Tesla after what happened yesterday. Just below it there, tough to see behind the position board, but that's Lucid, if you're wondering. 2.8% for Lucid. Some of the travel names under pressure here as well. Booking.com, Airbnb. Airbnb had an upgrade today, and it's still getting hit pretty hard, down 2% at one point I did see for Airbnb. DocuSign up here after Cathie Wood exits DocuSign yesterday. 4.3% for Docu to the downside today. Everything else in this group, however, notably green after being very negative throughout the entire session. Some of the other semiconductors still in positive territory as well, holding on to slight gains. But a very, very mixed board as we head into the afternoon. At one point this morning, this ILMN was the only stock on the NASDAQ that was in positive territory. Still some strength, though, coming through from healthcare names outside of Biogen, SGen as well to the downside, AstraZeneca, Moderna as well, both about 0.5%. Downside currently, there's Netflix, 3%. We'll talk about that coming up a little bit. Meta right beside it, 1.5%. Google and Goog still under pressure as well. It is utilities providing some negative pressure as well. EXC, AEP, and XEL. Again, that's a NASDAQ, pretty mixed board for you to kick off the afternoon. Welcome in. Hope your afternoon is going well. I just saw this MESA popping up on a note regarding UAL. So we'll touch on that coming up, but looks like a possible deal between UAL and MESA. So big mover currently. Let's kick things off as we do every single afternoon with a bit of a look backwards at what we were talking about this morning. Make sure you grab the watch list, then you come join us at 8:30. We'll get you set for the open at 9:30. Sean is here. He's going to lead us off this afternoon with a look at one of his trades from this morning.
Great. Thank you, Brendan. Yeah, look, this looks a little slanted to me here. Maybe it's not. All right, hit that QR code below. Join us here at Day Trade the World. Start your prop journey today. Okay, look, let's make this real simple, real quick, man. We're gonna hit it. We're gonna hit Tesla over and over and over again. Because why? It's moving, and we had some big trades the last couple days on it, including that 250 short, and then yesterday as well, some big moves to the downside, followed by that Twitter news, right? So there's lots of stuff happening here on Tesla, but I just want to first talk about it. Part of what being prepared is just making little notes like this, right? So I come in every day and I just look at our watch list. I try to remember some names. I miss Netflix. That should be on here. And I try